Guten Tag one, guten Tag all. Oh man, don't know where everybody is, but I is. But I thought Robbie might be here by now, but clearly not. So I'll just sit here in this rather dark, dingy room and try not to suddenly start playing Vangelis tracks.
Just give us a bloody chance.
For fuck's sake, you saved everybody.
Honestly.
Oh yeah, I was going to, if you took any longer to turn up, I was going to start playing Vangelis tracks.
You literally only just started.
Yeah. I like to get the Vangelis tracks in early if I can.
Ay, ay, ay.
So there you go, lad, you see. That's what happens. So, who should we piss off tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Let's start a list.
You know, we are the mafia, you know this.
Well, what can I say?
I got that DX7 sorted.
Oh, jolly good.
Yeah, took fucking forever.
What worked in the end?
Smacking it really, really, really hard around the arse.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was one of those things where, you know, when you're distracted by something else and you're trying to do something that you've done a million of before and it's not a problem, and suddenly everything is. It's that kind of a day, essentially. So I did it's like undoing the 4 screws on the front panel, forgot the 5th.
Oh, yeah, the back to the right.
Yeah, at the back. The amount of people that have opened... I appear to have broken my in crack. My in cheek seems to have disappeared. So, and I'm going, what the... Oh, yeah, there's one on the back, isn't there? So, yeah, just put a new battery in it. Because it was one of those early Japanese versions. It's that one where when you do the battery check, it says, your battery is producing 4.9 volt. Not bad from a 3 volt battery.
Yep.
So... It's not new, but it's the early ones I think that did it. And Mark IIs don't do it.
No, the Mark IIs don't. But yeah, I think does my Mark 1 do it?
Greetings.
Hello.
I think I've had it on Mark 1s where they'll show it too. Sometimes they had trouble just reading what that voltage was, especially if it fell low.
Yeah.
So like the lower it goes, the higher they say it is.
Yeah.
And he goes, and the guy was saying, I was worried whether it might damage the memory. I said, well, you can't really get a 3 volt battery to do 4.9 volt.
No.
Even if you did a direct short, it's not going to do that. You would literally have to pull the electrons out physically to get
Beat them up.
Yeah. It's sort of like, get out.
Threaten them.
Yeah, with eviction. So I said, so you should be all right. He goes, well, he said, it's doing odd things. I can't get the aftertouch to work. Some of the patches have gone out of tune by a couple of semitones, and in the back of my head I'm going, oh, I had a DX7 like this before and it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. Big multi-legged ICs, hard to get, no longer working kind of thing. And all it turned out to be is the battery was so low in it that it could barely do you know what pitch did we have this patch in? Every time you turn it on, it's going, I don't know, I can't remember. Yeah. How did you spell the name of it again? And all this sort of thing going on. So, and I went through the parameters, his aftertouch was turned off. And not only was it turned off, it wasn't pointed at anything. It wasn't pointed at VCA or filter in any usable amount. So, okay. So some of the problems it was exhibiting was leaning towards serious, mainboard damage, but actually wasn't. But getting I gave up in the end. I still haven't actually managed to successfully get a bank of Sysx into it. So I got a cartridge and just loaded the factory cartridge into internal RAM. So, and I know it's something. It's not the DX. Put it that way. It's something somewhere. I don't know.
With those early MIDI synths, if you try and send the Sysx too fast,
yeah,
it goes. Well, no, wait,
Yeah.
So you have to
I think
just slow the
I think
transmission down.
I had the board set to about 9.6, something like about 9.6. So we're talking what ZX 80.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, have another number, kind of thing. And no, it just wasn't happening.
No.
But I'm sure there might have been something else in the process that I was missing. Because you go internal, memory protector off.
Yeah. That's it.
That should be it.
And that should be it. Now, I watched, got desperate. I called up a YouTube video, and the guy did something else in between those 2 points on the front panel.
Shouldn't have to.
And then I'm going, what? But of course, it's a lappy down in the workshop, so I was using MIDI aux. Then I bought it up here in the end because I tried to get the iPad one, the Toolbox one on the iPad. But when you download the Sysx, it then goes, go to the file, and it goes, you didn't load it into this folder, but it gives you no parameters to point at a different folder.
All right.
What a stupid app that is. So then I brought it up here and put on the Sysx Librarian one on instead.
Yeah, Kosh says MIDI OX should have a speed setting.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
it does. Yeah. Yeah, I set the baud rate low on MIDI aux.
Tell you what I did before I discovered MIDI aux when I got my Mark 1 was, well, I had DX at the time, and I still have it, but I switched over to OPS 7. But I loaded the Sysx into Cakewalk, played it back, and it loads in as a MIDI file. Played it back, and what was happening was DX was reading it because the volume level of the MIDI track was too high. So I had to bring it down to like maybe between 0 and 127. I think I brought it down to like 80, and it worked fine. Different way of doing things, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean
nowadays I can just use OPS 7 to do it.
Yeah, well, I used to use Cubase to load Sysx files in the Synth, and I haven't done it for an awful long time. And I was down in the workshop, and I go, well, I got Cubases too on the iPad. I'll use that instead. So, and I got it. It's in the library with a 1,000,001 WAV files for factory presets for Synth as well. And I called it up, and then went, oh, I can't remember how you do it. And in the end, it's just going, yeah, mate, I was just, you know what? I'm 61. I haven't got time left to do this any longer. So, yeah, I just loaded it from a cartridge. I went and dug out one of the original cartridges for whacked it in and load everything. Yeah, fuck it, bang, done, move on. Gave it back to him, and he was a dog with 2 dicks. So, bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonjour.
Oh, I watched that video.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Hayley.
Rob's just gone. Hello, Hayley.
Hello.
Oh, of course they don't know, do they?
What?
Well, nobody else knows that Rob saw your ass.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I was looking for somewhere to park my bike.
He said he was looking for somewhere to park his bike.
You saw Hayley's arse?
Yeah. Well,
Was
we were
it by
talking.
appointment only or something? What the fuck?
What it was? Right, I had that done. Right. But
Yeah.
Hayley was
Yeah,
having
don't talk to me about that.
Hayley was having the second half of her backside tattooed, and Rob went. I can't even remember what Rob's.
Left.
It was the left side, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so you got
Yeah,
right
check
done
the
and now
out.
she's getting left done.
Oh, no, she's got left and right on her hands.
Yeah?
Yeah, hang on. Hang on. Turn. There's left.
Oh, wrong way.
Right, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Haven't got
and
like
Rob-
this way up written anywhere.
I know which end which, if that's any help.
Pay on entry.
But and Rob said I daren't pay on entry. So anyway,
No tools left in this vehicle overnight.
I'm taking my headphones out because she's got to hear this. So. All right, mute that telly. Kent's just said no tools left in this overnight. Anyway,
Yes,
Robbie
dear.
said
Yes, dear.
what she had done, so I sent him a picture of the tattoos. Oh shit! I just fucking. So
That's right, sir.
that was the original side,
Oh, wow, yeah.
and then that's the first part of what she's had done on the other side.
Wow.
So you've all seen her ass now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Destructo. Matt is about that thug life. Yes, she's got that tattooed
I've got
down
that.
her leg.
No, I've got it.
No, right, sorry. Yeah, listen, it's an amazing bedtime read. You really.
Two-pack I've got on my leg, not stuff like
I would call it. Yes.
Oh,
Anyway,
dear.
good evening.
Good evening. I watched that video
Mm-hmm.
closely, and it really didn't help that when it got to the part that I wanted to look at, the technician was having trouble as well.
Oh,
Yeah?
yeah.
Where he's going, oh no, I'm finding it hard to work out the orientation of the display.
But I followed that, and having the synth in front of me helped.
Yeah.
So the orientation is exactly correct. Everything's correct. So
Are you
just-
getting that 5 volt to pin 1?
I haven't got a fucking meter to check it.
Okay.
Right. There we
Try
go.
putting your tongue on it.
Don't say it.
If it squeals, it's got 5 volt.
We've got Serenity to look at, actually, don't we?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh, mate. I can guarantee you it wasn't.
So who got their book today apart, or the mode book today apart from you, Rob? Mine's at home. I haven't opened it yet. It's still in its wrapping.
And it
So,
mentions
so I'm
what's-
listed in the thanks, apparently.
You are credited along with Tiny.
It's my book.
But, so where's my copy?
Did you buy one?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, that generally helps.
Hang
There's a
about.
few familiar names in here.
Yeah, no, I did buy it. I bought it quite early on.
They are slowly, shipping out. So, but yeah, you and Tiny are in there.
Yeah.
And it has that lovely new book smell.
Mm.
Nice.
It is good.
I'll put this out there. You can follow it up whether you want or not. But on the, that Facebook for sale thingy that they do.
Marketplace.
Yeah, marketplace. Thank you. Yeah, there is a beautiful condition Korg MS-20 on there for 400 quid.
What, reissue or?
No, an original Korg MS-20.
So what's wrong with it?
Apparently nothing.
Apparently.
Beautiful cosmetic condition, no internals.
It's that one that they did, the USB controller.
Oh, the IC, yeah. I have one of them.
No. It's trust me, it's an original. USB.
The problem is
controller
it's on Facebook Marketplace.
one. Is that a problem?
Yeah,
Can
generally.
be.
No.
I mean,
Apparently it's in Bristol.
Right, okay.
Probably not.
Well, yeah, Bristol's not a problem because that's where I bought my Hydrosynth.
Yeah.
It's part of my fucking
You
place.
you do get more dickheads on Facebook Marketplace.
Oh
When
yeah.
I've
I don't
sold
know. Have you
things.
looked at YouTube lately?
Yeah, of course.
Including this.
It's just... What happened? So what's with the DX7 die? Go on.
I was working on a DX7 today and it died. No, it didn't. It should have died, actually. I wish it had died, actually. I could have had a nice afternoon off.
Oh,
So, no, it got done. And I bought Fiona a curry
we got a
with
car
the-
coming, haven't
with the money.
I'm buying.
we? Nice. Yep, we got a child-free evening, so we're having.
Nice.
Well,
Yeah, so I mean, when I said, oh, come on, I'll get the curry in. God, my God, did she order herself a lot of stuff. Jesus. Christ almighty.
I'm taking the missus out for a curry tomorrow night.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm leaving her there.
That's 20.
Dine and dash.
Yeah, that'll be. There it is.
Go on, Jeffrey. Get up in your... There you go.
I found a new one today that's hanging up below the CZ101. It's called the Modulation Monkey.
Yes, I remember that sexual position. Back in my
Modulate.
youth.
Is that up there with dog? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
oh, it might be that one.
Oh, bloody hell. This really gives me bad wind.
Hang on, go back. Go back.
What?
Go to the manual.
Fizzy water.
It's not good for your fizzy water. You want still.
No, you don't. You need the bubbles.
Have you tried putting alcohol
No, you
in?
don't need the bubbles.
What's wrong with fizzy water?
It's got bubbles in it.
It's got bubbles in it. It's the
Go back when you go back.
it's the fake sugar that they put in it.
What, in San Pellegrino?
So, it's
I don't know about that. It probably has got fake sugar in it.
I got
It's
that.
got
Fake
ingredients.
sugar in water.
Water.
Yeah.
Water?
What?
In it?
Carbonate.
Like what it all are.
Like, what, indeed.
I tell you what-
I can't fucking read it because I'm going to be fucking glasses. Jesus.
Stop swearing. It's not good for you.
God. What's wrong with you, fucking Debbie Downer? Jesus. Water's not good for you. Swearing's not good for you.
Debbie Downer. No, I don't think so.
So this has got... Oh, that's just a breakdown of what's in the water.
Yeah, that was the
Scam.
function.
Yeah.
It's an expensive bottle of water. It's a scam. I could have got it out my
Yeah.
fucking tap and farted in it, couldn't I?
Press the brown function button again, then repeatedly press green button 8 until the LCD reaches the sys info screen. You want it to say available.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't have to do that with mine. Actually, no,
Well-
I think I did.
I think you only have to do it once,
Yeah.
What's this on? What's this?
and I think on a DX7.
DX7.
And I wonder if this
right.
guy has ever done it. He's owned it from new. I wonder if he's ever done it, and that's why the feckin' patches wouldn't go on. 4.5 hours trying to get patches on this feckin' thing. Changing the battery, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Rawr.
Well, my MIDI sys info is off, and I'm able to sysx stuff to that thing. So
What, Part 1 or 2?
It's a Mark 1.
Mark 1.
Yeah.
See, I made the mistake. I bought the final version of the OS to put into that one, and the reason is it's got much improved MIDI capability that fixes the low velocity or the slightly lower velocity thing. But what it also does, which is brilliant, it saves things like pitch bend data per patch. It's not a global setting. So you can have a patch with ±2 or ±12, and you can save it per patch. So when you put the ROM in and you reload all the sounds in, everything is set to 0. Because the original patches didn't have that data in them.
No data, yeah.
So I had to reload all the patches and then just go in one by one. And every time I come across a patch that I haven't used for a while, I have to put in the pitch bend rate or range and stuff like that. But you live and learn.
Yeah.
But do you really? Do we really live and learn?
That might be why.
We seem to make the same mistakes time and time again.
Fucking hell, what's he on tonight? It's just like he's like Marvin. Brain the size of
a planet and I'm parking cars.
No, he was on Ramsey's show this afternoon. He had to swat up.
Actually, I didn't have to swap. Well, I haven't swapped while we were on the show because, Henrik sent me a message saying, "You're all right. There's nothing to. We're just going to improvise. You don't have to research anything."
Yeah, okay.
It was when Chris was talking. I'm like, he's down here.
Poor old Chris. I mean, yeah.
He kept moving him around the screen.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
what Costa right. I need fizzy water, not still water. I've got still water, you see.
So that's what,
God.
So that's
what it is.
Makes you happy.
Yeah. Actually, San Pellegrino's really nice, actually.
Yeah. It is.
No, I went to my doctor when I was back up in Yorkshire, and she said, "Stop drinking fizzy water, and other things as well." I can't remember what they were now, but there was a list. There was a list
out
of
of a
things.
puddle.
Yeah, she said still water's
Safety
all right.
tip
So,
there.
because I quite like I like a flavoured water. I'd like a, summer fruits water or something like that. But apparently it's not very good for you.
If I have still water, I prefer to have a little bit of flavour. If I have a fizzy
I put something in it, yeah.
Vodka.
I've had vodka for ages, for years.
Have you not?
No. I used to drink vodka all the time. I once went on a night out in Bradford and just drank vodka. It was mayhem.
Wow.
Man, you've been neglecting your inner Cossack.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I went out in Bradford.
You fuck off.
You can have a good night out in Bradford, I can tell you that.
Did, yeah. We had a really nice curry, actually.
Yeah, me
What,
too. The International
driving
was
out
the
of
best
Bradford?
place I
I think
found
that
in
might have
Bradford.
been it. I think it might
Yeah.
have been the International.
When I went, they didn't serve any alcohol, so you had to take your own. The soft drinks were fine, but you used to have to take your own beer in.
Right.
And actually, it was one of the better ones because Friday, Saturday night in Bradford, you get a lot of tanked up blokes going in and causing mayhem, really. But because you couldn't,
Not that I would ever do anything like that.
no, because you didn't have any alcohol in the International, it actually made it better.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, literally, you walk in, sit down, they automatically provide you with the poppadoms.
Nice.
Don't ask you; they're just there on the table. But within 2 to 3 minutes, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Nice.
And there was the other place, which was literally almost spit and sawdust curry house, where you just had benches.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I can't remember where that was. I only went there. It wasn't as nice as the International, but we did a gig, and they were open really, really late. Like I think it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. They were still open, and we wanted something to eat, but it was just literally benches and a table.
Well, see, that's not. I mean, a boss of mine, he was in the army and he was posted out in Singapore or somewhere like that. And he said the best restaurants are the ones that you find down, the back alleys, the ones that you look at and you think, oh, I wouldn't want to eat there. But actually, that's where the best food is.
We found that in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
One of the best restaurants we found was actually literally down a back alley.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Excuse me. She giving you hassle, Matt?
Well, you can see why I'm at home when I
Always.
come on the pub, can't you?
Always
Because
doing
all I'm
it.
getting is fucking poked in the ear hole and having my head rubbed. It's,
You what? I haven't seen their hands anywhere near you.
Oh, 'cause
Oh.
he's poked.
Oh,
Oh,
I see.
well, it's
It's not very often
It's-
you wear an evening.
it's such a rare social.
Oh, poor.
that's a bit low.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dear me.
You're such an unsociable git, aren't you, Evan?
Me?
I'll wash them in the
Yeah,
morning.
you.
Yeah, yeah.
No, hello.
Has anybody watched the James Blunt documentary on? I think it's on Netflix.
No.
It's actually really good.
I'd
It's
imagine it
really
would
good.
Because
You sure you were watching it?
very
Yeah, no,
funny on
it-
Twitter, isn't he?
He
was very
yeah,
funny
and
on
they cover all the stuff when it was all sort of when it all started to go wrong. Yes, it does, Wagyu. Actually, I have to say, I mean, it's not. It would be my first choice, but actually, you can't knock it. It's
started.
the guy wrote some $1 million hit
Hey, it's
songs.
all right. It was a giggle.
Yeah.
One,
Right,
as
I'll
far
give
as
it
I
to
know.
Yeah, he's all right.
There's a couple. There's Wise Men. Beautiful's the one, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. It's
Yeah.
the only one I've ever heard. And then Weird Al tried to do a parody of it. He okayed it. His record label did not.
Really.
Jesus is asking for the
He
link
said that.
join.
He said that when it all started to go,
Hey,
toxic.
Pin the link.
well, the link's there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Nope.
It's right at the top.
Oh,
No,
I
it's
didn't.
not.
Oh, please
pin
forgive
it.
me. I have forgotten to pin it. Let me go and put this straight for you right now.
Belly.
Yeah, apparently he said that when it all went wrong, the record company and the PR company had no idea how to manage it.
No.
Oh, fuck, I can't pin it. It's not there. Oh, fuck's sake, hang on. Yeah, all right, hang on. Fuck's sake. I'll do it this way, because it'll make more sense if I do it this way. All right, do this, and then nobody type anything, so it doesn't move. Pin. There we go. Otherwise I'll end up sort of like, it jump up and I'll end up pinning somebody saying knob chops or something like that.
Oh dear.
Which means Nan's fuck. Oh dear.
Are you doing that with your dick?
That's why my nickname's Clever Dick.
You got a time on your cock.
No, but I've got two hands on it.
Yeah, have you got tongue in the cock? No, that was a growth.
Oh dear.
Where is he?
Hang on. Here he is. Are you going to do it? Oh, you going to do it?
I'll do it then. Guten Tag.
Guten
Wie
Tag.
geht's?
Who's this guy? Who's this guy?
Who's this guy? Yeah.
Just still looks weird. I'm sorry, Pete.
Do I know you?
Can I,
Have
can
we
I
met before?
Look,
Remember
you'll,
why he takes it
you'll
on?
remember now.
No,
Your
still
face
not.
is naked.
Still don't know you, mate. Yeah.
Naked face.
you forgot to put your face clothes on,
You haven't got your mouth fanny on.
where you can see your teeth and everything. Dude,
Fucked off.
You look 10 years older, Jeff.
Older?
wait. Fuck off. He goes, damn, you all.
I shaved the grey off. I should look younger.
Yeah.
There's a reason I didn't do
no,
that.
mate, no.
Yeah. Aye.
Lovely to see you, mate.
Lovely to see you too, everyone.
And how is things in hot and hot Canada really?
Well, it's 22 degrees, so it's nice.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Who's arsehole?
It shouldn't be. I mean, it should be like 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, global warming.
Minus. You forgot the minus bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got flooding, haven't we?
Wow, Timothy Spall in the pub.
I'm sorry.
Manny, you
you probably won't get
cruel
it.
man.
Timothy Spall is a British actor.
Oh
He
yeah.
does look a bit like you, though.
He
Yeah,
does look like. Sorry for him.
No,
And hi everyone in the chat.
it was in Harry Potter.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he
that's probably why I don't know him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in more than Harry Potter.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So you haven't? Oh, I see. You haven't seen Harry Potter. Okay.
Well, I saw the first one, and that was enough.
I think Timothy
all right.
Spall's in the
Same
first
here.
one, isn't he?
I
He's in
don't,
the
I can't
first one,
remember.
isn't he?
What character does he play? Do you remember?
Oh,
Actually, in Harry Potter.
He's what, sorry?
he was
Peter-
rat-like. Yeah, Peter Pettigrew.
The rat.
Mm.
It's a while since I've seen him. So
He was
Same here.
Dumbledore's helper.
all right.
Not Dumbledore's, Voldemort.
Oh, is he? Oh, yes.
When I-
Now it rings a bell. Yeah, yeah.
When I went downstairs after the show last night, remember I mentioned briefly about, I bet Fiona's watching something sort of like off the wall. I went downstairs and it's all paused and everything. I go, what are you watching, darling? She goes, Harry Potter. I went, oh, okay. So I sat down, get me coffee and everything to sit down. And what she's watching is a 6 hour YouTube video of the Harry Potter the game cutscenes.
Okay, I see. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Talk about,
Yeah,
I
but-
see dead people.
No, Timothy Spall. Yeah, I know who he is.
Mm.
Yeah. I do kind of look like him.
Are you
yeah.
offended now?
No, I'm not. I mean, one guy thought one day, he said, holy shit, I thought you were Meatloaf. And I told him, go fuck
Hopefully the
yourself.
singer. The singer.
The singer,
Yeah, not,
yeah.
not the
Yeah,
food.
Not
Not
the
an
food.
actual
Yeah.
meatloaf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit. Look, it goes,
I was gonna
I
pour
thought you were
gravy on you."
Meatloaf.
He's
Hey!
got it at last.
dead.
At last, he's got it.
Hey, Keith.
Hello, young
he's-
man.
Hello.
He's been waiting for that polybrute so long. He's promised he wouldn't shave until he got it. And look at him now, Father fucking Christmas.
Yeah, but he's looked like he's. Have you iced it?
What?
Looks like he's
Well,
been.
he
He's
probably
iced
got
it.
I've iced it. Yeah, I've iced it.
Yeah.
You can't bloody move in there now.
You
Jesus.
got happy birthday. on the top.
So how is it?
Oh, now I'm jealous now.
It's,
Well, I was jealous before.
covered
but I'm
up.
jealous more.
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
well, it says when I got a couple of times to play it. Your one, Bobby, or at least once anyway.
Mm.
Play it and still working my way through the presets.
Mm-hmm.
Still keyboards in a world of its own, really, isn't it? Almost,
Yeah.
and things
Oh,
like that.
that's right. He was, wasn't he? He was in Quadrophenia.
So, yeah,
See?
it's a,
Yeah, Harry the Projectionist.
definitely a
I
keeper.
don't remember that.
Mm-hmm. Cool stuff. You know you want to.
Yeah, well, when Robin was here, and he goes, he says to me, he goes, you can have my staff discount at Anderton's and get one. I go, don't, stop. I don't know.
No, you said the other day, Kent, you have too many synths. You find them in cupboards in perfect
Yeah.
working conditions. So,
Yeah, that's true.
you have to do a fire sale before you buy something else.
What?
What?
Yeah, Kent, it should be buy one, self 10. Sorry, it should
No,
say
Buy
no,
one,
no,
sell
no,
two.
no. What I heard was buy one get one free.
Yeah.
Say it again.
buy one, get one free.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
buy
thought you
one,
said.
sell two.
That's what I thought you said. It's all right.
Said you buy
Yes.
one, you get one free. What was that? Double glazing?
Can I just have the free one?
Or PV?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, but you got to remember, my friend, it's not my CS80.
No.
So, I mean, by that measure, I own all the CS80s in the world.
So here's
Well,
a
almost.
question: with that with that ribbon strip becoming available, you talked about,
Yes.
does that mean the CS becomes redundant now?
No, and I'll tell you for why. Those two red buttons.
What, launch and abort?
These two buttons here. Right?
That mine.
Barely hear it, mate.
That's because it's the wrong foot pedal. Siri, remove the foot pedal.
Sure it was Siri.
You can't replace that.
Okay.
No. That sounds great.
Now, when I call up the soft tube 80, press brass 1 and 2 and play it, I don't get that. I don't feel my testicles squeezing together and going, ooh, ooh, like that at all. I will mess with it. I'm determined, because Ty has told me to find the sound.
But when you
Supposed to
find
be
it,
there.
Kent, you need to do a video on it so we can all find it.
Do you know what I do? I will have the sphericals, I think, to actually do all of the presets, save it as a bank, and send it to soft tube and go, just throw that in your update or something.
Yeah.
Put that in your pipe and smoke.
Ah,
You should actually do a sound bank for the CS80V Mark IV of all the classic and sell it.
I think it's been done though.
it has.
Not
hasn't
as
it?
good as it's not.
Not as good as Kent's, though.
Yeah, not as good
Well, I
as
haven't
Kent
done them
can
yet.
do. I'm
Hang
sure.
on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's something I'd like to do. However, as I've pointed out many times in the past to Fiona, I go, stop fucking booking working, will you? I want 2 minutes to rub together, at least.
Minutes or something else.
Oh no. That's start a fire.
I'm going to
But
duck
we-
out for 5 minutes just while I have my food.
Yeah, we'll talk about you, all right, don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
We'll mention
so
it.
I'll-
Yeah.
Right, back in a bit.
Cheers,
All
mate.
right,
Cheers.
No, we've got a more immediate problem. We're losing the ceiling in the bathroom.
Are you?
Yeah, went up into the
Where's it
attic
going?
today to try and see, because Fiona's going, that ceiling is bowing quite badly and it's starting to discolour. So gone up in the attic and go, or when the guys were on the roof cleaning the roof several months ago, I go, maybe they cracked the tile.
Yeah.
Cracked the tile, get all this shit out of the way, and you go, oh, I can see clouds.
Oh,
Great big hole in the roof. So she phoned a couple of people. It was quite funny actually, because she phoned one guy and he said, yeah, he'd be able to come down Monday morning and all the rest of it. Then she phoned this other guy and she's talking to him and he's going, yeah, blah 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 blah. Yeah, okay, lovely. Right. And yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll call you back and let you know. Okay, right, bye. Clicked like that. Put it down. She went, he called me princess. I went, yeah. He goes, do you know what that means? I went, no. She goes, fucking jippo, I'm not having them fucking round here again. All right, dear. She hasn't forgotten the 10 grand she paid for a driveway and then
For
never
the
saw them
driveway,
again.
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That old scam. Now, that is a scam, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's never ever forgotten that.
No.
Blame.
Yeah, actually, I blame Lily as well. I reckon she's been up on the roof.
Yeah, she has.
Themselves up as well.
She's been
you know.
eating the tiles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's getting a little moo now. She
Only
jumped
now?
up on, yeah. Well, no, because now what she can do is she can figure out she can now spring up onto the kitchen counter. And there was a plastic pot on there. There's nothing in it, but it was a little plastic pot, and she had it and I knew she'd taken something because I heard some rattling, and then I heard the cat flap go. So I got up and went into the kitchen, and she was out in the garden with this pot going, and I opened the door. What are you doing? And what she does now is she sort of like runs at you, throws it at you, and then runs away, wagging her tail. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, she wished to throw it, Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I should have put it in the tennis ball machine. Fired it. But I don't know. She's a little moo. She is.
Which is odd because most dogs go woof.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't bark. She doesn't bark. She doesn't howl or anything. She doesn't seem to make much noise of any description.
Yet.
Yeah, I know. Mind you, if she's learning off Charlie, I mean, Charlie goes, whoa, whoa, and that's about it.
Yes, Charlie's.
Yeah, because he does that to you. He comes up to you, ears back, and goes, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa, whoa.
he's hilarious.
And then turns around and walks off again. You go, what did he just say? What's he want? But I like the way he does it quietly, doesn't he? He just goes, whoa, 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 whoa.
No, he's too cool for school, he's Charlie.
Oh, yeah. And then on the other hand, you've got Nelly.
Yeah.
We don't need a doorbell. My God, that dog barks. And she's worked out the precise gap between barks to make it as absolutely annoying as possible. She's got it down to a fine art.
Yeah, man with beard, I'm a little bit more further away than that. So this is a quadrasynth with a hard case for 125 in London.
Yeah.
That's a
go
good
on.
deal.
British Airways get you there for under a
What was the
K.
price?
125.
125 notes.
Really?
I've been looking at Arturia Origins today.
Oh yeah, where did they start?
At the very beginning. Yeah, there's not many of the keyboards around. A few of the
No?
desktop units. But it's silly. That would be a silly purchase.
So you're thinking of getting one, are you? Oh God, that
Just for
makes it
shits
look
and
a lot
giggles.
worse.
I almost bought one because the guy I bought my TX816 from was downsizing his entire studio, and he walked into the kitchen to have a cup of tea, and he says, "That's an Arturia Origin, Dan." I said, "Oh no, let me have a look. I've not seen one in the flesh." And he opened it up, and it's a marvelous thing because it's like weird as fuck, you know, with this sort of flip up screen and I said, "Is that for sale as well?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, how much do you want for it?" He says, "I just sold it."
Did he
And
tell
I-
you for how much?
I think he sold it for a couple of grand.
Yeah.
I think it was. So yeah, but I missed out on that one, which is probably just as well, really.
That reminds me, Ian, did I see an Electro Harmonics on the Rand show today?
Yes. He did.
How much was that up for?
13 grand.
Yes, 13 grand. Is that's a bit pricey, or not? I mean, I'd
Well,
never
for
seen one
something-
before.
Have you not?
No.
They were £139
Wow. Yeah.
when they came out. There's a bit of a markup, isn't it?
And some.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
It's a scam.
Skin.
Got to do the jazz hands when you say it.
Scam. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to scam. Hug at the bar.
Sorry.
Yeah, two of them. Have you seen that picture I sent you?
Andy says it was 44,000.
Yeah, I thought it was something stupid. Really,
Oh, mate, I was
really,
thinking
really
something
stupid.
else. What picture? You sent me a picture. Oh yeah.
Yeah, in Messenger. It's updated. I look like Death Warmed Up in that one.
It's not far off though.
Oh, fuck off.
Hands looks a bit weird, but and you've got the
Yeah,
hole
well.
in the ceiling as well.
Constantly getting updated. It's like watching my life. Oh.
Gosh, I don't know. Once he told me it was sold, I lost interest.
Oh.
But now I was looking. Just thinking,
Rob, have you heard the thing about because your channel's monetized, Pearson's channel monetized, isn't it?
It is.
Have you had the email about the US tax thing?
yeah.
You've done it.
What you do, I've been doing it for a few years now, because you have to. It's basically if you are liable to pay tax in the United States, then. But what you do is you go through the system. It's very easy, and you just answer a few questions, and when it realises that you're UK based, it says fine, thank you, and it just finishes the form off to say, it just basically.
Is it on the US tax form, not YouTube?
No, you fill out on YouTube. Or actually, no, sorry, you go to Google Analytics and you go into the monetization element of that. Once you're signed in, and then you just click on the button, and it'll just ask you a question. So you answer that question, and based on that answer, it moves to the next one, and the next one.
Oh, okay.
And it automatically decides. It can tell that you're obviously not.
I mean, why haven't I
liable.
filled one in before? That's right. 'Cause
We had to do the Ireland one as well, Republic of Ireland one, starting at the beginning of this year. But again, it's just if you're based in those countries and liable to pay tax in those countries.
see, I don't think I got the Ireland one either. But I've got this one. I mean, obviously, I need to fill it in before the end of the year. It said so.
Now it's very easy. Just
I'm more pissed off with Reverb. I've had a Reverb business account for 5 years, and all of a sudden they want loads of data, and my bank statement isn't valid anymore, and all this crap. So I've had to have Sinner's music validated, and I don't know what's going on there. And I've never needed to do that before. But the usual thing, they stop paying me until I sort it all out.
And all it'll take is for some monkey to pay that for it, and then that's what they're worth. And that's pretty much my first album. I'm done. It's a short play.
There didn't seem many controls on that electro harmonics.
No, there isn't. It's bare minimum. Hence why it was actually so cheap when it launched. I mean, there's less controls on it than on a Nat, I think.
Yeah.
Mind you, there was a Nat Deluxe, wasn't there? In that
It
lot
was
as
a Nat
well.
Deluxe. I mean, I've never seen that before. It almost looked like it'd been rebuilt. It probably wasn't, but
That's how they were
that's
sold,
how
Nat
it-
Deluxe.
Yeah.
And then there was
I
the
do
Wasp
remember
Deluxe, which looked the same, but obviously bigger.
I remember I did play a Nat once in the shop back in the day, but it sounded a bit too like a Nat,
too insecty.
too insecty for me. Yeah.
And you see, it's essentially, in a roundabout kind of way, it is a EMS.
Yeah.
But somehow lacking something. I think
Yeah,
because a
say
lot
that
of it went chip based rather than discrete component based.
Mm.
So, but it was old fruit bat, wasn't it? It did did the Wasp and that. Did the used to work for EMS.
Yeah.
Forget his name. Jeez. No, gone. Actually, I saw a post on Facebook today saying something goes, something gone by without anybody noticing. I went, oh, what's gone by without anybody noticing? Apparently it was the matey boy who, Moon Modular guys died.
Oh, that was before Superproof.
Was it?
Yeah, because
And I'm only seeing the post now. I told you it went by.
when we
I mean, that.
when you went into the Moon Modular room in
Yeah,
in
Chris
Superbooth,
Huggett. Thank you, Wagyu.
they had a little like a picture of him, a couple of candles. It was all very respectful and very, yeah. It was all very, because it happened just before Superbooth.
That's obviously your Facebook feed for you.
Oh, yeah, well.
You know, you just can't rely on it, can you?
Oh, mate, I'll
Refresh.
fire up my Facebook
Refresh.
one morning and it'll say, Queen Victoria has died. You know. Yeah.
Where are those sirens coming from?
Here.
Police car.
Fucking
It's me.
Canadian crime wave.
They're after
Yeah.
me.
Are they going after somebody for not being polite enough?
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody didn't say thank you.
You didn't say thank you, eh?
Didn't say sorry.
You walked out of a store without saying thank you. You're going down.
It's almost like that.
And say sorry to them.
Oh dear.
It's a nice reputation to have.
Well,
you know?
absolutely.
Oh, yeah. It's like the Norwegians as well, isn't it?
Oh, here we go.
What?
I thought you were going down that path.
I can't see your keyboard. Yeah, exactly.
Nice one, Wags.
Sorry. Yeah, that's exactly how we say it. Am I too loud?
No,
No?
No.
Okay.
you sound fine.
Okay.
Your dress
Well, I
sense is
sound
awful.
not
though.
fine. I sound
Yeah,
French,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, you need to grow a beard, mate.
Yeah. It's far too much skin for this time of night.
And so fucking pasty white as well.
Do you have one of those little toilet mats that you could wear, perhaps?
Bastards.
I could put a wig on if that turns you on.
It has done in the past. Give it a go. Go on.
I have, yes. Yeah, you called me Miss Piggy.
Yeah. Kermit. Kermit. Oh my god. Oi, oi, oi.
Gotta have a sense of humor, right?
Mm.
You certainly do.
Put some hair around your mouth. Prometheus, that could be construed as a completely different thing. You know that. Oh dear.
It's probably where Matt's gone.
What's your T-shirt say, Keith?
Oh, I don't know. It's upside down.
What, you think close talk?
Weekend
Weekend.
forecast.
Cyclones.
Cycling with a chance of drinking. Yeah. But not at the same time, obviously.
Because you spill most of it.
Because it's public.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm. Where is the grey bearded one tonight anyway?
That narrows it down to Andrew or Andrew.
Yeah, no. What? Robbie, what's his name again?
Who?
You know, the other guy we have on the show. I forget his name.
This is a show?
No, not this show. On PSN.
Oh, that show.
Yeah,
The
what's
Is that a
long
show?
Something
No,
guy.
the other bloke.
The long something.
Yeah, what's his fucking... Yeah, Long something.
Long John.
Yeah, Captain Long John something.
Captain Long John. It's too early for him, isn't it? Doesn't he turn about midnight when he gets out of his coffin?
You're answer.
That's no way to talk about his wife.
Oh,
Oh, dear.
Yes.
Long Dong Silver.
yeah.
The Victorian.
Long John Silver, the Victorian Lego figure. That's funny. Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Do you remember the Home Pride man?
Yes.
Yes. Used to be able to get flower shaker in
Yeah.
about that
Yeah,
sort of top.
Entire,
Yeah,
big.
my mother had
entire
them.
kitchen
Yeah.
sets, didn't they?
Oh, could
I
you?
found one in
Only
the
ever-
attic
we only
this
ever had-
afternoon.
We were poor, so we only ever had the flower grader thing.
Mm. Yeah, found one in the attic this afternoon. Bloody hell, I remembered it.
It's probably worth money, that.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Chum!
Yeah, it's all right, Hayley. We know his name.
I'm not gonna argue with that.
You full of ticker.
Tikka masala.
Did you have the egg fried rice or did you have the mushroom?
Whatever it come with.
What's wrong with
Plain
special?
rice. Plain.
Special rice.
Plain. Oh. I prefer helicopter myself. Nicer flavour. I had. Do you know what I had to eat tonight? Barely an hour ago.
Minch?
No,
Food.
tikka.
Really?
Tikka takeout.
I should be having a lamb tikka masala tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
I think, yeah.
Does the lamb know?
I should be having a lamb tikka on Friday.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll be having one of those as well.
Yeah.
Cool, it's going to be full of curry.
Yeah.
Get thee behind me.
Yeah. Bloody hell, can you imagine if we'd all got together at Synthfest after a night of curries? Fucking hell.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Shitfest, not Synthfest.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Shit.
Why isn't your PB12 on, Robbo?
Because it isn't. It was on earlier. I was playing it earlier.
And
I turned it off. And just haven't turned it back on again. Why do you need it on? Why?
I just like looking at the light
It's
very
like
slowly
looking at
going
the
up
lights.
and then going down. And going up.
Alright, well, you can pay my lecky bill then.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Home Pride Fred. That's what it's called.
That's
That's
Home.
it. That's it.
Up to 50 quid for a Home Pride Fred.
Oh, it can stay where it is.
McDougal's, wasn't it? McDougal's
Yeah.
Home
Yeah.
Pride.
Yeah, home. Yeah.
And a series of adverts and all that malarkey, isn't it? Can't remember who voiced it.
No.
Wasn't it?
You
What's
still
his
get
mush?
Home Pride soft raising flour.
Yeah,
Wow. And he's still on the packet.
Yeah.
I think it's still in the blue and white
Yeah.
livery as well.
Yeah,
isn't
it is. Yeah, yeah.
Graded grains make finer flour.
Yeah,
Look at that.
that's it.
Richard Bryars. Yes, thank
That's
you,
it.
Gary. Richard Bryars.
Replaced by Christopher Timothy. and then Paul Merton.
Oh yeah, somebody's selling a space.
Before
rock.
Richard Bryars, it was John the Measurer.
Was it really?
It was.
Oh.
I met John the Measurer once in the Maid's Head Hotel in Norwich. He was filming an episode of Tales of the Unexpected.
Ah.
That's where they always just put the actors up.
Hmm.
I was only maybe 7 or 8 years old, but I recognised him as that man off Dad's Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. We see what it is, Kosh, is like after having a Hydrosynth, I'm memorised by the minimalism of its Vegas mode. Because when the Hydra kicks off, Jesus Christ, it's like Christmas.
Well, I don't know. I think System 8 would give it a run for its money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It
true
would.
enough. Even when it's not in Vegas mode.
Yeah.
There was a time when I was toying with the idea of getting a System 8,
Yeah.
but not anymore.
You got better.
Oh, yeah, I did, yeah.
Oh, yeah, having the PB12 above the Hydra. Holy fuck, there's a setup.
No, you probably want to put the Hydra above the PB12 because the Hydra is going to be lighter.
True.
Yeah,
It's a heavy beast.
true enough.
What are you choking her with? Oh, she's next to you. I thought you were just. I thought you were sort of.
Hey, Hayley, little and
leaning-
often.
Well, your laptop kept going
Well,
up and down.
yes. Little.
And often. Yeah. Who was it? Lay me on my back and give me 12 inches. So I fucked her 3 times.
The other ones are the worst, aren't they?
They are, aren't they? What was that joke we told the other night, Rob? Can you remember? 'Cause you know what my memory's like.
Oh, the one I said last night.
What was the one you said last night?
The one I said last night was, do you know why koalas are not part of the bear family? Because they lack the necessary qualifications.
Yeah.
It's such a
It wasn't
bad
funny
joke.
first time.
But what was the one I told?
Oh, Jesus.
The bloke went to visit somebody in the hospital, and as he was walking out, he saw this beautiful nurse giving a patient a hand
Oh,
in a room. And he goes, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Oh, he's got this condition where if he doesn't ejaculate every 2 hours, his balls explode." He went, "Oh, cool." And then he goes out of coffee, and as he's leaving the hospital, he sees the same nurse again in a different room, and she's sucking the bloke's knob off, and she goes, "Oh yeah, all right, explain this then." She goes, "Oh, private healthcare." Good God.
You notice the British and the Canadians laugh at that one because we have a national health service.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Well, if you call it that, what's left of it?
Yeah.
What, the Iranians going, "I don't see what's so funny."
Mm.
Ah, man.
Must be
Well, what light-hearted thing can we talk about while the world goes to hell in a handbasket?
Well, we've done James Blunt. We've
I don't remember that
That's
bit.
not copyright, say.
Do it again, do it again.
You've all had a laugh at me. So that's done.
No, we haven't
we
finished.
wouldn't laugh at
We
you.
haven't
We
finished.
haven't finished.
Yeah, no. There's still loads left.
Yeah,
We're just,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
just
Aperitif.
spacing it out, you know.
All right, somebody pick a topic.
Oh,
I'll
I'll have
have
a
a
Mars.
Mars bar.
Yeah, I'll have a Mars as well, please.
Yeah.
Fun
What
size.
has a hazelnut in every bite?
I
Squirrel
quite liked it. Mars bars aren't good for you though.
Oh,
Depends
anything
which
else
hole
is
you
not
stick
good
'em in.
for us?
Might make you disagree.
Oh,
God.
apparently it never happened. Apparently.
What never happened?
Mars bar,
Oh, okay.
It never happened.
Mick Jagger, Mars bar, and what's the face? Apparently
Oh.
it never happened.
Marianne Faithful.
Marianne Faithful, that was it.
Oh, I see. What was it, a Curly Whirly?
So it was the establishment, apparently. Telling lies.
Oh, bloody hell, she had a big cunt.
Twix versus Kit Kat. Twix every time. Who makes Twix? I don't eat Kit Kats because they're Nestle.
Ours make Twix, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Mars.
I don't buy Nestle products. I haven't done for 20 years.
I always thought women preferred Kit Kat.
Why?
Well, you get 4 fingers.
Yeah.
Why don't you buy Nestle products?
There's a joke for you. What's the difference?
Because Nestle, there's a whole load of reasons, but they flooded. There's probably a whole website on it now, but when it started, they were based in. They bought Roundtree Macintosh, which was a York-based company. Hostile takeover. That was the first part of it. But then shortly after they took over, they flooded a third world country with powdered milk, and then refused to write off the debt and made the country pay for it. You have to look it up. It's because it's years ago, and basically those sort of practices by a large corporation were unacceptable to me and my family, and we've never bought Nestle products since. Any Nestle products.
Good enough reason.
I mean, and it makes no difference to Nestle, obviously, but it's a principal thing, really. And I still miss polos. I like fruit polos.
Oh, I never liked them.
You know.
No, I've never.
And actually, Roundtree, because it was originally obviously Roundtree family, who were very big in philanthropy.
Of course.
Is Ian having a stroke?
Why, are you jealous?
I mean, they were very
You're
good
not so
employers
unique.
in York, as with the original family. In fact, the Department of Health Sciences has a building named after Seaborn Roundtree because he was very, very good with healthcare and things like that.
Okay.
Supporting healthcare when there wasn't National Health Service, which is almost not what happened when Nestle bought them.
Matt, were you going to tell a joke or something interesting?
I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, what's the difference
Shit,
between
no.
Katie Price?
Go on.
You only get 4 fingers in the Kit Kat.
But you get less in a chunky Kit Kat, don't you? There are only 2 fingers in a chunky Kit Kat. Not that I've had one for.
Yeah, but they're
20 odd
chunky.
years.
No.
What? Physically or at one? That's the thing.
One.
Oh God, I'm in one of those moods tonight, aren't I?
You're going to end up apologising to somebody, Kent. That's going to happen, isn't it?
Well, I apologise now ahead of time. Here you
Yeah, do it, and then apologise to all of us. Then it doesn't matter who you offend.
go. Now, open the floodgates.
No, but I do understand, Ian. I mean, there's companies that I don't buy from also.
Yeah.
But if we go through every company that every
I know
product out there,
yes, I mean
then we'll be living
Coca-Cola,
in
and
the
I
street.
still drink Coca-Cola, but Coca-Cola's got very dodgy practices, haven't they? Really, I think it's probably because they were they were originally a local company to my hometown, so it was more about that and it wasn't just like one bad practice. There was a whole. If I can find the website, I'll stick it in private chat so people can have a look themselves.
I don't shop at Walmart at all, ever.
And I watched a documentary years ago about the sort of way that
Nor do
Walmart do their business,
Yeah,
and the fact that they would basically kill all the small businesses in a certain area. You know, it's probably the same in Canada as it is in America. So
But
that
it
they
was
would
especially
literally,
true in
you
the
know,
US, yeah.
it's heartbreaking. There was a
But they're
a DIY
creating
company.
poverty. You know, you don't save money. You're encouraging them to create more poverty.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 1977 Nestle boycott of a launch in the United States against a Swedish-based multinational food and drinks processing co. The boycott expanded into Europe in the early 1980s, which is probably the time that we stopped buying their products because by then they'd taken over. And it concerned Nestle's aggressive marketing of infant formula, particularly in underdeveloped countries. It wasn't just one country; it was several countries. So much so that I think the mothers had to stop breastfeeding because obviously, you know, they were flooding it with these formulas, you know, and we know that that's not that, and that's actually, you know, breast milk is best for babies.
Yeah.
Breast is best.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Nestles. I remember that. I think my mum used to call them Nestles.
Yeah.
No, I think I could go along with that if it wasn't for the fact they make Nesquik. That's where it all falls down for me.
Yeah, so here's a question for you all then. What's the one company you just wouldn't do what Ian's done? Even if they'd done something really heinous and wrong, but boycotting would mean giving up that thing that you really love.
It's a good question, actually. I'm trying to think of anything that I couldn't really do without.
What's a company that makes Hellman's mayonnaise?
Oh, Kraft?
No, it's not Kraft. It's,
No, Kraft does the other one.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kraft
I'm
does
trying to
crap.
think. Yeah.
Unilever.
Oh, Unilever, yeah.
Yeah.
But then they own so many other brands.
Yeah, that's the problem.
yeah,
Isn't
they
it?
own
You don't quite know
They're a
what's.
juggernaut, yeah. But I mean, that answers the question, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I can
My
make
mum-
my own, but it's not as good.
My mum's boss worked for the Unilever. He used to drive the CEO in his big green Rolls Royce. Mind you, we got an awful lot of cheap products. Fucking cardboard boxes of stuff. I don't think Mum had to buy washing powder for like 10 years. Or anything else for that matter. But they do everything, don't they? God. Scouring powders and this and that and chemical this, chemical that. Bloody hell.
Well, when I used to work in at the co-op in the 80s, I think Unilever was a known brand, but it was pretty much exclusively domestic cleaning products.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely they started to sort of.
Oh yeah, they started acquiring stuff left, right and bleeding
Because there was Procter and Gamble was the other one. It was Unilever and Procter and Gamble.
Yeah.
I think Procter and Gamble have probably done much the same.
I'm still trying to think of a company that I could boycott.
I can't think. I mean, I'm trying to think because it would have to be something I really can't do without. And I mean, I can't think of anything particularly.
Korg.
No,
I was going to say
I can do without Korg. They can do without me too.
Yeah.
You know.
I could boycott Behringer.
To be fair, I could boycott any synth manufacturer if it was really it came down to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, you can live without.
You can live without because
Apart from the Polygrade 12.
there's alternatives. It's when you haven't got an alternative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're into curling stones, there's only one place in the world you can buy them. So
you better
you're really stuffed,
to hell
and it's
they're-
up in
they're good
Scotland.
people, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
There's niche and there's really fucking niche.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Into David Bryant and Crown Green bowls.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Well, probably at this point Mustang.
That's Ford, isn't it?
I'd agree. I would
yeah.
agree with Jeff and say Walmart.
Yeah.
No, but you
Actually, because
you would
Walmart
not.
used to own Asda. Was it Asda
Yeah,
in the
well,
UK?
Yeah.
But they don't anymore, do
No,
they?
They sold
And
it to
actually, after watching that documentary, because it must have been, 10 years ago, if not more, that documentary about Walmart, and you're more likely to get murdered in a bloody car park in a Walmart than anywhere else and stuff like that.
No, you're right, half God.
We didn't go into an awful lot of Asdas while they were owned by Walmart. So, if I was in America or Canada, I would be definitely boycotting Walmart.
I used to like those pictures. There used to be groups, didn't they? The people of Walmart, and it was like all the
Still
weird
are.
people. Oh, they're still there. I don't see
Yeah, they're
any
still
of that
there.
stuff anymore. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
That's fun.
Isn't it owned by it's still privately owned by a family?
Who,
Walmart.
Walmart?
Yeah.
Probably.
You know.
Why did my thumb?
The Walton
I do
company,
not
Walton
know.
family, I think.
That's it.
Wow, sensitive.
I want to say it's the Walton family,
as well.
and the only reason I know that is because I worked at one 11 years ago, and
Yeah.
never want to work there again.
yeah.
We've got to worry about this. It's not an update, and if you get stiff, you get a little knob appear above your head.
Actually, mine's not working. Look. Oh, yes, there it is.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Hey.
All right, he's ejaculated.
What's the rain one?
That one.
Oh,
No,
That's two thumbs
no,
down.
Is it
Two
two
thumbs
thumbs down? All right, okay. I was trying to work that out because I was showing Andy earlier. After the show, we were still
Should
chatting.
have snow.
Yeah.
Or it's only for Canadians, I guess. I don't know.
No, we get snow
I've
here.
seen pictures of
No,
snow.
I do. I know.
Occasionally. It never snows on Christmas Day.
No.
Well, not anymore here. I mean, we have snow
Yeah,
in
not here.
January.
1984?
It probably is 1984, the last time.
I think it was,
Although
it was
officially-
84, 86, something like that.
As long as it snows in one place on Christmas Day, then that's what the official, as far as the UK is concerned, is what defines a white Christmas. So you might have like a
Could be
little,
anywhere.
Yeah.
Scotland.
yeah, you could have a tiny little bit in
Falklands.
Scotland.
Falklands.
I do remember my
Yay.
16th birthday getting my moped, and on the Christmas day it was about 7 inches of snow, and I still insisted on going out on the moped to take it for a run. You know.
I think my fifth, when I was in 5th grade, got a mountain bike, and there was very little snow on the ground. Matter of fact, it was probably like 45 or 50 degrees out.
Celsius?
Yeah. Fahrenheit. This was like 95 too, so this is kind of maybe the start of, what was to happen, but I think since then, it had been a while since we've seen like a non-white Christmas, I would say.
It was something I always used to have trouble with. Like, you'd be watching a film on TV, and the guy would go something like, "How old are you, kid?" And he'd say something like, "I'm in 5th grade." And we'd all look at each other and go, "Well, how fucking old is that?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
11, 12.
Yeah, because we just don't have it. Or we
we
might
do
have
now.
it now, I don't know. We do have it now, do we?
Yeah, because
I could still never work it out, I'll be honest
Yeah.
with you. I
you
couldn't work it out
start
when my
at,
kids were growing up.
yeah.
So it's how
We just
many
got-
years since you started
Yeah, so
school?
year
but
one is the first.
5-year-olds?
Yeah.
Prime,
So
is,
you
that
have
is it
reception.
infant school?
Yes,
Year
yeah,
one is
you have-
infant school.
Got
Yeah,
you.
so you have reception, which is like,
Yeah,
preschool, and
Yeah.
then you have year one, and
Yeah.
it goes all the way through to 6th form, which is the second year in 6th form is year 13. That's when you're 18 years old.
And
Oh,
who
yeah.
said that you don't learn stuff on this show?
I know.
Yeah.
But
You know,
you
that's
just-
brilliant.
like,
So
we used to
I'm pleased now. Rob, I'm pleased. I've learned something today.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
can,
okay,
I can
so-
rest easy now.
Let me ask this. So in the UK, does it depend on what date you were born, what month? Because in Canada, or in Quebec, actually in my province, if you're born in the month after the school year begins, so October, November, December,
Yeah.
you have to wait 1 year.
So
No, we don't do that.
what they do
Yeah,
is you'll
didn't
find
do it
that,
here.
like, because my boy was born in December, so he was one of. Was he one of the oldest or one of the youngest? I think he was one of the oldest.
If he's December, if he's that late, he might be the oldest. Because Matt was born in September, and he was almost university all the way through school, the oldest in.
There was
his
always
class.
some kids in the year
Yeah,
that were they'd hit their
yeah,
you know,
when their birthday was.
Yeah.
quite a few months before you, and
Yeah.
they would always let you know that they were the oldest ones, because
Yeah.
back then age was everything. That was the only sort of rank
was, yeah.
that you had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when we were at school, we had primary school, and we never really had names for that. You were just in class 1 or class 2
Yeah,
or
that's
class
right,
3.
yeah.
And some
Yeah.
schools, class 1 was the oldest kids in the
Mm.
school, and sometimes class 5 might have been. They just did their own thing. But when you went to secondary school, then you became first years. So you were first
Yeah.
year at 11 years old, and then you were second year, in the third year, in the fourth year, and then you got to fifth year. That's when you did your exams,
Oh,
and then that's where the name sixth form comes from, because
Yeah.
it was the 6th year of.
But I remember
Did-
when I went to high
They
school
didn't
and
have
it was
schools when you were
first, second, and third. I think we had to stay third year for 2 years.
Oh right.
Did you?
No, that's
Yeah.
just
We had streaming. We streamed. The classes were streamed. So,
But we didn't have a
secondary
They
school.
just
Yeah,
kept you
year.
back a year. That's
yeah.
what-
Yeah, for some reason-
you knew how bright you were by whether you were in A to D.
Oh, okay.
In terms of
That-
streaming. So if
that's
you were
your grades, Ian.
if you were thick, you were in D. If you were really bright, you were in A.
Yeah.
Guess where I was?
F.
E.
out in the car park.
Yeah, I was
Across
always
the
in
street.
D. I was always in D.
No.
Yeah, I remember.
And
being-
dyslexia wasn't invented. So
Yeah.
I was thick, you know. Yeah.
You what?
So what they were referring to was his nickname there.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
there
don't
was
know,
different
there was
sets.
some-
You're in different sets as
Yeah.
well, weren't you? You're the top set. So you'd both, you'd be doing English, but there would be maybe 2 or 3 English classes across the school for your year.
Yeah.
But one of them would be a set, and one of them would be the other set. and
What pleased me was when there was a school poetry competition, and I won the poetry competition, being D set, which nobody expected. You know, I think
Party
the prize was some books. But
competition?
sorry,
The party competition?
poetry.
Oh.
So that proved a point.
Well, at
really.
least Robbie laughed. Thank
Yeah, yeah.
I chuckled mildly.
Actually, the best was French lessons. We were so crap at French that we were sent to the library to read for 2 years. It was great. So I always had a love of books. So I was always reading. So, you know, but it just proves that, you know, streaming kids that way doesn't work.
I always thought it was very unfair on the kids that were in the lower sets, that they weren't getting like the top, the best.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We
Because
got shit
surely
teachers.
they're the ones
Yeah.
that need it. You know.
Yeah. Interesting. There was I think this particular teacher, there was an English teacher. We only had her for I think 1 or 2 terms, no more than that. And she was an inspiration. This woman. She had us reading really, really interesting books like Stan Barstow and things like that. And the whole class, although it was a D class, was just inspired to read. But I mean, to be fair, I always read. I mean, you know, I'd read from a very early age, but the whole class were into books, getting books out of the library. She was just brilliant, this teacher, and she just didn't stay.
Well, I still remember like it was yesterday when the teacher come into our class and went, "Right, class, everything that I taught you about pounds, shillings and pence, forget it.
Yeah.
I got something new for you to work with."
Yeah.
Decimalisation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and remember that going, oh, okay.
Thankfully, I started school just a little while after.
Yeah. But like I say, in high school, it was like we were in third year for 2 years, and it was something the government had done.
I never did that. I didn't have to do that.
And it
I mean,
dropped.
to be fair though, I got out of school because I hated school. I'll be honest with you. And I got out as soon as I could, and because my birthday was in the holidays, I technically left school and started work at 14. It's only for a few weeks, but
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's the year before you had to stay until you were 16.
I hated the fact that my birthday was right in the middle of the school summer holidays.
Yeah,
Because at primary school, if your birthday happened in school time, you were allowed to like maybe bring a couple of toys in, and everyone could have a little play for a little while. But mine was always in, it's the end of July, so it was just like, oh fuck.
God,
Which meant that
our
I actually
school,
left
just
school.
got the bumps. That was it.
Yeah,
bumps.
you got that
You got
too.
the bumps.
But it did mean that I got to leave school at 15.
Except at our school, when you got to the last bump, they let go of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Little
happened.
bastards.
That happened.
Yeah.
Let's break his back.
Yeah. It was an art school.
Yeah.
Art South London school, innit?
Yeah.
Even the teachers carried flick knives.
And so, how old were you when you had your first paying job? Anything?
14. 14.
14, yeah. What was
Paying job. What, anything?
Yeah, I was an apprentice painter and decorator.
12.
Yeah.
it? 12.
Oh, sorry, no. Before that, I had a
Paper
paper round.
Paper route.
Yeah,
We all had a
yeah.
paper route.
Yeah.
Paper round, yeah.
Yeah.
But
My first job was paper
I
round.
was
12.
9.
full time
Nine.
job was 14.
Was
Yeah,
that
I was
down
12.
the salt mines? Was it?
Yeah, I was 12. I was
I
working
don't
in
know,
a
Canada had
garage.
salt mines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was working
Although
in a garage.
actually, I did work behind a bar from the age of 9.
The fuck?
My dad was a workingmen's club steward, so
Yeah.
and
Whiskey,
bless him, he
please.
did. I got a full man's wage for doing 2 nights a week.
I remember I went downstairs once. I was staying overnight at my dad's restaurant, and I was thirsty, and so you went downstairs into the restaurant bar.
Yeah.
You sort yourself a drink out, and I'm in there, and some customer comes up and says, "Excuse me, can I have whatever it was, martini?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I thought, "Oh, I'm here. I've got to do it." And I'm halfway through bodging something together, and my dad comes round the corner in Italian, so that the customer he swore very loudly at me and told me to get the fuck upstairs.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, well, I've done wrong. I was only trying to help."
That
And then he
martini
comes up.
has grass cuttings in it.
Yeah, no.
I have to say, I quite like working behind the bar, although seeing everybody pissed all the time sort of put me off alcohol a bit.
I hated
But,
it. I worked at a pub in the evenings to make a bit of extra money. I fucking hated it because it was my local, and like all my mates were on the other side having a really good time, and I'm like, fucking.
I mean, I used to do a Monday night, and actually with the Monday, my parents they wouldn't go out; they'd be in the house, which was part of the premises. But I ran the bar on a Monday night from the age of about 11, and then I would do one night either Friday or Saturday night, or maybe Sunday at a push, because those were the busiest nights, and they'd have my mum, my dad, 2 other barmen, and me working one of those nights because it was really busy. Yeah.
I worked in this pub, and it had 3. Well, it had 2 bars and a restaurant thing, but this was before. It wasn't a typical pub restaurant as you would know it now. It was just like you could eat food there, but the bar was just one long bar, and it ran across all 3. So
Yeah, this was across 2.
yeah, so in the end one you had like all the young people, and then the middle one you had all the old boys. They were playing crib or whatever, and they were drinking, light and mild or whatever, and all those horrible old men's drinks.
Yeah.
And then the other one you had all people drinking wines and stuff, and you were sort of like in 3 different like time zones almost. It was
Well,
horrible.
this club, because it was called the Phoenix. I think I probably said this before to you, and it was a workingmen's club, but it was a railwaymen's club. So it's because it was pretty much close to the railway, just behind the station in York. And the bar, they wouldn't allow women in. Women were not allowed in the bar.
Oh, wow.
They weren't when I first started working there. They weren't allowed to go up to the bar in the concert room. So their husband or the man that they were with would go and buy the drinks, and the men's bar still had spittoons, and it was just I mean my father was the one who had to clear the spittoons out, and he's just like, wow, that's just horrible. It's, and people were still doing chewing tobacco things like that. I don't know.
The
Yeah,
Wild West.
I got a job down at the local garage when I was 12
Mm.
because I knew my dad had taught me everything, and
Yeah.
he had me taking engines apart from about 6, I think. So, and I always remember Joey's name was, and he says, all right, and he says, let's see how good you are then. Will you change the spark plugs? I think it was a Talbot Horizon. No, Sunbeam. Talbot
Yeah.
Sunbeam. And I went, oh, okay. And I went and got a plug socker and took the plugs out and everything like that. He goes, right, put some new ones in. And he gave me the 4 spark plugs. And I go, have you got any feeler gauges? And he went, no, all right, it's obvious you know what you're fucking doing. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was it, Saturdays. It's great. And we really needed it because Dad died, he left nothing.
Yeah, and you needed
No planning, none of this,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. The will was in probate forever.
Mm.
And zero money coming. Mum had a breakdown, she couldn't work. But ultimately lost the job. So it's all right. Working down a garage on a Saturday. And for a little while, especially when I reached about 15, the idea of like, school's not going anywhere, mate.
Yeah.
Go and work down there full time, you know. And it nearly went that way, but she was insistent I'd see school to the end, which I did. And I came away with grade 3 religious education, and that was it.
Well,
So I wasn't even qualified to become a vicar.
no, I left with no qualifications. You know, it was only
Yeah.
later that I went back and did Open University, masters, you know, that sort of stuff. And that was just as an adult. But my father died when I was 18, and the committee of the club wanted us to keep it on. But as an 18-year-old kid, I didn't want to spend every night behind a bar. I wanted to be out with my mates and meeting girls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah, because the girls were too young to come into the bar.
they couldn't come in the bar. Yeah, and actually, it's a workingmen's club, so it's not like it was when workingmen's clubs started to become a bit cool and started to put bands on. I mean, this is an old style workingmen's club.
Yeah.
You know, where the youngest woman would be probably 50. You know, if you're
Yeah.
lucky. So it was not a place for an 18-year-old lad to want to spend his working life and working nights, really, working every evening with one day off a week. So
Yeah.
plus I had a proper job. By then I had a job, and I didn't want to do that as my job, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, after doing all that schooling, I tried to go for O levels, because CSEs. Oh God, well, that's no good. I
No.
tried to go for O levels, and it was well beyond me, and I failed all of them. Some of them dismally. And
I didn't-
all very well, and teacher going, "Oh, do you know what? This is the hardest O level exam paper I've seen in 20 years." I go, "Yeah, that's fucking helpful."
Yeah.
And then when I went down to apply for this job down at the Coachworks, I said, "Oh, I got 3 O levels." I went, "Oh, cool." Just wrote it down. Fine. All right. Yeah, good.
Didn't check. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't bother checking anyway. I said, well, I
No.
could have just done that instead. So,
No, I didn't stay.
but I
on.
mean, an
didn't-
apprentice panel beater, I mean, mate, you might as well be a pig's arse on a farm. Honestly. For all the importance that you actually have. My God. Talk about dog's body. Jesus Christ. 3 years of that.
But no, I mean, I felt school didn't do me any favours. I mean, I mean, if anything, I left school thinking I genuinely thought I was thick. And it's only when I started running my own business that I realised that I was actually quite good at maths for a start, because I was doing my own VAT and stuff like that. And then,
Yeah.
you know, later on, I thought, well, I'll do a course, because I've got no I literally got no qualifications.
Yeah. Well, this is when, you know, because when you get older, you realise that there are children that can be taught and there are children that can learn. And they're two totally different things with two
Absolutely.
different approaches.
I mean,
Isn't it?
I'm very bad at written exams. I mean, to be fair, the OU exams that I did, I scraped through them. Practical work. So my OU modules that I did. So I did a degree in computing over 2 years, and 50% of it would be continuous assessment. So you'd have assignments to do. Those I would get on average between 80 and 95%.
Yeah.
And then when it came to the end of year exams for each of the courses that you do, I would be lucky to get 55%.
Yeah.
So I'm just not very. I was never, memory retention is part of it, but I was never very good at being able to memorize stuff to write it down.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not good at that at all.
I mean, I'm sure one of them I actually failed, but because it was so close. They would have looked. They would have looked at the other stuff, that the assessments I'd had through the year, and seen that I was getting between 80 and 95%.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that when I did one of them was on software. Smalltalk was a programming language, and I'm pretty sure the written assignment at the end of it I more or less failed, borderline fail.
Yeah.
But I passed. And then after doing the degree, master's level work is so much easier.
Yeah.
Because I absolutely loved it. It was great.
Yeah.
It's hard work, but it's still,
Yeah.
And I just didn't pick modules where there was an exam in it. So I picked everything with continuous assessment. So it proves that people, different people learn differently. Matt, my eldest, he's great at exams. He cannot revise, can cram it the night before and pass with flying colours. He could always do that.
Bastard.
And he used to just annoy me because, I said, well, his brother, to be fair, would revise properly. He would spend 2 or 3 weeks. He'd have schedules and all that sort of thing. He'd be doing everything. But Matt literally could turn up and just pass.
Yeah, I was like
Nice.
that. I never did any homework ever until I got to university. And here you do, after your secondary school, you have to do 2 years of college at least, and then you go to university.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So never did any homework until and it was really hard because I never did any homework, so I didn't know how to study.
Yeah. I mean, Wagoo's pointed out the small talk. He did the same small talk course. Yeah, it was really bizarre. I would have much preferred to have done JavaScript. It was really much more useful to me. I mean, I've never used Smalltalk as a programming language since, because nobody ever uses it.
Just in general conversation.
Yeah.
Just in general conversation, exactly. So there's 2 of us who know what Smalltalk is.
Yeah, I
Me and
don't even
Wagoo,
know
that's
what-
it. The rest of you have got no clue.
It's a great track by Scritti Politti on Cupid and Psyche 85.
It is, I know. Yeah, it is. But he's not talking about the programming language.
No. I got put on report 13 times at secondary school for not doing homework. I was notoriously bad for not doing homework.
I don't ever remember doing homework, if I'm honest.
No.
I probably did, but I don't really
If I had
remember doing
homework,
it.
I was doing it walking to school on the Monday morning.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I have to say that the D level, we were pretty much abandoned as, to be taught. Like I say, the French teacher was the best one. Where first couple of lessons we turn up, and then we're asked to go to the library, and then other teachers are coming in at the beginning and saying, "So why in the library? Oh, Miss So and So Santa's here to read." Oh, that's all right then,
Haley's looking for hair.
Bollocks.
Did you find it? Well, that's
She's
a good
looking
place
for
to
your
start. Yeah, that's a good place to start. Yeah. Start there, work your way up.
I used to go into the library at the last high school I was at, only to ever read pretty much one book, and that was the Synthesizer Handbook.
Oh yeah, I've got the
By-
Synthesizer Handbook by.
I forget his name now. They had a Roland, was it RS09 or the Saturn? They were very close, weren't they?
They very
Had one
looked
of
the
those
same
on the
almost,
front.
didn't
Yeah, the
Yeah,
synthesizer handbook is great. Actually, if you haven't got it, get it because it's brilliant.
It's in the box back
Yeah.
there somewhere. I
Yeah,
need to get that out. But
I
yeah,
used to remember the name of the guy who wrote that, and I can't now.
I know. I'll find it. Begins with a D, doesn't it? It's Dave or Derek or probably not.
it's in the house. I think it's not there.
It's got. I've literally the synthesizer and electronic keyboard handbook by
Bye.
by
I want to see something called
David Crombie. There you go.
Can you, I
There you
was
go.
going to say, I thought it was C, but it could have been anybody, couldn't it?
You had the joy of sex in your school library. So did I, but it
I
wasn't
had
a
the joy
book.
of reading,
I used to own a copy of that a long time ago.
and it had a forward by Thomas Dolby, didn't it?
What, Joyce?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
On the,
Oh,
on the
just
cover.
just got his copy.
There's mine.
There it is. That's it. Oh, it's a vintage.
That's Mark Vale's book. That
Mark
is.
Vale's book. I've got that
Vale's
book.
book,
That is
yeah.
a great book, actually.
Yeah, I love this book.
Yeah, I've got one of those, and I think an earlier version of that as well.
Great
Yeah.
photos of.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
that's
superb.
what I used to do with the synthesizer handbook.
that,
was I would
Cambrio?
just sit there.
Yeah, it's a Combrio.
I would
Yeah.
sit there and just look at these things
Yeah.
and go, and I would memorize their specifications and not fully understanding what they all meant because the only synthesizer I was able to play at that time was that Korg 700. But it was between that book and the adverts, the inner cover adverts on
2500.
1-2 Testing magazine,
500.
where I fell in love with the
AKS.
SS101.
I think so.
Yeah, nice AKS there.
Yeah, it's an AKS.
Yeah.
4-voice. Looks like a first gen Odyssey. And the Poly Ensemble.
Yeah. Remember, who was it? There's some geezer. I think it was a customer or something like that.
There we go. Beautiful.
He's got his
Picture of it.
AKS.
Yeah.
And he goes, so why do they call it AKS? I said, oh, because it's a Synth A with a keyboard. So it's an A keyboard sequencer, AKS. So it stands for.
I've got half biscuit boobs. We've all done
There we
that.
go. Poly 6 and then the Voyatras.
Oh, Boitras.
Yeah.
Oi.
That's it.
Trying to get
Yeah.
a Boitra. That looks like a Saturn.
Yeah.
It was either a Saturn or an RSO9. I think it was a Saturn.
No, if it was an RSO9, they'd be footage.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the
Beautiful.
Saturn.
Beautiful picture of an 80.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. 70 never looked as impressive to me.
Yeah.
And doesn't when I open the garage door every time.
Bunch of
There's
weird
one there,
stuff
guys.
there.
Well, Synclavier. Is it on top?
No.
Some-
It's a techno. This looks like late 80s. Digital synthesizer that permits the fusion of synthesis and analysis. Not sure what that is.
Top left picture?
Yeah, the top left. It's not a Synclav.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I've seen it before. Bugger if I can know what it's called.
It was made by Technos. Looks like the 16 Pi.
No.
What else we got? There we go. The Mini. Of course.
System 15?
Yeah, I think so. An
Oscar.
Oscar. And I'm not sure what system that is. Oh, it's a Surge modular.
Excuse me.
What else we got? There you go. Some Emu stuff, as well as the original Oddity. Yeah, I think I picked this book up at Borders 2005, I think.
Man, I'm good.
Yeah.
Could hear a funny noise at the front and went, that's a Sainsbury's van doing a fruit shop. And I looked at it and bloody is. You know that noise they make when they're reversing?
Mm.
It sounds like somebody's scraping a cat over sandpaper.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ah.
Right, gents, I'm going to get off for a bit. I'm going to go back home.
Alright, darling.
I will be back on in about 25 minutes.
Okay.
Fucking steal my thunder. Fuck off. I'm pulling the knee in first.
Well, I'm putting it in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'll try and be back as quick as possible. So.
Right, ready,
Take
Matt?
it easy.
You're lucky you
See you
got,
later,
you
mate.
got
I'll
two
go on by the
people
time you get
pulling
back.
it.
See you,
3,
Robbie. See you, Matt.
2, 1.
Matt. Bobby, Matt.
Ah.
Oh, somewhere in here. There we go. Steve with, I think that's Damius.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That is a very muffly piano.
Hmm.
It did sound a bit muffly, yes.
Yeah, it's the
It sounded nice, though.
oh, what's her mush? Oh, God's sake, I can't remember. What is her name? Alicia Keys.
Yeah, Alicia's Keys.
Yeah, her glass piano, whatever it is. You actually need something a lot brighter than that.
See, I did, when I played that song, I used just a regular Arturia piano, and you put a chorus on it to have the detune effect.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's, just makes you cry every time you play it. Well,
Yeah, I know, it's... oh.
It's a beautiful song. Jesus.
Yeah.
And with the title, Memories of Green, it evokes so many images. I mean, and with the movie, right? It's, there's no more green. That's why people leave Earth. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. It's a lovely, lovely piece.
Yes. I think one of his most emotional, if there might, La Petite Fille de la Mer.
Yeah, absolutely. Because and then there was a lot of people saying, "Oh, yeah." Then he started to go very commercial and everything like that. But even his commercial stuff was nice.
Hmm.
I was watching a documentary about him last night, and he never learned music. He started playing piano at 3 years old, but he never learned a note of music. He couldn't read it, can't write it. It's pretty amazing. When he just goes, well, no, it's we're made of music. It's, I don't know. When he was talking,
I must
about
remember
it,
that. I must remember that because I'm the same.
Oh yeah, I mean, I tried to learn. I said, fuck that.
No, I haven't even tried. I've looked at music books and gone, nope, that's not for me.
Oh yeah.
You don't need to, do you? I mean, I learnt to read. I mean, at first I'm self-taught to play. Never had a piano lesson in my life, but I did teach myself to read music. But I can't sight read very well, so it takes me a while to work it out if I absolutely need to.
My mum was brilliant with that the number system. She used to play just by reading the numbers.
Yeah.
On the Yamaha organ, and then the Clavinova when I bought her the Clavinova.
Yeah.
And she'd be rattling off all sorts of pieces. And I must admit, it must be nice to be able to play something you've never played before, and you're not even quite sure how it goes, and just be able to do it. You know.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, you don't need to learn like the technical stuff or the reading, and because I mean, music is a language, and you can speak a language without knowing how to read or write
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like I'm learning Chinese these days, and with the fucking Hanzi signs. Fuck it. It's easier to speak it than to write it and read it. I tell you that.
Yeah. That I can well believe.
There's 12,000 signs. How do you? It takes them 12 years of school to learn their alphabet. And I'm not kidding. In China, it takes 12 years to learn the alphabet.
Wow.
So anyway.
Yeah. And the guys there watching you going, he said, "Hello, my milk bottles are on fire." What?
Well, I famously said to a guy, I wanted to say that they had a beautiful house, and I said, "Your wife looks like a pig." They realized what I was just the wrong intonations, right?
Yeah.
And then they realized, and they all started laughing, obviously. And then I realized, they told me what I was supposed to say.
Yeah.
Okay, but you tell a guy that his wife looks like a pig. Anyway.
Yep.
Believe it or not, I use written out music all the time.
I'm not surprised.
And I didn't, honestly, I don't think I really grasped it until, I knew I could do very simple single line stuff in, 5th or 6th grade, because that's when you were playing in concert band and things like that.
Yeah.
But now, if I'm prepping for something, I've got a 4-day tour coming up playing with another artist, and I got to learn all his stuff. And basically I'll chord chart stuff out, but if there's any specific parts, then I'll go into Notion and I'll notate it all out, and then have my iPad over here and just use it as a cheat sheet.
Right.
But whereas I'm helping with teaching music here at the school, after we get done Christmas season, we're going to start with recorders, and I'm going to be writing some very, very simple pieces that they can play.
Yeah.
Because I want to see how well they read, but the biggest thing is I want to introduce it.
Yeah. I mean, I write on my own chord charts of pieces, and then if there's a melody part on play over that, I would write that out.
It's still fascinating how old music notation is. It's been around since probably the 800s or 900s.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think you need to get on board early with it.
You do, and I didn't. So it's always it would always be a struggle.
Yeah.
For me to up my game with it now. I don't need to really.
Yeah. I did at one point attempt to try and see if I could learn it, or at least some of it in some rudimentary way at least, but it's sort of it looks like I'm too dyed in the wool here for that. I
mean, I've always had chord charts, but I mean, playing keyboards, I would always have synth sounds written down anyway for different songs playing live. So if I'm going to do that, I may as well have the chord charts and the little melody bits as well. Then I've never had the best memory in the world in that sense. So I would always, whether I used it or not was another matter. I didn't always need to. If it's only 3 chords, it's easy, isn't it?
Until you get into.
Yeah. I'd never write the syncopation parts down or any of that sort of stuff. I'd just write the chords down and then a top melody if I need it.
It makes communication difficult, though. I must admit, when people say to me, "Oh, how, what is that chord you play there?" And I go, "It's that shape."
Yeah.
It's that.
Oh, I know the shape, and I know the chords. I know the inversions. It's like
Yeah.
And I always tend to use slightly odd second and third inversions rather than first inversions anyway. What I always did do.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of D third inversion.
No, well, that's because of your schooling.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was in D.
Actually,
yeah.
So
Called
what
back.
is that?
I mean, I can sing in D,
First,
so I am a D. I am a D person. Just haven't got the D hat.
so what is a D third inversion?
Okay, so I will say, and I will correct you, there is no third inversion. There's root position,
Yeah, it's not that.
first inversion,
All right, okay, second inversion.
second inversion.
Yeah.
The
fair
third
enough.
inversion would be if it was a 4-note chord.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You're
like
right.
a D7,
Yeah.
root, first, second, third. So to get to that second inversion, you're basically going to put the A on the bottom.
I am.
And then A, D, F sharp.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, in my language, it's like, yeah, you just start from a weird position.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
In my language, they go, yeah, you
Yeah.
play a D, but you start from that, that F sharp instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that C chord should be a minor.
Really?
Watch what happens with this E flat.
See, I can't
with
tell
all
that's a
with
C
all
chord.
with all 4 chords. Watch the C flat. It's constant.
Right.
Just like in the other part of Dream is Collapsing where it goes to the yeah.
There?
Yeah. And then the C opening chord should be a minor. And there's the other part. And I know this because I watched a Dream Theater concert back in the 2011s when they were touring for that album. They opened their show with a playback of Dream is Collapsing before they went into their first song.
Yeah. Interesting.
And it's funny, I was talking about this on the last pub. I had one high school kid. I was playing those chords. He was like, "Ooh, Inception!" I'm like, what piece?
Yeah. Exactly. But it's like when I used to play the like the Long March for donkeys, Now, what was it now? I'm trying to think now. That was easy enough.
Yeah.
But then dropping that A down to the G sharp, that chord, I always used to actually do that instead. And knew it didn't sound right, but couldn't figure out for donkeys why it didn't sound out. And then I played it on an 80 and got it immediately.
It's like the sound.
It's something about the
sometimes.
sound just going, yeah, obviously it's got to be that. No, oh, right, there it is. Because I'm playing the same sound. And it's like, which is weird. So I'm going, oh, wait a minute. I've got to go out and buy a Moog 3C if I'm going to, do any of the old classic stuff back in the day. Oh, yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, gosh,
Right, gentlemen, it's time to go and do an Ian.
Right, darling.
So I will see you later.
All right, babe. Take
I
care.
don't see you. I'll see you through the window. Later, guys. Bye.
Take care, mate.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, pardon me.
So Keith, how
there
do
was
you
that
like
one-
that?
There was that one chord progression in Chicago's Hard Habit to Break, the one that starts like where it's right before the key change, and it's all these. And it took me forever to figure that out. I finally had to like listen and try to figure out what each chord was.
Yeah, keep smacking it till it's
And it
the
helps,
same sort of thing.
yeah. And to your point, getting a big, getting the right sound. Is, I want to say on that album they used a ton of Oberheim stuff.
Yeah.
It was that chord that I was having issues with, and I wasn't quite putting my hand on like what it was. Like I got the opening. It's like a major, minor, and then okay, and then I was doing this, and it still wasn't right. And then I finally was like, let's see. It's like a sus4, and then being without you, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. It's always the same. When you got 75% of the chord and you know it's not right, but you know it's really, really damn close. And
It's very close. I had the same issue with Africa during the verse. There was one chord I
Yeah.
wasn't quite getting. It was the next chord, because I was always thinking it was that or something else.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I need to listen to it again.
Yeah.
And then I finally, I want to say 3 years ago, I finally figured it out. It's like an E over an
Yeah.
F sharp. And then it's like those
See, what
tiny
you
little
needed was a
things.
GS1. That's what
Yeah.
you needed, mate. You just needed a GS1.
I needed a GS1 and I needed an 80.
Yeah. Pop up to the local store. And, yeah. GS1.
I'll go to Three-Way and see, hey, you guys got a GS1? Oh, and you got the programmer for it too? Probably not.
No, probably not.
Probably not, but with the pile of stuff they have, if they uncovered one, I probably wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, minute by minute. That's, if I can find, let me go back to here. The nice thing about the Karma is instead of having to like go through each sound, there's a category hold. So now I can browse all of the so it's a mixture of like some sevenths, some diminished, and it's a very gospel-y kind of feel. It's not just the chords, but the feel has got to be right. And then where's the one? Because it sounds like it's it's actually triplets. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love that tune. I love his playing anyway. And then and I didn't know this, but the tune "It Keeps You Running" off of the previous album was done on a very cheap. I want to say it was called a Sound City piano. It's like kind of the Univox like compact piano or something like that. Kind of one of those. What is it? The Interstellar theme? I don't. Browse the yacht rock category. No, that would be in Keyscape. I'd have to do it in Keyscape.
Interstellar theme.
Was that Hans or was that somebody else?
No, it's Hans.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I think so.
You know, something like.
Man with
Oh,
Beard
this-
says
that
that's the
bit.
one. Yeah.
Right, I know that
says that was
bit.
it,
I did know he's Batman as well for a while. A bit of it anyway.
Yeah.
You know. I'm doing all that business.
Yeah. I still want to work on that one at some point. Yeah, that's a great
That's why
score too.
That's why I always like watching Jules Holland.
Yeah.
Fucking wicked on the piano.
Oh yeah, he is. That's another band I need to get into is Squeeze.
Oh
Especially
yeah.
the stuff that he played.
I mean, all the Polymo stuff on Up the Junction.
Yeah.
Oh dear me. See now the Polybrute 12 is even closer to me now. Okay. It's a pretty keyboard as well.
Yeah, how do you like it, Kate?
Absolutely love it. Had a go at Robbie's one earlier in the year,
Yeah.
and that sort of sealed it.
Yeah.
And then to fill the 4 months it took to arrive, I bought the Matrix boot, and that is sort of my introduction to this. You know, in sort of how much of the sort of layout similar and things like that. But obviously, this goes beyond
Yeah.
the functionality of the Matrix boot. But I don't know if it's. Yeah, it's the keyboard's something else. I mean, it's probably like you getting an Osmos, Ken,
Yeah.
and having to learn. And the worst thing is really, it's a bit inconvenient to play it properly. I need to stand up because it's too high for the chair.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
won't
that
go
where you
anymore.
tilt
So,
it or something.
I'm thinking tomorrow I've got a big washing basket here full of junk because it's on an X-frame. It's
Yeah.
fixed at its height, and it obviously need to lower it. But to do that, I've got to get the feet out. But then I've got a washing basket there. I need to move
Yeah.
that, see what I can throw away, and see if I can then lower the whole lot. Other than that, it's stand up and play
Yeah.
it. But that means I've then got to lump my chair, and
And
that's
hope that you don't hit your head on the ceiling.
well, not quite. It's not
Yeah.
quite that bad, but it's actually moving the chair from here and then standing up on the cover that goes over where the stairwell is to go downstairs. There's a couple of boards on there, which is strong enough to hold me. You know, the chair's not going to go through it or anything, but it's
Yeah.
still a bit more inconvenient.
Or as Paul in the chat says, get the legs.
Yeah.
Like Robbie's got.
Yeah, but see, the worst thing I did is when I got the Voyager XL, the only place I could put it was in front of me, and that means I've got an old kitchen stool to rest it on.
Yeah.
And every time I want to go downstairs, I'd have to take it off the stool, move it over, push the chair back, put
Yeah.
the Moog up and the stool. I'm just saying it was,
No, I get it.
yeah.
Because, I mean, 2 years ago I thought the place was crowded, but my God, now, isn't it? It's really sort of like
It
the
doesn't
whole
help.
room is now come to you, isn't it?
Doesn't help because it's so well from what it is on the stand. Is it far back? Yeah, it is. It's right back on the stand.
Yeah, it's quite deep as well, isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I mean. It's probably the
Yeah.
furthest, the biggest depth of synth I've had on here.
Yeah. Because like, the height suddenly becomes very important when you've got things like poly pressure. You really don't want anything higher than, you know,
Yeah, you want your wrist
Here.
nice and
you know,
nice and straight.
where you got it sort of like more here. It's sort of like, yeah, you're sort of having to get this kind of angle. Or, like you say, you have to play it standing up.
No, I really want the Jaspers,
Mm.
and then just have whatever height I can get. But you know, if I could get 6,
Well, they do a 7, don't they?
I haven't seen a 7, but I mean,
Was it
6
a
with
7? It might be the 6. You might be right there, buds.
I need to do. I just need to. Well, I've always said now for 2 years, haven't I?
Mm.
I need to sort of almost gut up here, take it all downstairs. And the only way I could afford to do that is to say my missus packing for a month and the dogs.
Yeah.
So I mean, saying that, I'm still on track to retire at the end of this year.
Careful.
We've heard that before.
Yeah. So was I.
No, honestly, I'm just saying
Mm.
I'm still on track to retire at the end of this year. So
Mm.
come January, I just need to spend a lot of time up here, taking a lot of stuff downstairs, sorting out an area, when planning. You know, when I sort of, even 2-3 years ago, when I thought planning, you sort of, everything changes every day.
Yeah.
So the Mackie mixer goes from there to the wall, and I thought about it the other day, and I thought, I wonder if I put it in the middle above the loft window, and then I could get one. I measured it out. I could either get 1 or 2 rows of 19-inch, probably get one the other side, and then you sort of think, oh yeah, but the cables, and then sort of what should I do with the stuff at the back? And you know, stuff at the back's okay, it just needs to be moved backwards as far as it can. And then say the Jasper's there, and I might be, you know, then if I ever got the other half of the loft cleared out, I don't think I'd have a problem. You know, because I thought about it today, because this turned up this week. I know you will just say just one more synth, and I've just got one more on my mind.
Oh, yeah.
Before I retire, because I think after retire, the funds aren't going to be there, so all I can afford is an occasional cable or something. And probably people who've taken notice of what I bought over the last 3 years, now I've got more than enough to not need to buy any more. Simple as that.
Well, it's simple. Yeah, it's easy to say, but
I know it's going to be easy to say when I haven't got the
no,
budget.
something
to
will
go
come
with.
out.
Yeah, it is really a retirement project, I think, now,
Yeah.
more than anything. Oh, no, it's September. What are we on now? End of September?
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of 3 months. And if nothing else, in the winter, when I won't put the heating on, I'll be up and down these loft stairs. I won't need any heating. I'll be working up a sweat.
Mate. I think if I do get some time, we'll sit down and write some stuff. I think at some point.
No, but that's the whole thing, Kent. It's same as me. I've got sort of, little bits of instrumental music written. Up on the board is 2 songs that's got music and words written. Just getting it all together. The doors, the Cubase is sat on the computer now, probably for a good year or nearly a year, I think. So a lot to learn, a lot to do.
Yeah.
And as Sudo said, he said he retired last year and is busier now than ever. And so with me, not only have I got up here, I've got the dogs, I've got my little collection of bicycles to go out on, which I really need to do. Really need some exercise.
Yeah.
Sitting up here isn't much of an exercise for me, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, it would be the same here if I retired, and then I'd spend the next 14 months clearing the place out.
You can make some people very happy, though, Kent.
Oh, mate, there's just so much. And the attic, oh my God, the attic. Oh, Jesus Christ, you never seen so. I mean, Bert Cat puts easily listening time albums and stuff like this. Like, why have we got all this stuff up here? James' Last Hits, fucking got the box set thing. Gonna have to go through all this stuff at some point. But like Fiona said, I said I'd like to actually do some writing and everything, release it and stuff like that. And she goes, it's going to end up being basically a Vangelis tribute album. Okay. So, yeah, I'll hang my name on that. I'm not bothered.
But at the end of the day, Kent, there's other people out there that have done that because they've been such a fan that they've, created music in the likes of Vangelis or Jar or in our genre sort of thing. It's not such a bad thing.
Yeah, I suppose not.
I mean, the difference might be is you're gonna play it on an 80. Most others will have a VST or something, won't they?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, Keith. You see, by the time I actually do get round to this puppy will be gone, and I will actually be doing it 80-less. Strangely enough, so. But there again, a lot of his music didn't have 80 on it. A lot of his early stuff. I mean, there was no 80 on his early gear at all, was there? So, and a lot, some of the tracks were like there was actually more System 100 on it than there was 80. So, I don't know. I think the synthesizers have come along far enough where you can get the approximation, and I might have an advantage over other people of knowing precisely what it is supposed to sound like. As opposed to somebody who gets an approximation, but from listening to the record or something like that, as opposed to actually knowing literally what the value conversions are for each parameter and stuff like that. So.
Yes, it'd be no good me trying to write a Vangelis sounding album because I've got some of his stuff downstairs, but nowhere near like you've listened and studied his music, to the point of.
Yeah, I mean, it's
picking
ridiculous.
Out
ridiculous levels. Yeah. So I don't. Mind you, I get the idea from some people that that's what they would expect from me. What they'd expect me to do anyway is to do something along those lines. So why disappoint? So, I just fancy doing it for myself, just to see if I can do it. I didn't want anything else, just to prove to myself.
But I think that's why I've written music songs over the years.
Yeah,
is because I can, and I've never expected anyone to listen to it either. And I suppose it's one of these things where at the end of the day, I mean, you can put it up on the streaming sites and YouTube or whatever, and sort of, I don't know, how much of a legacy do you want out of it, sort of thing. You know, so because there's the world's open so much to the streaming services and YouTube now. You know, just looking at the groups on Facebook for instruments, and you know, once a week someone's come up, listen to my new album. Well, I'm sure it's very good, but we haven't got time, you know, have we, to listen to it?
Oh,
No, just listen to mine. That's all.
I mean, it's not so bad for me because you know, when people you know release something on Bandcamp or whatever, like with Lady Aptitude stuff and Matt Connor just released another one as well, and I can actually have them playing in the workshop while I'm working. And sometimes you can like, you know, go, oh, it's a nice track, and play that one again and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm actually freer to listen to music any time, sort of thing, as opposed to, you know, when you're in a place of work, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're wandering around with headphones on, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I do the same with the Bandcamp stuff that I've bought. When I'm dog walking.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, just pick one and press play and off you go. And that's all Bandcamp stuff. That's not commercial artists, if you like.
Yeah.
You know, I certainly, you know, I wouldn't listen to Vangelis or Jar or anyone like that on my dog walks. I'd rather listen to people in hardware jams, the chat, you know, whoever.
Exactly. Like,
and Justin, you know,
including
Justin.
Yeah, this is why it's good when you know, when people do the streams, and you can listen to this, and you just have that running, you know, and just Bluetooth it to the big speakers up in the workshop and have that blaring out.
Yeah.
Off the YouTube, you know.
That's
just a good a source of music as. Besides, it's actually more fun to listen to music that's been written by people you know, by whether it's association through chat and other things like that, and there's more of a connection to the music then, you know.
Absolutely, that's
because you kind of know the person behind it more.
No, that's right. That's my reasoning as well. It's I still buy one or two CDs, and if I buy them, they're not new. They're all used, but
yeah,
you know, it's great. You know, I CDs buying. You know, I could still go out and buy another 2,000 CDs tomorrow if I had the money and the space to put them. You know, all the music I do like, but my idea of listening to the modern music isn't obviously the top 40 charts. It's listening to the Bandcamp releases.
Yeah.
Sorry, but my turn to pull me in.
Hey.
I might be back. Nice to see you all.
And you're going to pull an Arnie as well.
An Arnie?
An Arnie. It might be back.
Oh, Arnie Arnold. Okay, yeah. I might be
Is
back.
it late there?
Okay. No, it's just Arnie. I'm just used to Arnold. So that's why.
Oh, I do beg your puddings. Yes. All right,
Anyway.
darling.
Yeah.
See you later.
Look after yourself.
Yep, see you,
Take care
Jeff.
for a bit.
Be well.
Ta-da, man.
So yeah, I still, I mean, I've done the music for Dom, and that's never been played. Well, I play it still because to keep it fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
But it's never been heard. It's never been recorded. You know, by the time I retire, it'll be Dom's second year of passing that it's likely to be heading for, sort of thing, and things. I bought something that, you know, every time I buy a piece of kit, I think, yeah, I can use that for a hardware jam. And then I never get the stuff. It's not about the ideas, it's getting some of the stuff together to make a jam. Because I don't have a great collection of the boxes, the electron boxes, where they are with buttons and things on it. You know,
Yeah.
that, you know, you and I don't write music in that format, do we?
Not really, no.
No. You know, sequencer is a sequencer and things like that. But I'd rather try and use it. You know, my thinking is a drum machine, possibly a sequencer, and then playing something over the top of it with a keyboard or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, but this is why I'm so jealous of Synchrotron, because he's there with the gear, and he goes bish bash bish bash bash, bish, does this, does that, click, wiggle wiggle wiggle, do this, do this, do this, and there's this environment going. Play guitar over it, play a keyboard with it, you know, and you can play it for like, you know, sometimes, you know, hour and a half, 2 hours. And it doesn't get boring, anything like that, and it just happens and everything like that, and you go, boom, there you go. Like that, and you go, for me to put 2 hours of music together, year and a half? Do you know what I mean? Because it was like, well, it's got to be all intricate and you'll do this and do that and everything else. And I go, I love the simplicity of that, and you just go, bing, 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 and let it happen. The gear is in the same place every week. Nothing's moved.
No.
No
Nothing.
rearrangements and stuff like this. You go,
Well, and
how does he do this?
And there's no great buying of gear either. It's
No.
using his existing gear in different ways.
Yeah.
Ranges
I really envy
between,
that. I really envy that.
ranges between drones and arpeggiators, or a bit of both, and then his guitar on top. But that, you know, if I could aim for that, it would be something. It would be that step forward. I think that, in a way, that's what I'm aiming for. Is say something with a drum machine, something with a sequencer, with patterns, and then playing over the top. If I could even just get one like that, maybe the foot in the door would just then produce. You know, I couldn't do one every week.
No.
You know, the people who do, you know, who know their, it's the ones with the boxes that just buttons, and they just, you know, tap out. That's a beat. That's a thing that, you know, the ones he does, like the Electron and all that sort of gear. I mean, MPC and the Fusion, is it? And good, you know, goodness knows what. You know, they just string it all together, don't they? And they get a track at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I've tried the, you know, the kitten tickling approach, and I'm just not good at it, for want of a better word. Maybe, you know, I could try practicing more, but, you know, again, time is always, because it's either been no money, bags of time, or the other way around. There's never really been that happy medium. So, and I mean, you know, I've barely used the drum log. I still haven't plugged the finger drum in yet. How long have I had that? Year? Must be getting on for a bleeding year.
Yeah, probably a year.
Yeah, I don't think I've plugged it in yet. What the hell? I don't know. And it's not. And it's not because I'm busy. It's because I'm lazy. That's the bottom line. You know, I will quite happily admit that in front of everybody. Sometimes I come in here and just go, oh, really? Oh, maybe I could just go and lay down on the settee with the dogs and watch some rugby. Yeah, I'll do that. You know, instead of going, right. I don't know, the enthusiasm has been pulled out of me. Maybe it's because I'm working on synthesizers all day. The last thing you want to do is go in and try and be creatively working on synthesizers for the rest of the day. Maybe that's it. Sort of like busman's holiday kind of syndrome. But you got all, you know, I got all this gear here, where people would be going, fucking yeah, let me at it, and I'm there going, oh, really can't be bothered. So it's my own stupid fault, to be honest.
That's the same here, Kent, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it got to the point where the buying of the stuff and setting it up was actually the end all and be all of it. And the actual thought of actually using it in any constructive way hadn't entered into the process of the purchase, which is ridiculously stupid. It's like I got that Beat Step Pro. I haven't run it yet.
Yeah. No.
It's there, it's on, but God, I'm an arsehole.
So, Ken, I mean the same. I've got the Sonicware Ambient Zero sitting there, and I've got the bass and drum. And yes, I've plugged them in and switched them on, and then I've struggled because I've never got, half the time I never get off some of the basic presets. The drum thing just plays the drum beat or pattern, and I want to change it, and then I've just got to go away and read the book or go and watch Chris Lodi or something.
That's it. You know you're on the wrong road. I mean, if somebody came in here now and said, "Oh, you got a drum log?" Yeah. Oh, how do you program rhythms into it? Oh no, I haven't done that before. Oh, how's the beat step work? Oh. How's the MPCX work? Oh. I know there's an on button on the back.
Yeah.
And the pads do things when you load in a file, but and you think, you wasteful bastard.
Yeah, I think I really need a synth buddy. Someone knows a bit of keyboard, someone knows a bit of modular, and the like the Sonicware stuff. Just knows a little bit. Someone like Andy or Grace or others. That know a little bit of everything and could just start saying, look, this is how this works. Get a drum beat going. Yeah, okay. When you want to change it, you just need to do this, right, okay. And then come back next week and say, well, there's your Ambient Zero. But probably between the two of those, you'll get a hardware jam.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Without even thinking of touching a keyboard or something, or something else.
Yeah, this is why I was hoping that maybe the what was that bloody software we could jam with people? I've forgotten the name of it.
Oh, Jamtaba.
Jamtaba, that's it. Thank you. Would give some sort of momentum to like trying to be creative and being there at a time and doing something. I could never really get it to work satisfactorily. It was always a little bit. Always a little bit sort of like off, but
that and it would be nice to have video along with it too.
yeah, that would be something. I think it could be done if it went to then a final computer that was doing the streaming where everything met.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Again, it's sitting down and trying to get it all to work and having something in place, because I've got that big old PC over there that it could set that up to be the final stream out, as it were. But I don't know. Again, Synchrotron, he managed to get some of that Jamtaba thing going on, didn't he? With 1 or 2 weeks. A few weeks ago, I think it was, wasn't it?
It does about once a month if they can get together.
You had people coming in and you could hear them as well with the stream going out, as it were.
Yeah. I think each of the 4 of them had their own stream going. And that either whoever you watched had the full stream going.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that would be have that meeting point. Because what I was having here was I could have the streams coming in, but they would not go out into the stream. And I think it had something to do with all being on the same computer. I think that's what might have been the issue. Whereas if it had been done on another machine and streamed out that way, so that it's just going in and straight out again. Something to do with the loop. No, it might have been something because of that when I was using
Loop
this
back.
operating system before, and it wasn't very happy with the focus right, and there was all sorts of weird crap going on. But now everything works, you know, so does what it needs to do. So maybe we should look at it again at some point. Oh, I don't know. It's like I spent all that time playing in the dark with the rises. If you play in the dark, you really learn how to play a rise real quick. You know, where you're doing it by feel more than anything else. Yeah. And so when you're playing it in daylight, it's an absolute breeze. But I've let that slip as well. Haven't played a rise properly for a while. I think one of the biggest mistakes I think I made was buying the Seaboard. Because that is just, forget it. That is, you know, a Seaboard rise with, compared to the big Seaboard.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, you got knee pads, helmet, stabilizers, you know, and the bike's got 4 wheels in comparison to trying to play a Seaboard, because it's just so, you just millimeter out, and it's like, whoa, you know, like a 4-year-old's violin practice. So it's like, oh god, you know, that you just spend most of your time making faces, and that's just playing one note at a time.
Yeah, I must admit, I looked into them.
Yeah, the Grand, the Seaboard.
Yeah,
Grand,
when you said about selling it, and the more I read, the more I just thought, sorry, I couldn't do it. Because
no, it is really hard. It's really hard.
It was more what I was reading was the battle of the software and things that, you know, I'd have got one, and you know, I'd have just, you know, when I didn't plug in this and this and this and it didn't work, that's when as per usual, I get defeated. I'm really surprised how easy the Polybrute was.
Yeah.
The Muse needs an update. Something else needs an update somewhere in here. Something else needs an update. And I haven't done the Muse. I might feel a bit more confident because this just worked like a dream.
Yeah.
Try that. But yeah, the Volley just thought, no, it's no point even thinking about it, because it would just sit up in the corner with the rest of them, sort of thing. Yeah. You know, I haven't got the sense to sell it.
No, I mean, I still love the Rise. It is beautifully expressive and all that, but I need to sort of like have another run up at it again before I use it in anger. So, it always make, when you go to a conventional keyboard, you always feel a bit weird for a while, and you're trying to slide on very unforgiving plastic and stuff like, oh, it's not working. So you just get into the mindset of it. But it does some lovely analogy type sounds. Well, it did. For some reason, I'm having trouble getting Strobe 2 to work on the Mac, or on this Mac anyway. It's been very sort of like, nah, don't want to work. Because I did like a CS80 brass in Strobe 2 that was, seriously, you couldn't tell them apart. You know, if you're using it with a Rise, obviously, but now I can't get the software to fire up. So, and you know, but when I got the Rise 2, essentially it's exactly the same as the Mark 1, except it's silver, and they replaced the USB B with a USB C. That's it. That's the only difference. Oh, and I think there's a slightly more pronounced ridge on the keys, so you can feel where the centre of the key is, which is actually what the Sewell Grand needs. Thing is, when you got a controller that costs £5,000, you're reluctant to try and modify it with bits of plastic and glue. It's like, a bit dodgy, because you could put ridges, I suppose, onto the keyboard. I don't know if that would be such a good idea. Well, it would make it worth nothing, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, but the thing is, Paul, just using a sequencer automatically puts you onto a different level. Having a sequencer running on something. So if I turn a sequencer on, I will play completely differently to if there wasn't a sequencer running. It's weird. Perhaps I am affected by the gear more than I think. But I do like the idea, I've done it many times before, is get a little 8-bar loop going and then just play stuff over the top. Looking for different sets of chord progressions or whatever, and finding what complements it and what and obviously on many occasions what doesn't. And that is a great way of actually sort of like piecing together something towards actually writing the track as well.
Yeah.
But it's that thing of, sometimes you put in too many notes. Especially when you first get a sequencer. You put in too many notes into the loop. You just want it to go, yeah, let's do this. Blah, 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 blah. And you go, no, cut it. Come back. Less is more. That less is more thing, and it's quite a trip, the whole thing. But at some point I'll get to it. I will do it. I am determined to do it. It's just getting the time.
Yeah. I had my QX3 out last week for, really it was for a couple of the music classes. I wanted to show them how you would have done music before a computer, before computers became mainstream. So I had the QX3, and then I had these two guys.
Yeah.
And then I had a drum machine, my RX-17, and then a DM5 Alesis, and then I basically showed them, put together like an 8-bar sequence. Like, all right, first you have to do this, then you have to do this, then you have to do this, and look at how far we've come with computers and how much easier it is with a computer. And it's like one of those things that, most people take for granted.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, that QX3, I find it quite easy to use.
I mean, this thing throws out the odd thing now and again. There was one on here. Where are you? Find it. What's it called? Oh, I think it was this one. You got. you go, right, let's run with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But again, I suppose it's that thing where they go, oh yeah, we're basically just playing along with a preset. You go, really? Yeah, well, anything to get you going,
Well, it's kind of the same thing with the Karma, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
The
yeah.
Karma can
exactly.
do a lot of that stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, because I used to do things with the Oasis where if I used part of the Karma engine, I'd find different ways of disguising that it came from the Karma engine. So I'll put up a track on Facebook and they say, oh, how did you do this bit and this bit? And I say, oh, that was the Oasis. Without going into too much detail. Actually, it was just you pushed the button and it did it. So
I don't see much difference between that and a hardware jams thing. They've got a box that does that for you.
yeah, but there is a certain degree sometimes in the hardware jams where there has been some programming going on. So they may be using the box, but there's been manipulation going on. Whereas I was talking more about, you press like a scene on the Oasis, and you'd have several elements, and I'll have those two elements, and I'll drop those elements out of it. So I mean, there's probably people who've listened to tracks on my SoundCloud and go, "Oh, that's an Oasis. The Oasis did that, all that bit." Yeah, I recognise it from my one. So.
But there's only so much, for the hardware jam. There's only so much you can do live, which is what essentially a hardware jam is, isn't it? It's not sitting down and putting 8 tracks of music down. It's literally sort of possibly hitting a play on a drum machine and something else. And then if you want to add your keys over the top of it or whatever, possibly changing a sound and things like that. It's not.
I wouldn't have thought they were going to it cold. At least there would be some sort of like rehearsal thing going on beforehand. I would have thought before they actually do the piece.
No, I think some of them do. I think some of them.
Really?
Yeah, no, I do. I think some of them in the chat.
That must be so hard.
I think some of them in the chat go, it took me a day to record this, which means that, getting it all together for that 5 minutes of live presentation. I couldn't do it. I couldn't just get, say, the ambient and the drum bass stuff to, fire them up, see if I could understand the synchronization between them, and then just hit a key on, try and play something over the top of it.
Yeah.
I'll be, looking at drum patterns. Plus, if I wanted the ambient sounds over the top of it, what best sound, do I want to change them? So, do I don't think any of them go spontaneous.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you did do it spontaneous 9 times out of 10, you're going to end up with some sort of muddle where you've got to pull back again and have another crack at it.
I don't know much. Andy, Synth Addict always has that same. For quite a long time now, he's only ever used that one box, and he's always got different, sounds out of it, drum patterns, a lead sound of some sort. So I don't know how much of that is in that box. I don't know how much is programmed. I don't know if the lead sounds are actually samples he's downloaded into it, etc., etc. But I'm sure he's not using something that's in the box that he just has to pick a preset sound and adding that on top. I'm sure there's a lot more to it than read what Manny says. Takes an average of 4 hours to come up with music ideas. Do the sound, set up the tracks,
but to be honest, and
that's just on the S199. I mean, he's often on 4 or 5 different instruments, sort of thing. Or
to be honest with you, even if it was a case of like you push the button and it's one preset going, push another button, it's another preset going, push another button, another preset going, and you start playing the track over it, and you go, well, that's all well and good, but it's mostly just those machines running. You've just selected the buttons to make those 3 things work together. That's the sum total of that creativity. But even then, it's still better than what I'm doing, which is just looking at the gear in the evenings and going, oh, I really wish I should really do something with this. You know, even that's better than that. You know, when you spend thousands of pounds and then the most you ever do is dust it. The hell is the point of that? Mind you, I say dust it, not that often either.
You know, but then again, you could go to the extreme of just saying, "Oh, go and buy Junos 2."
Yeah, but I mean,
because again,
Going it's a scam.
It is, but it's the same principle. You've got your backing, you've got various instruments for, say, a bass line or something. You trigger, play over the top of it if you like, and things like that. You know, it's. I don't know that hardware gems really scrutinise, strip down to the bare note. What's making all the sounds, how it's made, what's triggering something or not.
Yeah. But this is it. But at the end of the day, if it sounds okay, you're happy with it. The people listening to it are happy with it. Doesn't really matter how it was devised, I suppose, does it? It's still better than doing feckle, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't know. I mean, you know, I put up one video on YouTube of me just manipulating one sound of the Matrix brute. You know, hitting the sequencer button for a preset. On a preset, just hitting the is an arpeggiator, but just hitting the play button on it. So it, and then just twiddling all the knobs and things, changing the sound. I'm thinking, just to do that would be that is something. And then I'm thinking, oh, I've got the Pulsar 23 at work with the Matrix brutes at work as well. You know, get the Pulsar out and try and synchronize it. Yeah. Because the Matrix brute's got a lot of connectivity on the top, hasn't it? It's got a lot of 3.5 mil stuff on top. So you've probably got clocks in and out and things like that.
Yeah.
And I can certainly with the Matrix, I can doodle for 5, like Manny says, you know, doing that is on point. You know, noodling about with that for 5 minutes is actually to get the right sequence going. It's actually quite nice. You know, I can listen to it for 5 minutes. So really, my next step is to try and get the Pulsar, whatever the word is, aligned to it. You know, whichever the beat, you know, whatever the BPM is, but to sort of align it, and then try and come up with some drum sounds, which on the Pulsar you can manipulate as well, and things like that. So,
yeah,
maybe I'll go down that route.
Yeah. No, I mean, sometimes I'll do things like we go, right, I need to sync this drum log with Cubase and stuff like that. And I go to try and sync it, and it won't sync and everything like that. And I just go, forget it then. Because it's so much like work. You know, my work all day is dealing with equipment that doesn't want to bloody cooperate. And then you come in, you go, right, to relax, I'll go upstairs and work with equipment that also doesn't want to cooperate.
Even though it's fully working.
And
Yeah.
it'll be things like, oh, this particular MIDI cable isn't working or something like that. That's easy enough. But I had that where I was going to do something and I needed it out of sync. And I kept turning the sync off to go back to internal clock on it. Would it go back? Would it hell? It just wouldn't. Go, no, go back. You go shift, boom, sync, unsync. No, it's still synced. What the? And you go, right, forget it. Walk away. So, you know. Yeah. No, I think if I sort of like tidy my life up a bit, it might actually be able to deal with it better. But it does, this fighting keyboards all day, the last thing you want to do in the evening is go and fight a keyboard. So, this is why I like just doing this live stuff, you got something MIDI to something and just play it and you go, cool. Because basically there's nothing to go wrong and there's nothing you have to do. So that's fine. Although clearly I wanted to do something because I bought all that gear. Well, that just sits there. It's like I bought those two modules, those Eurorack modules. I bought the brains and the what's it called?
Oh,
Oh God, what was it called?
the maths? No,
No, it's
the other one.
oh, the abacus.
Abacus.
Mass and the abacus. I haven't even heard them yet. I've had them months. My own worst enemy. I really am. I must admit, if me going on about this is making anybody else feel better about themselves, good. At least something coming out of it. Do you know what I mean? There's somebody in the chat going, well, at least I'm not that bad. Because one trait I have noticed is musicians tend to beat themselves up for no apparent reason.
I think you need a synth, but he can't like I do.
I need somebody here who can just poke me in the ribs every now and again. Come on.
Well, it's just bounce ideas off of, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's if you get somebody who can obviously play as well, and like you said, if someone done the boxes with buttons on it and things like that, your drum stuff and things, to start getting things going, then you just go, well, like you did with the Hydra, you just set it off,
Yeah.
on a preset thing. But I mean, if someone creates the drum beat and you start playing over it or whatever,
Yeah, exactly so. Yeah.
If someone left you 3 or 4 different setups of that and said, right, there you go, use that, play over the top,
Yeah. Yeah, it's momentum. I mean, I got I think it's over here. I haven't set it up yet. A MIDI switch that sends a CC number, and the idea for it is that I have this little foot switch, and what it does, it scrolls through the tracks in Cubase. So we have the different instruments. So I could be playing with, the Hydra and have, say, a piano with it from there, but I want to go to the strings, and I do a click, and now it's the strings kind of thing. And it's all part of that, because playing live really appeals, actually, as opposed to recording the stuff, because of the immediacy of it. But yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's still over there. I haven't plugged it in yet. Ay. Terrible boy.
But would you feel different about it if you could play like Justin? Would you still be defeated by your work?
Yeah, I think so. Because it's not the music itself. Because I love playing, and I love playing the music, and I love working with the gear. But there's always this. I keep dragging too much baggage in with me when I walk into the studio. That's what it is. It's all like, fucking shit day working with synthesizers. You walk in, oh look, a room full of synthesizers.
Yeah, Lily, what are you doing in here?
Yeah. If I was working on cars all day, I'd be in here sooner than possibly, as soon as I could get home, I'd be in And you go, yeah, come on, let's play with the keyboards. Because it's not cars. But when you work with this stuff all day, and it gives you nothing but bloody grief, you know, yeah, it's busman's holiday. It really is. I think that's what it is. But the idea is to cut down on how much work I'm doing, so we don't have to keep having to walk sideways through the hall because it's full of flight cases and stuff, and just tone it down a bit. And so I can come in here with less baggage with me. Funny enough, my mate Ben Rossborough is a tech over on the border with Wales there. Exactly the same problem. He says it goes in the studio and just goes, it's more the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you need to get in your head that the stuff in the studio works. It's not,
when it isn't.
Well, just say 99.9% of the time, you're not going to come in and find something's not working properly.
Yeah, no, there's no small fires or anything like that.
Well, it's just turned on. That's all.
Yeah, but when I get like communication issues and stuff like that, it's kind of, it just sets off the alarm bells. I think that's what it is. I need to get more of a grip on it and just go, look, it's not the same thing. Relax with it. But I think I've been doing it subconsciously. Just like going, or in that case, I won't bother, and just go back downstairs. Which is ridiculous when you consider, there's all this bloody lovely stuff up here that I would have, dreamed of owning stuff like this around me at one point, Although a nice RMI synthesizer over there would be quite nice, I must admit.
Yeah.
If I was to rob a bank. But even if I did, I'd have an RMI over there with a lot of dust on it. I'd be playing nothing but Oxygen and Equinox all the time. As long as it's live. Oh well. No, it's my own stupid fault and I know it. And I just hope that really knowing it is part of the road to recovery. But it's like, when you do the brass 1 and 2 on the 80, you play a bit of Blade Runner, the usual, 2 notes sort of thing. I was thinking the other day, why am I always doing that? And I think it's simply because it's just, just nice. After, years and years and years of dreaming of being able to do it. And you can just go home and go, all right, yeah, look at that, cool. But it has no musical purpose whatsoever. So, you can't even do it, couldn't release that or anything. People go, hey, hang on a minute, I recognise that. But I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, could it have been submitted to Hardware Jams though? Or am I looking at the criteria of Hardware Jams too rigidly? Because I always thought, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Hardware Jams can go further than that. Because I always think, to me, hardware jams was people with boxes and pushing buttons and moving sliders and playing the odd couple of keys and stuff like that. Sort of like not like a performance thing.
No, I find the variation of music on hardware jams sort of very eclectic. Some weeks I think the topic set, and I can't relate the music to the topic at all. As Magoo says, it's whatever he just said. It's not strict. You sometimes feel that people have just knocked up something at the weekend and submitted it regardless. It's not a strict thing, but
Yeah.
I think if you went too far over to, out of it, I don't know. I think if you turned up and played a piece of Beethoven, note for note and things, it wouldn't be greatly appreciated. They'd sort of give you a clap and things, but
Yeah.
I don't think they'd. You get more comments about how well you played it than what it actually was. I would think.
Yeah.
So. Oh, okay. Because now this is one aspect of it that always worried me, was because I love playing. I'm playing live, but there'll be like maybe 2 8-bar loops going on in the door, right? Now, with the hardware jams, you're saying, you hear people saying about, it's got to be doorless. I'm going, oh, okay. So instead of me using a sequencer with the modular, I've got a couple of instruments instead playing some 8-bar repeats up in the door. So 99% door is okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, even if it was just a little bit. I mean, a couple of little doobies running in the background.
Oh shit. Hold on.
Yeah, you got half of it.
Yeah. Probably the better half.
I don't know.
I like your black mask.
Just hold on a second now. Settings. Here we go. Alright, okay, that's fine. Webcam. Blah de blah. Oh, it's
There you go.
is.
There's the famous setup. How you doing, darling?
Oh, great. Yeah. I spent probably about half my life on YouTube today.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's fun though. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on, just the guitar cables.
It was like I was watching Ramsey's show about 2 months ago, and I was literally watching this show inside a Synthex. Got the iPad set up on the CPU board, and I'm working away on this voice card. It's great. You love the iPad. So yeah, you can be on YouTube all the time. It's ridiculous.
Can I just try this audio then? Last time I played the guitar, it sounded bloody awful, didn't it? And I think it might have been because I had the volume too high. So
Oh, okay.
could I just try this for a
Yeah,
sec?
of course you can.
Just see what it sounds like. Because Keith asked for a bit of drone anyway, but we'll just see how this goes. Now then, which one do I choose? I think it's that one there. So let's go.
Yeah, because it's the guitar that gives that extra element
Yeah.
to the drum show, isn't it? I mean, it's. That's really where the sort of like the live performance part of it comes into play.
Mm.
Well, the mic's gone now, is it?
Why can't I hear anything? Oh, wait a minute, I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, tell you what, I'm just too old for this.
Welcome to our club.
That's just it. I set my speaker as my mic. What?
Whoa.
Line in Realtek audio. So I'll go mute now and hopefully I can still hear things.
Okay.
So just let me know how this sounds. I've just turned the volume down a bit, but yeah, let's see how it sounds.
D. Everybody's favourite key.
Is this the Synth Mafia Mega Jam?
Yeah, yeah. How you doing?
What's up?
I can't hear what I'm playing.
Yeah, how's your one going through, Keith?
Well, the polyboot goes straight into the mixer.
Yeah.
With the microphone and into the Focusrite.
In your StreamYard, do you have what are the settings? Because it sounds like it's been drowned out.
Yeah, I think.
In what sense?
High quality. Yeah. On the bottom of your screen, you should have a settings button.
Yeah.
Click that.
Click on audio.
Yeah. And it says mic and speaker.
Okay.
Both going through the Scarlett.
You want to turn off, if you have echo cancellation, turn that off. And then if you have reduced mic background noise, turn that off.
Okay. Off. Yeah, that's off. Yeah.
And then turn on stereo audio. There you go.
Oh, hello.
You thought I had a lot of low end.
I can hear that.
That's very loud.
Yeah, so I'm watching the things on the.
I was say, Keith, you're quickly running out of room in that place.
Vangelis has left the building.
So Kent, is this a new version called Kuntaba?
I can't find all my expression pedals.
Yeah. Lily, what do you do?
Get in some Andreas Vollenweider territory there. I'd join in with you guys, but I have to leave in 5 minutes, so I have to come back.
Take care, babe.
You guys doing a full show today or just a short one?
Well, it's been running 4 hours now, so
Yeah, we're 4 hours.
probably stick around, mate.
Cool.
Oh, excuse me.
So it's damn lentils.
That's gonna leave a mark. Jazz notes.
Hey, Synchrotron, what's your signal path for this?
I think he's on mute.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm ruining the flow here.
Drop that to connecting that. Let's try that.
Someone wants an Indian feel.
Damn, I'd love to bust out my Osmos now, but it'd be perfect.
Yes.
This is perfect. I'm picking up my heroin fix music. So I'm in the Middle Eastern section, getting my black tar heroin.
If you could all go to an Iberian tuning, then you could all put something together for hardware jams on Monday.
And what is that when it's at home?
I don't know. Iberia's Spain, isn't it?
Well, like flamenco stuff, or some other kind of Spanish, gypsy Spanish stuff.
Oh, I could do phlegm, all right. That's not a problem.
I know Siri's Moroccan.
Well, they got all that Moorish influence, right?
Well, Harine fixes can be quite Moorish.
Buntish.
Yeah, where's Robbie when you need him?
Yeah, got any buntish now, has he?
No. I think it's got something to do with the new operating system.
There you go. I didn't quite get it. Hang on. There we go.
There's some little Santana riffs in there. Pete Escovedo. I saw him play live with his daughter. It's pretty cool. I have a video on my channel of it. Yeah.
Sweet.
Pete Escovedo.
Could have killed if this was in C. I need a copy. I'm back in a moment.
Fun to do some Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan Qawwali style over this, like in Natural Born Killers. Alright, nice work guys. I got a jam, I'll pop in later. See ya.
Yep, see you, Andy.
having an issue, Keith?
Well, yeah, but sort of least the worries, really. Well, I even turned the headphones up on the Focusrite to see, but I mean, all that I get is everyone else louder.
Oh.
Where are we still?
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Yeah, everyone else can. It's just. Alright.
Ah, breaking out the Evo.
private investigations.
Good song, good album. No, Keith, we haven't done any Elton John yet. Yeah, Paul, that works until I throw in a really crazy chord.
Not that.
Low now.
Justin, what scale is that?
The scale of X. We'll call it jazz. That's what we'll call it.
Let's just say it's a key I'm unfamiliar with.
My answer to that is, what the fuck is a key?
Yeah, Yale or chub.
You know that thing you used to get in the door?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that. Yeah.
That.
A couple of them, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Spongalidium.
Yeah. These.
The only reason I'm playing that is because I transposed the plugger. Otherwise,
Scale of D, dumped by lover.
my biggest problem is a lot of these sounds, they're not named anything like what they sound like when you actually play them. So you get like Dreamy Romantic, and you play it and it sounds like a rabbit being arse fucked with a rock.
Sounds like something out of Omnisphere.
Oh.
Well, it's true. Right, don't know what that is.
suppose to answer the question, it's kind of built around D minor, but borrowing a bunch of other things. Yeah, so D Dorian has a natural B. The D minor or D Aeolian has a B flat. And then there's a ton of different minor scales.
Again, I wish this had been in C.
Yeah, Manny, and then add the square root of Mixolydian or something.
Bonjour. It's in D if you want to get the Polygroup 12 out of the garage. There you go. Broke something. PB12 should be tuned by now. It's warmed up enough. sand between
Yeah.
the keys.
Camels dumping on your keyboards.
Oh, it's hot in here, isn't it?
It's actually it's a relative minor scale. Or it's a harmonic minor scale, which means the 7th degree is sharped.
Oh. That hasn't helped me at
So that C sharp is like the key to getting that scale. Nah, mine's better.
Chemicals. What'd I win? More sand?
Yeah, if you can guess what library I'm using.
What, again? I just sit there just asking for it. That's pretty much my contribution to the whole thing. Never do that.
Sand in my foreskin though.
Are you doing the PSN thing?
What?
It sounded like it.
All I'll say, Rob, is if you've got sand in your foreskin, don't rub one out because it'll end up like a 4x2.
Spall, yeah.
It fits. We've got a copyright strike it now.
Oh dear.
You had to get it in there somewhere, didn't you?
That's my job. I only have one job, and that was it.
There's a jam. Everybody round to Robbie's. We all get a keyboard each and fucking go for it.
Well, beat each other over the head with them.
I'll put the kettle on.
Better make it a big kettle.
Azio, we would if we knew where Ty lives.
If he's working, he's probably muted it at this point.
Yeah, 'cause it's way better than anything he can.
He's sitting there going, "Fucking shut up! I'm trying
I'm
to
playing in
work."
A, you bastard! Trying shite.
I think I need the expression bit. think we all need to crash Andy's stream next Saturday, don't we? Get one of his modular drone things going in the background.
Just turn up with washboards.
Or Dolly Parton. Fingernails.
No, these names mean nothing.
These digital envelopes. Yeah. This is what it sounds like to be scammed. Oh yeah, put a bit of reverb on that, Andy.
Points to the Rolly Rice. But that said chorus string, that patch is called. Who let them in the building?
Rob's just shit himself.
That's the longest D I've ever played in my life.
Who's got the hum?
Who's that horrible buzz? Is it me, by any chance?
Possibly.
I think it's Sync. Might be.
Hang on.
Mute me.
With pleasure.
Mute me, bitch.
No.
Was it?
Wasn't me.
Nope.
Me?
Nope.
Keith?
Yeah.
Muted. What?
There's a hum coming from you. On the right channel.
You know that little
The right
sequency
channel, not the
thing
wrong
I
channel.
played earlier?
With what? Sorry?
You know that little sequency thing I played earlier?
Mm.
Where it's going octaves.
Mm.
It was done with pressure. How fucking
Yes.
useful is that?
That was okay,
You
that
know,
wasn't it?
That'll
All
do.
right, isn't it?
That'll do.
Robbie looked a bit bored.
No, I sort of came in halfway through, so.
Mind you, if you submitted that to Hardware Jams, the people are going, fucking, when's it going to end? It's 5 minutes, isn't it? Come on. Fucking hell.
Oh, well.
Reverb.
That was a good laugh, mate. Cheers.
It works, yeah, it works, doesn't it?
Yeah. Found
Proof
some
of
sounds.
concept. It was an hour long proof of concept, wasn't it? Or how long was that then? God, fingers are
Yeah,
bleeding.
it had to have been at least
Yeah.
45.
Yeah. Hello, Rolly. I've missed you. Okay, I remember why I loved it now. Oh,
1
what was
hour
it?
30 minutes. Freaking hell.
Jesus
How long was that?
Christ.
Oh dear me. So I can just keep going. You see, that's the trouble. I can just keep going.
Yeah, but when you think
going,
about
it's
it,
just a
1 hour
drone.
30, 1 hour 30 minutes of music. I mean, it's practically
That was just that was a
that's
whole
the
album.
Spice Girls' entire career.
That's a
Pretty
gift.
No. That's not me dissing the Spice Girls.
Yeah, they only did about an hour 30 of music, surely.
No, 2 albums?
Or they got somebody else to write them an hour and 30 of music. I mean.
Pretty much.
So what was it? Was it? Oh, what was the number of that fucking patch?
I don't know, but halfway through that, I ordered a new expression pedal.
That, and then you push slightly, and a bit more.
That was. I like that bit.
Yeah.
We had a bit
One
of
key.
it started to get a beat on then. It was okay. That.
I don't know what it sounded like outside, but
It's just like when we did the jump tabble ones. At the end of it, we were going, "Who was playing what there?" don't know who's playing what, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, when you heard a note that was completely in the wrong key, that was probably me.
Oh no, it was definitely me.
Because I'm playing 3 keyboards and 2 of them are in a different key to the other one.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, now that choir sound, I moved on to another sound and I couldn't find that choir sound again. Oh, yeah. Mind you, when you go to the library, it doesn't list in categories. It just lists every second sound in the plugin. You scroll. What was it called?
Yeah, pre.
No, that wouldn't have been on.
that was
That would have.
the choir was.
I was using Musio.
That was a nice one. Then the choir I was using was Thingy.
Available from Hoojumaflip.
Yeah,
Spitfire.
all good corner places. No. It's why can't I remember what it's called?
Wasn't East West, was it?
Because you're.
No. It wasn't a sample library at all. It was a Synth.
Oh.
Equator 2.
Okay.
It was Equator 2. I do beg your pardons. I love all that stuff to death. I absolutely adore it.
Bit like Zoolock.
It is a bit, isn't it?
Now we can open up Musio and see what else they have. There's a couple of interesting.
Very art and noise, that, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So is that Fairlight? Is it or something? Or Fairlight's Echoes?
No, that's augmented voices from Arturia through the Astrolab.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
Although, if I call it the CMI, then there'll be some of that Art of Noisy stuff in there as well. But
That Zoolock was the first.
I think there was a little
CD
VP thing going on there for a while, though, to be honest with you, Wags. Unfortunately, they don't. In Arturia, it's not listed as a VP330 at all, in any way, shape, or form. You have to guess by the names. Like I say, the names do not necessarily have anything to do with what the sound is. Hello?
that's very.
Yeah.
There's some. You sort of forget how many really good sounds there are in these Arturia.
Yeah.
Because although it was very expensive machines, the samples weren't, spot on accurate, and because of that, they somehow sounded better. Isn't it? It's weird,
Well,
isn't
that's
it?
the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They weren't exact replications; they were approximations. And as soon as we started getting 16-bit and everything just sounded
Real.
like everything, yeah, it was just like.
Well, initially people are going, yeah, and then after
yeah,
they're
yeah.
going, oh, it's a bit boring now, isn't it? Because when you
Yeah.
can't tell the difference, it's taken the fun out of it. Because you're going, is that a real person or a sampler? Don't know, it could be either. So the fun's gone. Whereas if you can hear clearly that it is a sampler, you can enjoy it more for being a sampler.
Exactly.
How's that for reverse engineering? Wow. I'm falling in love with my Rolly again. Thing is, it's down there. It's really fucking awkward. Oh, I should Bluetooth it, shouldn't I? And then I can take the cable out and enjoy it on the fly.
Or as the rest of us call it, on your lap,
No, I'll do it up in the air like Jar.
on the fly.
Give it all that.
I got you, Mark.
I'll go the Posh Spice version. Imagine it's just flat as a pancake, this needs charging. The only problem with this was where you can clip two together so you can get a bigger keyboard. The glide doesn't work across. It's two separate glides. There's that handy as a portable.
I'm gonna bugger off. It's well past my bedtime.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean? You only got up at 10 o'clock? Gee.
Yeah, right, whatever. Well, it's 6 o'clock. Oh, God. Right. I was in the shed this morning making a stand for me.
I thought you were going to say making a sandwich. Dangerous sandwich.
Guitar.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
So, yeah, bugger off, and I'll get out of your way. Thanks for having me again.
No problems, mate. Anytime.
Sorry for the hour and a half long drone. But
No, thank you. Thank you for the hour and a half long drone, actually.
Yeah, we needed that.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I feel
Right,
invigorated from it.
Thank you very much, yes.
No, thank you.
Next time, eh?
Yeah.
Right, I'm off.
All right, you take care for a bit.
Cheers, peeps, and I'll see
Yeah,
you
buddy.
Andy,
chat.
take
Love
care,
yourself, mate.
Oh, Andy,
Yeah,
before you go, are you coming to Synthfest?
I am, yes, so we'll see you there.
Brilliant.
Well, I say I'm going, right? I mean, it's public transport, so God knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, all the tickets are booked and got my Synthfest
Fantastic.
tickets. It's just a matter of trusting to public transport and
you'll
see
be
what
right.
happens.
Fucking hell, a year I don't go, and the good people are going.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Who's
Word
that?
got
Who's
out,
the good
mate.
people?
Word got out.
Oh, you bitch.
Good people.
All right, actually, I'm off. Cheers. See you later.
See you later,
Thanks.
mate.
No, mate.
Love yourself
Bye-bye.
with that. Take care, mate. Oh my God, there's more.
Ooh, this is
Oh,
nice.
just found the sound packs as well.
Yeah.
Oh my God, fathers.
Quite like that.
Maybe without the reverb on it. Where are you?
That's quite nice.
I just watched that Wolves film, George Clooney and Brad Pitt.
All right.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah.
You remember Bullet Train?
Yes.
You remember the sort of like London guy with the tash?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, this is the guy that's been picked to be the new James Bond.
Yeah, I've heard. Isn't he
And
the one
at
that's
first I
married
went,
to?
oh no, and then I went, oh hang on a minute.
I think
Yeah.
he's married to the director. What's her name? She did 50 Shades of Grey, and she did the Amy Winehouse film. Sam Taylor Wood.
Okay.
I think he's married to her.
Okay. Because they had a photograph of him and say, you know, this is the guy that's going to be the new James Bond. Whether that's signed, sealed, delivered, I don't know, but he's certainly at the top of the list. And I looked at him and I went, well, I don't know, I don't really see him as Bond.
Yeah, but
And then when I looked up his name and saw that he was this character in Bullet Train, I went, oh yeah, that character. But then honed into a. Because you think of some of the things that Daniel Craig's been in, like Our Friends in the North and stuff like that. You go, he can't be James Bond. Are you mad? Yeah, he was a fucking brilliant James Bond.
I was incensed. I mean, proper, because I'm a big James Bond fan.
Right.
And when they announced Daniel Craig, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, no. And when Casino Royale came out, I was like, I've got to watch it because I'm a Bond fan.
Because it's a Bond film, yeah.
But I am going to be hugely disappointed. And it was just the biggest about turn. Because as soon as he came on screen, it was like, he's James Bond. That's fucking James Bond.
But I like the way they brought the cold side of the character back. You know, when they went off with the Roger Moore, Pierce Brosnan kind of.
Yeah.
But that sort of like hold him down, struggle, and just walk away, not change it. You know, no facial expression change whatsoever, and all that stuff. Yeah, there you go. That's
I
the
watched
books.
Tomorrow Never Dies last night, actually. Michelle Yeoh. Oh, what a woman.
Oh, I'd known her years before that because
Yeah,
the kung fu films.
Exactly,
I got fucking every kung fu film going. I think.
She was amazing.
Terrible.
But you look at her now, and she's still. Have you ever seen
Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good.
Fucking brilliant in that as well.
Yeah. No,
I'm kind of disappointed that again they've looked over Tom Hardy. But then I think, but maybe it won't work.
Yeah. Although Tom Hardy could.
Well, when he played Cray.
He's the sort
both
of
Crays, rather.
that was brilliant. That was genius.
Exactly. And you could
Wankers!
You could get a
come here for shooter,
like a western. Like Colonel Custer.
Fucking rolling pin.
That's really fucking good.
What are you gonna do? Bake me some fairy cakes?
Yeah.
And I haven't seen the film yet.
Have you not?
No, but I know the dialogue.
No, the film was out. I thought it was just gonna be a fucking. And then
Oh,
Tom
really?
Hardy,
No, that wouldn't surprise me if Hardy didn't want to do it. Actually,
but Tom Hardy, as great actor as I think he is, I just think he's physically, unless he was to do. I mean, I know he does kind of bulk up and stuff, but he would need to. James Bond isn't a muscular.
He's not a lump. is he?
Beefcake. No, he's not. He's not one of them. You know, he's a different. You know,
I don't think Christian Bale would have been right for it. Don't ask me why.
I've often thought about that, but.
And then of course you've got old
Eddie Izzard.
Eddie Izzard, yeah. Well,
Did
as
you
he
see
looks now.
Christian Bale in Ford versus Ferrari?
Yeah.
And he played the Brummie engineer.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Absolutely
absolutely.
brilliant. Really good. I enjoyed that. No, I don't know who I'd want to be James Bond right there.
Well, they were looking at what's his face played Superman.
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill.
Again.
I thought, no, he's too big. To
Yeah,
play Bond.
exactly.
Bond wasn't a big guy in the books.
Bond's not a physical.
No.
No.
Not that big.
unit.
Not that wide either.
No, there's lots of good people, but
Yeah.
I'm worried because the Craig era was. I mean, I think I'd probably go on about it a lot because I was so anti-Craig until I saw Casino Royale.
So was I, and yet I think he's the
single
best
film.
Bond since Sean.
Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, he's been absolutely. And actually, now when I watch any other James Bond film, particularly Roger Moore ones.
Yeah, you made a good Bond, Matt.
Oh, would I bollocks?
Basildon Bond. Yeah. But Daniel Craig, as brilliant as he is, has ruined every other James Bond apart from I actually started to warm to the Timothy Dalton pair. You know, Living Daylights and
Yeah, not the first film. I didn't get into the first film with Timothy Dalton.
No,
not the first time I saw it. He definitely grew on.
It had a slightly darker tone to it from Roger Moore.
Yeah.
He was the first one to bleed, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was something about where it wouldn't. What's the word?
I liked him.
He couldn't get that. I don't know. There was something in his.
There wasn't the ruthlessness.
Yeah, that you get with Daniel.
No, exactly.
There's a thing you get in the eye of Daniel.
Yeah, no.
But he could also be funny as well. Whereas Timothy Dalton looked, when he sort of like, tongue in cheek bits, really didn't look very comfortable. To me.
The thing is,
but the films themselves grew on me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, License to Kill. Not only was it a good film, definitely the best out of the two for him, but it also had, in my opinion, one of the very best Bond themes, the Gladys Knight one, which the production is just superb, and it's Gladys fucking Knight, for God's sake. She's just the American Shirley Bassey, as far as Bond themes are concerned. And I love that film just for that fucking song. I can listen to that song forever. But Roger Moore was always my James Bond.
Oh God, I couldn't stand him.
Well, that's kind of how I'm getting nowadays. Is that I watched the Roger. What did I watch the other day? Spy Who Loved Me, and I'm more interested in the fucking Lotus than I am with and I cringe now.
Funny she mentioned this. It's one thing I cannot forgive the Bond franchise and never will. when Roger Moore jumps the river and does the corkscrew jump.
In the AMC, yeah.
Which was a brilliant stunt. It took ages and ages. And what did they do? They put a penny whistle going over the top. I mean, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but that was 1970s, wasn't it? That's what
yeah,
it was.
and it was just like...
Well, that was the whole thing. He always said that he played it for the comedic value and not the serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair dues. I mean, the other thing I can't forgive him for is having Sean Connery in my Mustang, and it did so little. And it had the small wheels on it, not the big ones. So it looked like a shopping cart almost.
Hate to break it to you, mate.
Yeah, okay.
No.
Yeah, I know. No, I've seen your car.
Yeah.
That's nice lines. I'm sorry. Very nice lines.
No, I don't know who could
Don't
be
park
the
that
next
near my
one.
Chrysler, thank you.
No. I don't know who could be there. I've been racking my brains, and it's like Tom Hiddleston was a name that was thrown out there, but I think he's too far the other way from people like Cavill and Hardy.
I don't
too far
know.
the other
See,
way.
the thing about
He was great in The Night Manager.
Hiddleston is he's a great actor.
He is.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's why Craig worked. If he was just, like Robert Mitchum used to say, I don't act, I just point my suit at the camera kind of thing. That's what he said. It wouldn't have worked. But because he was a good actor, it worked. And it worked really, really well. But I was like you, I was going, oh no, this is going to be awful. This is going to be awful.
Yeah.
And then it happened, and you just go, wow. Yeah.
I mean, there was
okay.
only, out of all of his films, there was only one that was slightly not as good as the others, and that was Quantum of Solace.
Yeah.
But that wasn't his fault. That was the story's fault. It just wasn't. It was okay.
It was one of those transitional films, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was sort of,
But the Craig era, it started off with Casino Royale, which was very brutal. It got very tough. It got very contemporary in its action sequences, and then film by film, up until Spectre started to show signs of all of the trademark Bond tropes coming back in. There was a few more witty one-liners in there, a little bit more, little glazing of cheese, but not to so as to spoil it. I still think that one is like a classic of the genre because it blends the toughness and the grittiness, but with the little bits of humour and cheesiness. Skyfall was brilliant, but I thought No Time to Die was mostly good, but I didn't, and I love Rami Malek, but I didn't.
It was hard to get into.
He was a hard baddie to get sort of excited about. It was a shame that at the end. I mean, I remember we went to see it at the cinema just after it came out, and we sat there, and we're building up to that that climax. Like, can we talk about that? I'm sure we can talk about that now. That end of the film, and literally when that ending happened, I looked around and like everyone in the cinema was like,
yeah,
because we didn't think that they would actually do what they did, and they did it.
Yeah.
But I think it's a stroke of genius because it now allows them to. It takes, because before what happened is every time the character or the actor changed, we would get a slightly different style of movie, but it was always contiguous. So it was almost like, so this is Roger Moore, so we need a bit more of this, we're going to a bit more of that, and it whereas the Daniel Craig thing was just like, fuck what happened before and fuck what happens afterwards. It's a unit of all those films, because there's a complete story arc.
Yeah.
From Casino Royale right through to No Time to Die, there's a complete.
It was almost like
story.
a reboot.
Yeah. So, and there's this long game that's going on between all of the films that particularly comes together with Spectre. And it sort of ties everything in. You think, oh my God, of course they're all these baddies throughout all of these films. They've all been, oh Jesus, why did we think of that? So now they've got an absolute clean slate. They can put anybody they want, and they're gonna, I mean, Ben Whishaw was on something the other day, and he said, I absolutely do not expect to be called back to play Q again, because we're all part of that era that's gone. If we all come back, it means that Daniel Craig wasn't actually James Bond, he was somebody else. Because there's all these fan theories, isn't there, that James Bond is not the man's name, it's an assigned code name.
The assigned code name, yeah.
So 007 is always called James Bond as his code name. And there's lots of things, but
yeah, they also made them fall into the realms of, more believable. No invisible cars and stuff like this. And I mean, the most gadgety they got was having the machine guns behind the headlights in the DB4. But that was a callback.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think, like, again, with Spectre, when he's gone to Blofeld's lair, if you want, whatever you want to call it, and and he's lying in the chair, and you got the thing, and it's that's a callback to those classic bandies, but none of the stuff seemed too fantastical or unbelievable,
Yeah.
I still say Desmond Llewellyn's Exit. Always have an escape plan, and that was it. And he died not long after that, didn't he?
Yeah, it wasn't long.
I just still like that scene where Matey Boy goes, what was it? Now we know what M stands for. Moron.
Yeah.
And he does it, goes, now we know what C stands for.
Yeah.
And I'm going,
but yeah,
like this. And he goes,
that would have never happened.
Careless.
Before.
Went, he goes, he didn't go there.
Actually, I think Ralph Fiennes makes a really good M. I mean, I was sad.
Does.
I love Judi Dench, and I thought that was a great piece of casting. But I think Ralph Fiennes has made that his own.
Well, he's almost taken it back to the original.
Yeah.
Mesney. In very much style.
I like the fact that they brought Moneypenny in as an agent, and then, after shooting them off the train and what have you, they sort of dialed her back, and now she's more, in that traditional Moneypenny role.
Well, she probably would have been in real life if she'd accidentally shot one of their top agents. So probably would go behind the desk for a little while. Yeah. Well, Judy did tell her to shoot. So.
Yeah, it's all Judy's fault.
Yeah, it's always Judy's fault.
Absolutely.
No, I made the mistake of buying the 50-year box set.
Me too.
And it had the empty Skyfall cover in it, and then Skyfall came out and I put it in.
Yeah, now you...
And then they made another film. Yeah. And I can't get it in the box, and it's like, oh, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No, I think the kids bought me the DVD, the 50th box set with the empty thing for Skyfall. And then I was like, oh, actually, I really want these on Blu-ray, so I'm going to have to get the Blu-rays. Because they remastered them.
My life's just got a lot worse. Lily has discovered that if she pushes the button on top of the iRobot, it goes off and starts cleaning the house. And she's doing it all times of the night now. We literally have to remove it at night. We have to remove it and put it in a drawer somewhere in the kitchen. What next?
What? That dog, fucking hell.
I'll tell you what she did. A couple of days ago. It was quite funny. Fiona's doing some steam cleaning, and rather than go backwards and forwards from the front room to the kitchen, she got one the milk bottle, 4-litre jobbies that was empty. She'd washed it out, filled it with water so she could top up the steam cleaner and carry on doing her steam cleaning. Lily comes along, nibble, nibble, nibble. Water goes out all over the floor. But she runs off. She thinks it's fucking hilarious. And Fiona doesn't notice until she goes, "Where's all this water coming from?" Oh my God, it's 4 litres of water all over the parquet flooring. Oh my God. And that and setting off the hoover. It's like, oh my God, what are we going to do with this dog? It's true what they say about huskies. You get 2 types.
You come down in a few weeks' time, it'd be upgraded. Shouldn't have had it apart and fucking improved it.
Yeah. Well, you get 2 types of husky. You get the Charlie type and you get the Lily type. Charlie, hold a mirror up to his mouth to see if he's actually still alive, because he's just, you go, I'll have something to eat and I'll lie down and I'll talk to you now and again, but, you know, that's about it, mate. And the other one is like, where is she? Because if we can't see her, she's up to something.
Yeah.
What has she done? You go out into the garden, there's all forms of items all over the lawn. Bowls, cups, whatever she bloody nicked. But like I said, it's Fiona's dog, so I say, it's your dog, you sort it out. You bought her. Yeah, I know, but it's your dog. Bought it for you, it's your dog, it's your responsibility. I've got Siri. Siri gives me back rubs. So to do that on my back. Very much a daddy's girl. Whereas Lily's very much a mummy's girl, so it worked out for me. No, I call her over and she goes, fuck off. So Fiona goes, Lily, like that. And she goes, oh, yes, mummy. What do you want, mummy? Cuddle, cuddle, ears back. Yeah, see, it's your dog, so you fucking clear the shit up. Nah, she's lovely, but my God, when she's naughty. She has learnt not to go anywhere near the keyboards, thank Christ.
Good.
She's learnt that if a keyboard is open, she doesn't walk just across it, whether it's on or not. She's learnt that. But you know, we've got those little cupboard doors where you push them, the magnetic things, you push them and then they open. Yeah. She knows. She goes like that. And then puts a paw on the thing and open it up. Help herself to whatever inside. Oh, I'll tell you what, she was wandering around within her mouth. I couldn't believe it. She wandered into the kitchen and I'm making a cup of coffee and everything, and she wanders into the kitchen, and I turn around, she's there, standing there, just with her head round the corner, looking at me, and in her mouth is my copy of the Spirit Within DVD. And I go, that was in the wardrobe upstairs in my bedroom. How did you get that? That's on a shelf, like, nearly 4 foot off the ground, with a lot of other DVDs. And why have you picked that one? Because you go up there, no other DVDs have been moved. Just that one. Spirit Within.
Bonkers.
Which reminds me, when is Elite 2 coming out?
No idea.
It's been made. It's been made for ages. A couple of years, apparently. But they haven't released it.
I saw a few trailers for various films the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Gladiator 2, the final trailer for that, looks very good. It really does.
I'm already my haunches are going up on that.
No, I'm quietly confident about that one.
Are you?
Yeah, because it showed a lot more of Paul Mescal, who plays, you know, the young boy in the first one, who was the son of the sister of, you know, the one who was having it away with his brother. Can't remember his name.
If they
Joaquin
did a
Phoenix.
CGI Bond movie with an AI Connery voice, would you watch it?
No.
Oh.
No.
I don't know.
No. But anyway,
it'd be like buying a cover record, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That looks good. There was another one called Mickey 17 with Robert Pattinson,
Right.
where it's set slightly in the future, where you can choose to become what they call an expendable, which means that they, before you go to do all these horrible jobs where you're likely to die doing the job, they take a complete scan of you, and every time you die on the job, they rebuild you.
Oh, okay.
So this is why it's called Mickey 17, because each version is like Mickey 1, Mickey 2, Mickey 3. So the trailer shows him doing all these jobs and dying in spectacularly horrible ways, in a very kind of sort of with a tongue-in-cheek thing. But then
Wagner's making up his own jokes.
Yeah, the shit hits a fan when there's two of them. Because normally there's only supposed to be one. Now there's two, and it's it looks really good. That looks quite interesting. And the new Marvel one, Thunderbolts, I think it's called, which brings back. Do you remember the bad Captain America, who took over from the original Captain America before the Falcon took over as Captain America? Do you remember that? It was in one of the TV series.
I hardly watched any TV.
Right. Brings back him. Brings back the Winter Soldier.
Well, my problem was
Florence
I watched. What's her name? Captain Marvel, wherever it is. What's her name? What is her name?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, her.
Yeah, her film.
Brie Larson.
Yeah, I watched her film. And I was like, oh no.
I thought Captain Marvel was actually kind of quite right. I didn't think it was awful. It wasn't great.
Wasn't
We're
Iron
watching
Man, oh yeah.
The Agatha one. Was it called Agatha something or other? It's another TV. Did you ever watch WandaVision?
No, I didn't.
WandaVision was very good, very clever.
Yeah, so I understand. Yeah.
Well, one of the characters in there is this witch, because obviously Wanda's a witch of sorts.
Indeed.
But there was this other witch called Agatha, who was kind of like her nemesis. And this is all about Agatha and a bunch of witches. And it's because it's not like superhero stuff, it's witchy stuff. It's actually quite a nice, refreshing change. But it has all the Marvel sort of, values, shall we say. What's it called?
I bet the actor who played her brother was pissed off. What do you mean, he get killed halfway through the film and then he never come back?
Yeah, I know. Was it Agatha? Oh, I'm sure somebody in the chat will. Agatha all along. Thank you, Manny. That's the one. I think it was Agatha something. But that's very good. It's very good.
Yeah,
I like that one. But yeah, the Thunderbolts trailer, because it's got Florence Pugh, and she's I really like.
I did like the Harley Quinn stuff. That was good.
Yeah, I want to see Folie à Deux. The new one with Lady Gaga and Joaquin.
Yeah, Suicide Squad.
Did you like Did you see the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix?
No.
That was delightfully dark. That was very good.
Yeah.
So they've made a sequel now with Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn, and that looks quite good.
Yeah.
I'm going to see Tears for Fears, the movie, the concert movie, in November, I think. Or was it October or November? I can't remember. I'm going on my own because the wife's like, no. All right, fair enough.
Here, Beardy, the Model D is a good clone. It is a good clone. For the money, it's excellent.
I concur.
Yeah. Some of the others, varying degrees. But the Model D, yeah.
Yeah,
Very,
Model D is
very
good.
indeed.
Yeah, 2600 is really good.
Scam.
At least in my opinion.
Scam!
Only thing with the Model D is you'll have to calibrate it every like 4 to 6 months.
Well, it's exactly the same with the real one. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're all over the fucking shop.
That's one thing I noticed about the Matrix Brute. Not that you have to calibrate it, but you have to let it warm up like a good old fashioned analog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas these the Poly Brute 6 and 12, you can turn them on. I mean, if I have to do the calibration and tuning once a year, that's about as much as I do.
Yeah, but is it just the filters that are analog in it?
In what? The Poly
In the
Brute?
Poly Brute.
No, it's completely analog. The only digital thing in it is the effects section. Everything's analog. It's fully analog.
So what's the VCOs in it then?
It's their Brute VCOs.
Yeah, but I mean, is it configured to like one IC per voice, or is it like a 64 leg surface mount chip that can't go out of tune?
And
essentially works like an analog VCO.
I'll say it again.
Oh, I'll have to buy one then. Find out.
Yeah, buy it and open it, because I'm not opening mine.
Oh, I'll have to open mine because Lily will drop something in it. You know.
Jeff went in Jeff's home and studio today. He's got
yeah.
Poly Brute 6, Matrix Brute, and a Summit, and they're all sitting there. It's yeah.
Yeah.
But he's been replicating access virus patches on his Poly Brute 6.
Yeah. No, I reckon, that wouldn't be.
He has done. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a big loss when he stopped doing the synth stuff.
Yeah.
Damn.
And the t-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
He still does the occasional bit, apparently. Very occasional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's more sort of...
I think it's because there's nobody else in the UK doing it now. Anything even close to what he was doing with the cases and stuff like that. I mean, Ross Lamont packed it in.
Well, you were the big three, weren't you? It was you, Ross, and Jeff. Between you could do a complete resto.
In fairness, though, not so much. Well, no, probably more Ross than Matey. There was a little bit of piss taking going on, because what would happen is I'd get a case from them, and it's not sanded. It's just blah, blah, blah. There you go. Because I said once, no, it's all right. I'll sand it and everything when I get it here, and if there's any gaps and stuff like that, I'll use the powder and fill the gaps and everything like that. So I'll take care of it. Don't worry, because I needed the case quick. And what happened subsequently after that is every single case wasn't sanded. They just cut out the shape, boom, and send it to me, and I'd have to do all the work. I had to do 2 days' work on the Korg PS3200 case that Ross built before I could even start working on it as a synthesizer. And start putting the shit in it, And it was just basically chop, 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 bing, 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 bing. There you go, mate. So, oops, I shouldn't have said anything. But it was a important customer, and they were chasing. I just needed to get the case so I could just get on with the job. Oh man! But he done a beautiful job on the Ross did a beautiful job on the up 2500 case. It was really, really beautiful. But it must have cost, holy shit, I think it was about $8,500 to re-anodize and silkscreen every single module.
Yeah, you lost big money on that, didn't you?
It was 6 months' work. Everything was done. Everything. I even cleaned out the grub screws that hold the fucking knobs on. Right? Everything was done. So it was like a brand new 2500 with 3 wings. Right? And it was faultless. And I made £600. Boy,
that wasn't your fault though, was it? Because didn't they alter the price on the anodizing of the panels and?
Yeah, big time. Big time. I told Hans about it as well. I didn't mind telling him. I said, do you know what? I made fuck all on that. He went, that's a shame, isn't it? Don't worry, I'll get you on the next one.
Got to replace him.
Well, now he's because he's going to be sending down this enormous Moog modular. Not the 55 I've done. This is mixed up of 3C modules and 55 modules all mixed. It's fucking massive bastard. And he goes, what you did with the 25 on that, right? He said, the Moon modular, and what was the other one? He's got a massive Motem modular as well. He said, they didn't ship over from the States too well, so they'll need looking at as well.
Did you look at that video I sent you from Marcus Fuller? Marcus Fuller? The
Fuller what?
The modular preset plugger. I sent you a link to a video on it.
No, it wouldn't work. I click on it and it goes, this page no longer available kind of window.
What the fuck?
Or this page not available or something of that nature. Because it wasn't in blue either, which was a bit of a sort of like, you know, when it's kind of highlighted when you message it across. It wasn't highlighted, and I clicked on it, but a window did open. But then nothing happened.
Let's see if it's in my history still. It should be. No, it's not.
Juno D is the biggest turd. No reason it should have a Juno name. It's crap and it's just a cell phone inside the keyboard is shit, and so is the Roland.
What happened to your mic volume?
Is it gone?
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it is.
I can barely hear you. Yeah, you're right, Manny. It's very, very close, but again, something's missing.
How's that?
Nope. Like that. Very quiet.
I'll put it in the private chat, Kim.
Cheers, buddy.
And I'll also send it again.
And how's that?
Ah, there you go. See, again though, with the 2600, it's kind of a crippled statement when you say, "Oh, it sounds like a 2600." It does that sort of
what 2600?
Yeah, what 26? The tonus, because the tonus sounds completely different to the G clef, and then different again from the Black and Orange Mark III.
I was saying we just had a couple of choice little comments on last night's show from the same guy. He goes, first comment, the Juno D is the biggest turd, no reason it should have a Juno name, it's crap and it's just a cell phone inside the keyboard and shit, and so is Roland nowadays. No punctuation. Just
lovely.
Yep. And then
not far off.
Another one. Roland Cloud is crap, Xenology is crap, and Roland has lost 90% of the customers that started them. Yeah. Whatever.
90% of the customers that started with them are dead now.
Well, yeah. So I just responded, 90%? Have you got paperwork to back those numbers up?
I know that's not Espen Kraft comment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fact check.
I mean, it's funny because what did he say? He said the Polybrute 12 was a $7,000 synth.
I don't know. It's $3.5 equate to $7,000.
Fucking knob. Oh, damn.
Yeah, you guys will appreciate this, especially you, Kent. Check this out. I was doing some more investigation, and look what the thieves left behind. One of them left their dicks behind. Little fucking bastards. Somehow they kept their balls, but they lost the dick.
Oh no, man.
That's you guys.
Well, they won't be fucking anybody else.
Sadly, the thing no longer hops. The spring is broken inside. So.
No.
I know how it feels.
Need some Cialis or something for it.
Good shit, that is.
So I take it this guy doesn't like the Juno.
Apparently not. I think he doesn't like rolling, period. So, yeah.
There are a lot of big classics, though, I must admit. But then every company that I know of, you know, especially out of the big three, all have their classics.
Mm-hmm.
With the modern stuff, you know, for me, a lot of the modern stuff has fallen into because they do so much, they kind of walk on each other's toes a lot, and you get sort of like a. They all become just one synth sort of thing.
It's more the same shit. Yes.
Yeah, they kind of sound very similar to each other, you know, depending on what the current traits are and stuff like that.
But again, as you know, you come up with something really new and people go, I don't really like it. It's like, well, stop asking for new shit then.
Yeah. True enough. Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of, you know, new stuff, you know, that's come out in the last, you know, five years or so. And there have been some machines that have struck me as being different. If it's not the sound, it's the facility. But the PB12 really did turn my head. And I'm going, ooh, yeah. I like that. Yeah, I do like it.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to bugger off.
All right, darling.
I'm going to chat with you all soon. What was that, you?
Nothing. Didn't say anything. Not me.
Lightweight.
Not a
Have you
word.
met him?
Yeah.
You've seen my AI. I'm not a fucking lightweight. All right, I'll see you all later.
See you later, mate. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, man.
Oh, so many birthdays today.
Really?
Well, as in today's in Sunday. Just been reminded of some
Oh, okay.
on Facebook, which is what I tend to rely on nowadays to remind me of shit. Dear, oh dear.
I was listening to a Vangelis track the other day, and it's the one where it suddenly stops, and it goes, at the first stroke, the time will be...
Mm.
Now, which one is it? It's, no, at the third stroke, the time will be...
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Well, blah, 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 precise, you know, and all the rest of it. But in my head, what I hear is, at the third stroke, the time sponsored by Accurist
will be.
Yeah. And I go, oh God, yeah, it used to not have that, and now it sounds weird.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, speaking clock.
I know, right?
When was the last time you used a speaking clock? God, I think it's still going.
I thought they stopped it.
No, I thought it was still going.
I don't know. Let's have a look. I had a feeling they'd stopped it. Maybe not. Speaking clock, United Kingdom.
I know there's about as much use for it as an ashtray on a motorbike, but it's, it's just part of history, part of the heritage sort of thing.
No, apparently it's still going.
She is still going, yeah.
Well, he is. Alan
he
Steadman.
is now.
Alan Steadman, yeah, because it changed to a bloke in the 80s, didn't it? And he went for ages, and then they had somebody else come in.
Did it change with the sponsored by Accurus bit? From the very, very posh 1950s lady.
Yeah.
It was, at the third stroke, the time will be...
Apparently you can still hear her, but you have to call a different number.
Oh, you got the choice.
You just dial 123 on the BT phone line. But nobody has a BT phone line. Well, I'm saying nobody has a BT phone line. Landlines are being done away with, so...
Hey, so you never heard of ashtray on a motorbike? What about handbrake on a canoe? That's another one. Was it about as useful as a bloody handbrake on a canoe?
Yeah, let's have a go. Let's try this.
It's a time lady now on OnlyFans.
50 seconds. At the third stroke, the time brought to you by O2 will be 1:07 a.m. At the third stroke.
At the third stroke, I will come over here.
That's where technology has ruined it, because you can hear its different samples.
Well, that's the O2 one.
Yes, it makes but it makes sense to do it that way. Whereas back in the day, that woman had to read out every fucking 10 seconds of an entire day.
Record the whole thing, didn't she?
Record the whole thing. Huh. My God. Yeah.
But what? Why does anybody need that now?
Well, don't. It's there because it's, because it's like phone boxes.
Yeah, but they've almost gone, haven't they? So.
Yeah, I know, but people hang on to them as well, and they turn them into miniature gardens and Christ knows.
Oh, the actual boxes.
Just so long, so just so long they can, stay there.
A lot of them have been turned into defibs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where there was a phone box in the village, in the centre of the village, they put a defibrillator in there. Some of them turn them into local free libraries.
We had a public phone at the train station I took in San Jose. I hadn't seen one of those forever.
They're rapidly disappearing here.
Yeah.
Apart from like tourists, but I think London has got a few. I think there's actually still a permanent art installation, which is those phone boxes that look like they've been, like dominoes, and they've all got that somewhere in London, I think. But again, it's just decorative.
When the penguin explodes on the TV, is that Python?
I don't know. I can't remember.
When on the third stroke, the penguin on the TV will explode or something.
Yeah, exactly. It explodes, and the two old ladies are sitting there just riffing because they start laughing at one point. They break character.
Yeah, it's funny because we, used to see the public phone boxes in the films in the 70s, and go, "Cool, aren't they exposed? What are they doing? It's raining and cold."
They say, "Interpose the penguin," and then it explodes.
Oh. Yeah, I seem to vaguely remember that one.
I spent half my teenage life in phone boxes.
Yeah.
Giving blowjobs. No, no, but I mean, it was like, my stepdad was an absolute wanker, and he restricted the use of the home phone for me anyway. So I had to go and use a phone, and I just preferred the privacy of making my phone calls, which weren't obviously, many.
We had a trill phone with the lock on it.
Oh yeah.
Just couldn't.
He
use
wouldn't
the phone
go.
at all.
He wouldn't go that technological. He would just wrap gaffer tape around the phone. He had the normal like traditional BT phone. He would just wrap gaffer tape around the handset and the dial when they went away on holiday, for example, so that I wouldn't use the phone. I mean, fuck it. If there was a fire or anything,
Yeah.
tough shit. But
the thing was, we were so broke back then. Mum locked the phone. She couldn't take the risk because we get a bill, we can't pay it.
Yeah, but that was the thing. Phone locks were an average, standard.
Yeah.
Thing.
Especially when it up to what was it, 5p a minute or something.
Something like that, yeah.
When I think it peaked around about then.
No, I can still smell phone boxes.
Yeah. Stale urine and fish and chips.
And decaying leather, because the hinges were often leather, weren't they?
Yes.
They were like big leather
Yeah, those straps stop you from opening the door too far, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And damp paper from the telephone
yeah
books being damp. God, bloody hell, it goes back
pushing
to
the money in the slots.
Yeah. You could take 2p's, mate.
Oh, we got really super excited when they swapped the phone out in the village, one of the village phone boxes, from a dial phone to with the coin slots that you had to push in to a push button phone where you just drop the coins in like a fucking fruit machine sort of thing.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, look at
Well,
that.
it
We're
needs
in
a
the
handle
future
on the
now.
side, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then we had the one with the card slot, so you could use BT phone cards.
Yeah.
And we got wise to the
Bloody
fact
green
that
things.
if you found discarded BT phone cards, which were often found in the bottom of a phone box, if you took them home and placed them underneath a tea towel, magnetic strip, or actually the early ones with the whole back of the card was magnetic, but with that facing up, and then you rub an iron over the surface of the card, it would give you some sort of reactivation, and then you'd be able to use those phone cards again for a period of time until, obviously, I don't know what it just obviously fucked around with the mag stripe on the back, but you could get free phone calls.
Because for a while there was a thing where somebody leaked, because I said, talking about it as well, there was something about, there was like a 3-number digit you put in front of any number you wanted to call, and it was, so it become free.
Yeah, excuse me, engineers' codes.
Yeah.
I used to know, I can't remember what they were now, but when I worked at BT, we managed to figure out some of the engineer codes.
Yeah, it was something like 174 was one.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah, I think that
kind of thing.
174.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, the way to get around a phone lock was to tap the buttons. The receipt,
yes.
You tap them and it would click.
Tap the number.
And if you did it quick enough, you just go, for 6, you just go, and you'd get, Oh, we knew all the tricks.
It's funny how you remember your old home phone number. My one was 393 0755.
672687 was my phone number.
Yeah.
In the 80s, and I used to remember my phone number from the 70s.
My nan's was 782648, but then they changed that code from 78 for Epsom to 01. Was it 01372?
Right.
01372. Then it was 26478. It was like, God dear. We're remembering things like numbers and stuff like that from 50 years ago.
Yeah, I remember number plates and stuff as well. I remember because when my dad had his big restaurant from the sort of like early 70s through to the mid 80s, we lived, I don't know, I guess, quarter of a mile. It was in the same village, but we lived about a quarter of a mile away. And Dad wanted to have the ability. Remember, this is like 78, I think it was. He wanted to be able to take phone calls from the restaurant, but at home. And the only way that BT could do it at the time was to install a private line from the restaurant to our house. So when he left the restaurant, he would press a button on the front of the phone, and it would divert the calls to the phone. So we had the phone mounted on the wall in the hallway underneath our regular phone, or above our regular phone. So that every time when he wasn't, when there was nobody at the restaurant, the phone would call. But it was just like, it was this big operation that BT had to come in and feed a line from the restaurant all the way up to our house.
Yeah.
But the other benefit was that we could use it as an intercom. So when he was there, if he needed something or we needed him or anything, we could just pick up the phone and press the button. It was just like a, private, it was a private line. But you remember party lines?
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
Fucking hell.
Get on a party line.
Neil makes a good point. Old phone numbers. You remember
That's
great
true.
passwords, but not when you say them all right. That's all right, because the password I use on my computers and stuff like that is actually the order code for the tiny bottles of Teacher's Whiskey for British Airways. So, good luck. Yeah. Thank you, Fiona.
Thankfully, with I mean, even I do still have to. Oh, what? What?
What?
Do you want? Bye.
What?
Oh.
Okay.
Most of the time now.
I could sense that from here.
I know.
Yeah.
I still have to put a password in when I fire my computer up, but when I lock it, I've got a fingerprint thing on my keyboard, but also the Apple Watch will open it all up. So. Yeah.
No, I had to. The problem with the fingerprint thing, because I had the fingerprint on the old iPad, and after I finished working on the gearbox on the Mustang, it wouldn't work anymore. Because it was all cut and scratched up and buggered to the point where it goes, I don't know who you are. Oh, let me in.
Mother-in-law, because obviously she's very old. We got her an iPad some years ago, and she couldn't. It would come on, scan your fingerprint, and you put the finger on, and the iPad's going, put your finger on, and it is on. Put your finger on. No, it is. It's on. It just wasn't reading it. So we just had to go for number codes or whatever. But
how is she doing at home? She all right?
Not really. Not much different. No, she's still delusional. She's still.
But she likes being there. She's settled into the actual.
Well, yeah. I mean, she's not. She's not trying to escape or anything. But no, she's. Yeah, they've upped the hallucination drugs. They've upped those in the hope that might. But it's. Jackie goes there and she'll be talking to people that are sat on her bed, but there's nobody sat on her bed because she's talking to them. And then she's telling Jackie about, Sophia came over last night. She wouldn't eat her dinner. She was a very naughty girl. Of course, Sophia hasn't been over there. So, and then she'd be talking to somebody on the phone, because we took her phone away because she was starting to threaten to call the police. So I need to do this. I'm going to call the police. And we're like, no, you mustn't. So we took her phone away. She keeps asking for her phone back.
Yeah. And
we're just saying, no. But then she'll turn around and she goes, I know it's not real, but I see it. And so there is an element of reality in there somewhere. But yeah, it's all a bit much sometimes.
Mind you, I suppose in some ways, if it's not directly hurting her, it's probably quite nice to be living in your own little fantasy world.
Well, I don't know. She she just constantly seems to be. I mean, thing is,
if she's fretting in her fantasy world, then not so much.
She's.
But if it was all pink elephants and
I mean, her husband passed away in the late 90s, I think. So like from that moment on, she's been in complete and utter control of her life. Yeah. She never married again. She never had any relationships again. It was just her. So she was in complete 100% control of every single aspect of her life. And that control started to kind of slip away over the last 2 or 3 years when she, we had to start doing a number of things for her. And then of course when she went in the home, that was it. She had to relinquish all responsibilities, and we were like, oh Sheila, this is great because take advantage of it. You don't have to worry about anything now. No, you don't have to worry about bills being paid. You don't have to worry about somebody coming around to cut the grass. You don't have to worry about this. You have to worry about that. But all she does when Jackie goes over, she says, I want to see my bank statements. I want to see this. I want to see that. I need to talk to these people. I need to speak to my solicitor and all this. And she doesn't, no. Which is why I'm glad.
Letting go is the hard part.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that, she, before, long before this all happened, she had the foresight to set up the power of attorney, because it would have been really difficult if that hadn't been in place.
Yes. Yeah. It's very reminiscent of me taking care of Mum. That was a slow, painful death.
Yeah. Well, we took a.
You wouldn't wish that on anybody.
No. Because she's been not struggling to walk, but she stoops a lot more now. And we bought her a Zimmer frame years ago when she started to be a little bit wobbly on her feet. And we took that over to her today, and we were like bracing ourselves for her to go, I don't really need this sort of thing. But actually, she used it, and she was getting around a lot quicker, and she was standing up, more vertical. So, and we're now looking to get one of these, just like nothing elaborate, just a wheelchair of some description, so that we can, maybe take her out here or take her out there. But yeah. And I got told today that she's requested my presence. I want to see Rob. Where's Rob? I haven't seen Rob in ages. I want to see Rob. Okay. So I'll have to go over there tomorrow, and she'll probably just. She always asks me, "Am I still wealthy?" And I'm like, "Yes, Sheila, you're still minted, okay, and everything's fine." Oh well, I don't know what they're doing with my money. I said, "They're doing everything to keep you comfortable and happy."
Yeah, get one of those exoskeleton loaders from Aliens.
Yeah. Bless her. A lot of her underwear has apparently gone missing, and it actually genuinely has gone missing, because apparently there is another S. Smith in the in the thing. So the home are investigating that, but she was starting to sort of run out of.
Yeah, you got to admit it falls into the category of common name, doesn't it?
Yes, yes. Well, exactly. As I told Jackie when she married me, she said, you should be improving your fucking common surname. Yeah.
Did you explain what you meant by common? That's the thing, you see.
Yes. No. So yeah, that's my day tomorrow. Go and see mother-in-law, and then take the missus out for an Indian.
Could I?
I'm actually bloody hungry for it now.
Yeah. Well, it's like the curry I had tonight. I mean, it was huge. They give us so much bloody food. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And managed to squeeze most of it away. The dog's pissed off because they're not allowed any. They go, no, you can't have this. It's spicy, and I have to pick up your shit in the morning. So no, you're not having this.
That's a spicy meatball.
That's a spicier meatball. And so they're always very sort of like, oh, yeah, you can have some poppadom. Oh, don't worry, a bit of chicken. No, you can't. Spicy. I hate you. It's like having a load of 30-year-old girls in the house with these dogs, and literally by about 9 o'clock tonight, I was hungry again.
Yeah.
Ridiculous,
That's the way
It's
it goes,
like,
isn't it?
Why? Why?
No, I think
Chinese sometimes does that as well.
Chinese does that terribly for me. Yeah.
I mean, chicken balls, rice, noodles, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
And you go, oh God, I couldn't eat another mouthful. 2 hours later, you go, is there any of that cake left in the kitchen?
Well, this is what we do when we have a Chinese, right?
Yeah.
I will invariably eat, unsurprisingly, eat everything that I've ordered. But Jackie will only ever eat like half of her rice, and there'll always be a few prawn crackers left over. Yeah. There's always something left over. So what we do when we have the meal, we just we take all that and put it into into tubs and everything. We just put it into. We actually just keep it in the microwave. Yeah. And then when it comes to like 2 or 3 hours later, when you get those oh God, it feels like I haven't eaten for a week sort of things. There's some more Chinese food in there. Yeah. So yeah, cold rice and prawn crackers, love it.
I mean, but sometimes you get this stuff and it just doesn't age well.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So.
But there was a time when cold pizza the next day was absolutely heavenly. Nowadays, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, no, it's not so keen. No.
But or old kebabs from the night before. I haven't had a kebab in years. Like a proper fat.
Yeah, I know the ones. Yeah, proper.
Or what was it? The shish kebab. I used to like the shish kebabs.
Yeah.
I haven't had one of those in years. But it's one of those meals that really is perfect after a night out drinking.
It's been a long time since I've had it. I used to get these kebabs down the road here. Holy shit! There was more meat in one of these things than there was in a disco down in Brighton. It's packed with meat. Unbelievable.
You say meat, yeah.
Well, yeah, I say meat, yeah.
It was meat adjacent.
Yeah, it was connected
could be
somewhere.
Cat or something.
Yeah.
I mean, in this country, we're eating our cats and dogs, so.
You're eating the cats.
Apparently,
you're eating the dogs. You're eating the pets of the people.
So that learned example of a presidential candidate.
I love that song.
Didn't he lose his shit again yesterday?
He's always losing his shit.
Every day. He probably still, probably wears a nappy anyway.
Yeah, if somebody said, is he losing his shit? Yeah, which time are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, literally losing his shit because they say in some of the times when he's seated, the guy says, that's just what my toddler looks like when it sits that way because the diaper is bulging out of the pants and it looks full. So Trump's adult diaper is getting full sometimes.
God's sake.
Look for some of those pictures. They're hilarious. It's just, you can't miss it.
No, I was reading somewhere about the security detail won't go to the golf course now. Or he has to pay extra or whatever it was.
They just don't want to be downwind from him. He's just, everyone says he stinks, literally.
Yeah, what was that? Somebody, who was it now? They said, that was Kitzinger. Is it Kitzinger? Or Adam? Is it Adam Kitzinger, the Republican?
Sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah. So he was a Republican. Was he a senator or just a?
I forgot.
Representative. Anyway, he was on the January 6th committee, and he's vehemently opposed. And I think he's left now. I think he's left his position. He's vehemently opposed to. He still, maintains his Republican status, but he said, this is not a Republican guy. And I think it was Stephen Colbert asked him, or somebody, it might have been Jon Stewart, asked him about how does he smell, and he came up with these references and it wasn't, none of them were pleasant. None of us. But he was being, he was being honest.
I remember that now. Yeah, it was like a sour milk mixed with ass.
With wet, ass. Yeah. That's it. He said ass. It smells of ass. Brilliant.
Oh dear. I feel sorry for the, should we say, the real Republicans.
Well, yeah.
they've got this shit show connected to their.
Yeah, you know what? They wanted to use him, and they got to use him, and now they got to deal with it.
Exactly. There's a video that does the rounds every now and again, and it's Reagan and Bush the first, debating. I believe, because was it 1980? It was when they were both when they were running for the.
Well, that was Reagan.
So Reagan comes in 80, but I think he was debating Bush. I think who was also in the running for the Republican ticket. And you watch this video of Reagan and George the Vomit Bush, and they're having they're both Republicans, and there's a big Republican audience, and they're having this debate, and they are polite, they are respectful, they agree with each other on a number of a large number of things, and you just go, where the fuck did that go?
Yeah. Even the famous Dan Quayle debate with Lloyd Benson, which had the classic you know Jack Kennedy line in it. They were still nice to each other. I mean, that's just there's decorum, right? And they
there's decency and respect and just well behaved. It was just I watch that sometimes. I think, where are those?
Well,
I mean, it's a funny world that we live in. Sorry,
we've watched it devolve here as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a kind of almost like a global thing.
Yeah.
Well, from a cultural point of view, Trump literally should be living in a gold and marble barn. I mean, he's just a savage, right?
Yeah.
He can have his trappings, but he's still in a fucking barn.
Yeah.
But it's funny
when you hear him wandering off talking about, he goes, "Yeah, but America was great, back in 18, this, that, and the other." And you go, and he's supposed to be answering a question on what is he going to do with tariffs or something like that, and he starts talking about how America used to be great and stuff, and all the rest of it.
Well, no, he had 4 years to make it great. Suddenly, it needs to be great again. I mean, what happened to those 4 years? Exactly. Are you discounting? I mean, I love the campaign. It's like, dude, you had 4 years to make it supposedly great.
Yeah,
it wasn't. So what are you talking about now?
Yeah, there was recently he addressed a bunch of economic experts and people in America. In New York. And they had a bunch of people on stage, sort of highfalutin economic experts, and they were saying, "What are you going to do about these specific economic issues?" And he would answer everything but.
He's He's the king of Gish Gallop.
And yet they all go, they all give him a round of fucking applause. I'm like, really?
Well, he went on some other show and he goes, so I do these things. I go, they say he doesn't know what he's doing. I do these tangents on purpose.
Yeah.
And I take you on a journey and it's all intentional. And it's like, what? No. You're just making up shit really badly now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, he said the other day, didn't he, that if he loses this time, that he won't run again. And I'm like, yeah,
right. Mate, he hasn't been able to run for fucking 20 years.
Yeah, he's getting close to half dead, so he probably shouldn't try to even run. It's just
They keep trying to shoot you and they keep missing. So, I don't know.
Do you know what? It feels so set up now.
Well, the last one was kind of weird.
Yeah.
He didn't even try to shoot him. He was just there.
Yeah.
Yeah. On a day when nobody could have known he was going to be there.
Exactly. Because he apparently only made his decision to go and play golf about an hour before he was actually on the course.
Although he does golf his own courses, and it was a Sunday, so you could maybe guess between a few of them.
Yeah.
But he's so great. He cheats at everything, even golf. He's just the worst cheater in golf. It's great.
Oh well, not long now. Is it 5 weeks
well,
now?
You look at the unrest. If you look at, you've got Russia, Ukraine, you've got Israel, Palestine, you've got
Israel,
political
Lebanon.
upheaval. Yeah, you've got political upheaval in America, like we've never really seen before.
It's like Ghostbusters, dogs and cats living together.
Yeah. We financially castrated ourselves. We actually voted for it. And we're not in a great place. And we're floundering out in the middle of the sea on our own up to a point. And it's just, oh, Christ almighty. He goes, does this feel like the 1930s? Because I seem to remember that eventually we had to have a fucking great big war for 6 years to try and get things back on track again.
Well, my favorite thing is his. He's on this rant lately. He was talking about Kamala Harris. She's a communist, Marxist, socialist, fascist. Like, make up your mind. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Do you know what the words even mean?
Of course he doesn't.
I doubt he does.
And he's all this fascistic behavior, so he's clearly the fascist. But he doesn't want to admit it.
And now he's asking for proof of Kamala Harris working in McDonald's.
Well, that's like the birther thing, right? You got to have a distraction.
What did Desi Lydic say on the Daily Show? He's now asking for her burger certificate.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, the talk show hosts are going, God, we've got so much material to work with.
Well, comedians always love this shit because they have endless material.
Yeah. So much material to work with, it's unbelievable. It's almost writing itself.
Well, it does write itself. I mean, satire is almost dead, isn't it?
Yeah, well. But on the same coin, but the other side, like with wokeism, I know he's very much against wokeism and all this sort of thing. And up to a degree, I am too.
Well, it depends, because their version of wokeism is anti-humanism, right?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking
they don't want to be, they want to basically shit on everybody they don't like. That doesn't look like them. That doesn't act like them. It's just a form of racism, right?
Mine's more along the lines of people who get offended on behalf of other people, kind of thing, and.
Well, that sucks too.
Sometimes
that
that ridiculous stuff.
Snowflakes. The Republicans are terrible snowflakes, and they complain about other people being snowflakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get people going on about freedom of speech to you, telling you that you can't say certain things. You go, well, hang on a minute, you just contradicted yourself there. You want freedom of speech, which means freedom of speech.
Yeah, but freedom of speech is absolutely fine. Freedom from the consequences of your freedom of speech. You don't.
That's what they want. They want consequence-free stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you're perfectly entitled, and I will fight for your right to be entitled to stand up and say whatever the fuck it is, as abhorrent as it might be. I will defend your right to be able to say that, but I won't back down on the fact that if you say something that is fundamentally wrong, you will get challenged on it.
The extreme example, screaming fire in a movie theater. That's obviously freedom of speech, but it's illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it, but you'll pay the consequences. And that's the thing. A lot of people misunderstand that, freedom of speech isn't just about saying stuff, anything that you want without, and getting away with it. There are basic, it's like in this country, in the UK, there is no law on the statute books for murder, because murder is accepted as being a basic law. Nobody had to sit, no thing had to go through Parliament to say killing person is illegal. It's there. It's always. Yeah. So it's the same thing with freedom of speech, is that you've absolutely got the right to say anything you want, but if you say something that is derogatory, harmful, then you'll get called out on it. So you can say all this stuff. Everyone has the freedom to say it.
But then you're being victimized. You can't say what you want. They're picking on you, and they're being mean and bullying you. And...
But there are, I mean, things. I want to take those people that say, "Oh, we don't have freedom of speech in the US, or we don't have freedom of speech in the UK, whatever." I'd love to take them to a country where you do not, you simply do not have the freedom of speech. You cannot even, even if you sort of quietly go somewhere and say, "I think this about our government."
Well, remember the famous political poet that was locked up in China?
Yeah, exactly.
That celebrities are going to visit him because I'm like, what the hell happened to this guy? He just said some words and now he's in prison for a long time.
That's it. There are places where you simply cannot say what you want to say. What we have is a completely different system. You can say exactly anything you want. Nobody's stopping you from saying it. But if you say something that is fundamentally wrong, then you'll pay the consequence. Simple as that.
I like what Mr. Artola has said about the, about the polls and stuff like that. Sort of like they're all scams. No. I would have said no. Listen, no, he's not far off. I've seen recent polls that show, Trump 1 or 2% behind Harris. I'm going, really? Now, either this poll is skewed or there's some really, 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 really fucked up Americans.
Well, hold on. There are
one
fucked
or the
up Americans,
other.
but remember,
for him
the
to
whole
be only
Hillary
a couple of
losing
points.
the Trump thing, the polls favored Hillary and he still won. So you can never totally trust the polls.
The polls...
True, but the poll showing Trump being only a couple of points behind Harris.
With the way that's generally on a national level.
Yeah.
Generally on a national level. And the problem with America, and to a certain degree here in the UK, we don't have an electoral college, but we have a system which is first past the post, which is, again, I mean, we've redefined a lot of the boundaries. But the electoral college is the thing, and that it's disproportionate representation. So Hillary had more votes nationally, but lost because of the electoral college system.
It's the same when Gore lost. Al Gore lost because he had the popular vote. But
yes, but you can have the same kind of thing with the first past the post, where the favourable party doesn't win.
Exactly.
And they always talk about getting rid of the first past the post system after every single election.
Yeah. And yet they never do.
And yet never touch it.
And the one time we did have a referendum, a national referendum in this country, which was around, 2000 and something.
Something like that.
On
2002, wasn't it?
Proportional representation.
Yeah.
Most people didn't even bother to vote in that referendum. It was one of the poorest turnouts.
It was also one of the most poorly promoted referendums as well, because they're going, well, we'll put it out there because we have to, but we don't make too much noise because we don't want too many people voting on it.
And yet proportional representation has been shown to be incredibly not only popular but also productive in a great number of European countries.
Yeah.
Now, you do get those instances where you'll have a general election and there's no outright winner and there's all this kind of stuff going on. But they stick to the system, and eventually, once they've all kind of sat down around a table and negotiated, which isn't that the best way of dealing with things, you then get a government that will hopefully work. Sometimes it doesn't, but nothing's perfect. But yeah, PR would give Reform more seats in the UK, but it wouldn't give them enough to govern. They don't have that amount of support. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm everything. I'm the exact opposite of everything that Reform stand for. But if a proportion of our population believe that the Reform Party in the UK speaks for them, then they should have a voice in Parliament. Even though I don't like them, they should have a voice.
Yeah.
Because it's proportional representation. Everybody should be represented. And if 5% of the UK's voting base want Reform MPs, then they should get Reform MPs. And we shouldn't be frightened of that. as much as they're generally a bunch of arseholes, they should be, they should be representative. So I don't know. It's not. It won't happen in the US. It won't happen in the UK because there are too many people who would lose a huge amount of power if proportional representation came in. But if you look in like places like Austria, Germany, even, the far right are starting to gain. They're getting all very worried. Oh, the far right, they've just won a little by-election over here or a little election over there. Yeah, it's not great that people think like that, but they exist, and therefore their views should be represented. Because if you don't represent those people's views in Parliament, whichever country you're in, if you don't represent those people's views, they will then feel marginalised. They will feel ignored.
Yeah.
And by doing that, you're pushing them into a corner, and that's when you start getting people going out on the streets and kicking off and trying to set light to hotels with immigrants in and all that kind of stuff. Because these people's voices do not seem to be being heard. And just because we don't like their points of view doesn't mean they shouldn't have a voice. Let them have a voice, and then we can come back to them and say, you're fucking wrong. But let them have a voice, because we should all have a voice. You don't. If you drive something underground, it just sits there and festers and grows into something really horrible. You've got to let people have their voice and have faith in the rest of us, that the majority of us are sort of decent human beings. But who knows?
Yeah.
And as for this whole wokeism thing,
there should be penalties for misleading voters.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And all the rest of it. Unfortunately, 9 times out of 10, the people that are responsible for making those kind of laws are being controlled by the very people that are manipulating the votes and the voters. So nothing ever gets done.
Yeah. I mean,
but
everyone's banging on at the moment about Keir Starmer and a few of the other Labour cabinet members getting free. Well, not free, but getting donations for suits and clothing and designer spectacles and all this. Number one, there's no law being broken here. I mean, it might stink a little bit, but there's no law being broken. Number two, the previous lot were giving away peerages to Russians. They were lining the pockets of their mates throughout the COVID crisis. That's criminal. That's actually that's illegal, and yet they fucking got away with it. Keir Starmer gets a budget of £20,000 for a new suit or a set of new suits, and all of a sudden everyone's fucking up in arms.
Yeah, but that's actually part of the course, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they go, oh yeah, so what's he going to do for him? He's going to change the law on this, that, and that. No, 9 times out of 10, he just wants to see somebody famous wearing his suit. It's good for him. Anyway, so
I mean, there was this thing. Because he's a big Arsenal fan, isn't he, Keir Starmer? And he got his tickets, and they were, in a certain part of the ground. Because now he's a prime minister, things change, and so he was gifted a slightly better seat, shall we say, that was a little, removed from the general hoi polloi, because he's the fucking prime minister at the end of the day, and security and all sorts. I mean, and then they were up in arms about that, and Keir Starmer's son is doing his GCSEs, so he accepted the use of somebody's apartment so that his son could study outside of 10 Downing Street, where he was just protecting his kid basically from all the press bollocks that goes on, because that's another thing that needs reining in this country is the fucking press. And yet he gets pulled up. I mean, he didn't actually. I mean, he declared everything, and the headline was Keir Starmer accepts £20,000 donation from somebody for his son's studying or something. But what actually happened was it was a Labour donor But he said he can use my flat in London if he wants, or something like that. And because of the rules and the regulations in the Houses of Parliament, Keir Starmer has to declare that, and therefore he has to put a monetary value on that. He didn't pay for it, but they have to put a monetary value on that thing because it was a gift to him as a politician. So he's declared it. So he's done the right thing. He's obeyed the law. He's done everything. Of course, the papers pick up and Keir Starmer takes £20,000 for his son to study in a flat in London or something. So it's all bollocks at the end of the day.
Like I was saying earlier about how many people were influenced by the 350 million.
Oh Jesus, so many
on the side of the bus.
So many.
You'd be surprised. Quite a few fell for that one.
Oh jeez, yeah. And yet, when when you say to them, okay, where did that money go? Show us where the money go. They're like, well, we can't. We don't want to say.
Down there.
Down the back of the sofa, yeah.
Did you know that other
Down
countries within the EU were paying as much or more?
Yeah. And we weren't paying 350 million a week or whatever it was. Yeah, it's bonkers.
And they didn't get it either.
And since we left Brexit, we've actually been paying more than 350 million a week to manage Brexit.
Since we left Brexit, we've
you know what I mean. Since we left the EU. Since we did Brexit. Shut up, you Victorian Lego figure.
I think Brexit was a wonderful idea if you're a total wankshite fuckwit. But apart from that, I think it was a really... Yeah, there we go. There we go, you see. It was good if you wanted to crash the economy, cash in on it, and if you're Farage, then somehow make your money back from short selling the pound. The thing was,
we had such a sweet deal.
We had the best deal in the entire unit. It's the best trade deal that's ever been done.
We were still using our own currency. It was. Oh yeah, we were loving it, and we went and took a big shit on it.
Mind you, we did not have to, after we left, we did not have to have curly bananas anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
My world is immeasurably changed from straight bananas.
Yeah.
As opposed
oh
to
no,
I
want the curly. Oh, hang on. I've just seen the floor.
You read that thing? Was it last week or the week before?
What, the newspaper?
Family come back from France, and they called the police because they said when they pulled up outside their house, they could hear a funny noise in their case thing on the roof rack. Yeah, it was hiding in the case. Do you know they were charged? They were fined £3,000.
£3,000
for leaving the car unattended.
Yeah,
because you sit in a car all the way across in a ferry, don't you?
If you travel across.
Sorry, but you would have done if you were with the AA getting recovered.
Yeah, well,
if you travel on the road between the UK and the European Union, it is made abundantly clear that you are responsible for checking your vehicle in both directions, but mainly in the one coming back into the UK. And they failed in doing that. Now, look, the story was this because I was quite interested in this because
the
driving.
Coppers were staring into this thing for 2 minutes before they found him.
Yeah, but the thing was,
he was that well hidden.
They had left their van. She is she's a TV presenter on a BBC Antiques TV show thing.
What a bastard!
She'd gone over to France with her husband in their big transit van or whatever it was. And they'd parked up somewhere, and when they went back to their van, there was somebody trying to get into their van, and they chased them off, and they ran away. But what they failed to do was to check the van at that point, because there might have been somebody else, and there actually was somebody else who'd got in and hidden up. And it's their responsibility. I know it sucks that she's got fined £3,000, but she and her husband failed to, follow the rules, basically. And it was only when she got halfway up the A11 here in Norfolk that they pulled over because they heard something in the back. And when they opened the door, this person comes out, does a runner, and thankfully is caught and dealt with accordingly. But she called the police and said, we've just come over from France, and this man was in the back of our van, and he's done a runner. And the police went and found him and arrested him, and then she's been fined. But
so what that tells me is, if you find someone illegally stowed in your luggage or van or whatever, don't tell the police if you find them and they run away.
This is what she said. Go away. She actually said on the local news here, my friends told me I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah.
Well,
no, this one was one of those plastic things that are on the roof rack of a car. Right. And it was packed with clothes and bits and bobs and everything like that. And like I said, one of those plastic things. The copper opened the lid and the other cop was rooting around, moving stuff about. And then they closed it again. They're talking to each other. And he goes, "No, doesn't seem to be anybody in there. What are you sure about the noise and everything like that?" He goes, "Yes." She goes, "You could hear something moving." So he has another route around, and then stands back, holds it wide open, does all this, and eventually this guy comes out from underneath all the clothes. Right now, it took the coppers 2 minutes to find him in it. So even if they checked it and they've opened it, and you go, "Well, there's no room for somebody in there."
But the bottom line is, how did they get in there?
It's pretty fucking creepy to have someone in your car store. It's like,
but how did they get in there in the first place?
I used the tyre jack to get me in.
I don't know how they got in it.
But the thing is, you as a vehicle owner that's doing that journey, you are completely responsible for your own vehicle. And if you left it unlocked so somebody can get in.
So what we're saying here is, no, I get that, but what we're saying is that successive governments have so colossally failed to control immigration that rather than them taking care of it and this being picked up at the border using x-rays or whatever else they have now made it, as with everything else, the responsibility of anyone but the official authorities that the government is supposed to do this. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
But
I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
How else are you going to manage that sort of thing when people are willing to
stop giving the money to your spunking Tory pals to run away with and actually spend it on things? Is what we've had 14 years of this shit.
I have a question.
Years.
I have a question. If we're supposed to be having this problem with illegal immigrants, don't we have border guards?
We do.
Isn't it their responsibility to find the person hiding in the luggage?
No, it's the responsibility of the government to fund them and have a strategy, something which has not really been in place for 14 years. And before that even, but certainly for the last 14 years, it's been chipped away at, and all of these public services have been hived out to private companies and consultants.
Yeah, we know how well that works out.
Yeah.
We have Kamala Harris being blamed for all this border stuff, but we've had a bad border here for a long time. So you can't just blame one administration.
No, you can't. And certainly not 3 months in. And this is something the
I've
Tories
seen that wall Trump built.
Fuck's sake. Corrupt bunch of bastards ever to have existed. They really are.
By the way, Andrew, speaking of immigration, last time you were here, you forgot this thing here.
You left your dick in America.
Come on, man.
Sake.
That's too thick.
As if they didn't have enough there already.
I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. So,
That's too thick, and it doesn't have a tattoo on it.
That says Swan. It turns into Saskatchewan.
Yeah, but the this way up.
No. It says, "Welcome to Canvey Island. I hope you had a nice holiday."
Yeah, really, really small. That.
Well, except when I'm not very excited. In which case it says Wendy. No. Actually, all it says is when.
What?
It says Wendigo. You have a haunted dick.
It says 5. That's it.
Mate. Oh, mate. Actually, I'm just thinking about
in 8-point Calibri.
I was just thinking about when Haley was on at the start of the pub, and I just remembered some of the things I said. So bad.
Oh, bad's good.
No, they were bad.
Well, isn't that the point of this whole thing?
Well,
Yeah, but no,
apologise.
it was bad. It was bad.
Say sorry then. Say, Haley, I'm sorry. By the way, my knackersack is still here waiting. No, don't go there. Don't do that. That's not a good thing to say.
No, I don't know. It just seems unfair that they get fined 3K somehow.
Listen, it's not if those are the rules and you get caught out, then you haven't done. I get Robbie's point. However,
I understand.
Why the flipping heck are we as members of the public responsible for immigration? We're not on a war footing. We're not, we're not in dispute with Europe. We've got taxes that we should have been collecting, except from the very, very rich. We've got institutions in place, and we should have had strategies and policies. The complete abnegation of their duty to do these things is entirely down to the administration that's been in for the last 14 years up until a couple of months back. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. They talk about this stuff, they talk about immigration to try and encourage old, wrinkly, right-wing people from the east of the country, to vote for them. And it's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's total nonsense.
It's the same fear-mongering here about the evil south of the border stuff. Like, ooh, watch out.
They're smuggling drugs in, and that's all they're doing. And they're raping everyone, and they're eating your pets.
Yes.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, but this is another case of that. One person does something, or a small minority of people do something, and that's it. They're all painted with the same brush.
Mr. Evans.
Oh.
And Madge.
Because you think
they're safe. You didn't eat Mr. Evans yet, so they're safe.
If somebody comes up from Central Africa, works their way all the way up, round the Med, up in through Spain and everything, to come up to the border with France, to sneak across to here, and you think, Christ, we can barely afford to live here. What the fucking hell are they going to do?
More important, I think the bit that's missed most often is none of us would make a journey like that unless we felt imperiled. You don't do that journey just for if you're coming up from most of the places, you don't do it just for economic advantage. You don't make those journeys. You don't risk your life to try and earn a few quid more.
Yeah, there's loads of places along the way you can stop. Yeah.
You risk your life because you feel in peril.
Well, I forgot if it was Germany or Norway or whatever. They kept saying like these rape gangs are going around, and what?
Yeah. Oh no.
It's just ridiculous.
They were saying about there was those two 12-year-old kids that macheted some guy to death in a park up in town. And you go, oh, it's terrible. They're letting these brown people in, and it's and all this sort of business. And they go, there are now, places in London where you can't walk safely at night. Yet there always has been. There was places in London during the 17th century it was too fucking dangerous to walk through at night. What's your point?
Well, what about the IRA bombings? I mean, those white folks, right?
Yeah. That caused
as much knife crime in the UK is carried out by ethnically white teenagers as ethnically black. It's not. Yeah. That's just a straw man. Again, another straw man argument, isn't it? It's not
there's places in New York where you can't walk safely at night. There are places in Chicago you can't walk safely. There's places in Paris you can't walk at night.
Every city
has places like that.
We
What I
have
really
3
don't
cities in the
understand.
U.S. It's Baltimore, Oakland, and East Palo Alto that were the murder capital of the U.S. for many years.
Yeah.
And 2 of them are right near me.
Yeah.
So.
And
Yeah,
what I
I
don't
mean,
understand
nothing
is
unusual
we
about that.
know that both America and the UK for centuries, certainly for the last 2-3 centuries, in your case and in our case for the last 2,000 years, have overall benefited massively from immigration. People that move here want to work, and they don't want to set up crime syndicates. They actually want to work, and they want to do stuff. And most people are inclined to work, provide for their family, and if they're doing that and they're registered, then they pay tax, they put money back into the local economy.
We
And
would have
guess
a
what?
space program if it weren't for immigration. So
We're not getting any younger, and the majority of the population in this country is older now. For years it's been young people supporting the aging population, but now there are far more older people than there are young people to come in and pay taxes to help pay for that. So we need people to help with that. We need immigration. And it's not like we don't have room. We say there's a housing shortage. There is a shortage of housing. There's a shortage of social housing, is what there is. But guess what? If you build social housing, you start providing loads of work for builders and then for people that make bricks and for woodmen, all of those things. And then people get houses they can live in. All of that disappears. But guess what? We sold all of that. We sold all the social housing. It's not like we don't have room to build either. Housing's not the issue. The issue is entirely political. It's entirely about very, very rich people controlling parties and saying, let's just let the people at the bottom fight amongst themselves because that's in their interests.
It's like John Cleese called the Ministry of Housing.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, when Maggie started selling off council houses,
without allowing them to then reinvest that money into more social housing.
Yeah, no, that didn't happen. And planning has tried to just cram more houses into the same space and not expand because don't want to damage the countryside and all the rest of it. And there's an argument on both sides with that. And I mean, they built a housing estate out here on the school playing field behind us. So the school doesn't actually have a playing field anymore. Not that they were using it very much because outdoor sports has sort of died out around here. And so there was a big boom in affordable housing during the 60s. This being one of them. There was a bit towards the end of the 80s, but nowhere near as much. But
and stop calling it affordable housing. It's about social housing. Affordable housing is only affordable to those that can afford it. Social housing means everyone gets a home, right?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, but I mean, there's affordable housing as well. But you see, because the market is kept high.
It is. And if we
whole thing is it's a scam. Housing shouldn't be the prices they are.
No, and if we built lots of social housing, then the pressure that's induced in housing caused by private rentals would cause a property value crash. It would bring down the value of housing that people have bought. It just would, and that's that would happen. But then that would all level out.
But linking house prices with the economy was a bad move.
Oh fuck yeah!
That was a stupid move. So, I mean, the place that Tiny's got up in Camden, it's what? It's about the size of four double garages, I suppose. And it's valued at 4.8 million. And it's literally a asbestos roofed shed.
So it's 8 garages.
Yeah. in a square.
Yeah.
4.8 million.
Because of the land it's on.
Because of the land that it stands on.
Scam.
All a scam. Scam. You've got to do it with the hands as well, remember? Scam. Like that. So, and you just think it's just running away with itself. And
I've got a pal.
It's all got to collapse at some point.
Wow. Yeah, I know. It's astonishing, but I actually do. I have a pal who, if you go down to the Thames in London, North Bank, and you look across, there are rows and rows and rows of brand new multi-story high-rise flats, really, really luxurious flats that were built by primarily Chinese, some Russian, but primarily Chinese investors. And most of them are empty. My pal has been living in these flats rent-free for almost 3.5 years now. And he broke into one. He won't mind me saying this. And then he waits until he gets discovered. And then when he does, he just goes, fair enough, you got me, I'll move out now. And he literally moves to the next floor up until he's done the whole building. And he goes into another one. And he's there for 2 or 3 months at a time. None of these places have any tenants. They're all empty. They're all empty. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of flats, of apartments, empty.
And they all had to go at Jeremy Corbyn when he said, why don't we use these to house the victims of the Grenfell Tower?
Exactly. Why don't we?
Compulsory
purchase.
Or even just compulsory takeovers. You're not going to buy them, you're just going to fucking take them over. And just stick these people who need a home into your empty buildings.
Because that's a thing of national emergency. It's a national requirement.
Yeah.
You know, it's you have to dig in. I'm sorry you bought this. I don't care where you're from, Russia, China, or the UK or whatever. You've put money into these. No one's living in them. Shag off. You failed to make them work, so we're going to take them over. And
when there was this attack on the manufacturing industry in the UK, mostly during the 80s, nearly the whole decade was dedicated to destroying manufacturing up and down the country. And the people living in these areas, they go, now we've got no work, and they've got to move to where the work is. But it won't be manufacturing. It'll have to be, working in an office or whatever in some godforsaken place. And suddenly you got these areas where you got all these houses. They're not worth anything because there's no work in the area, and so nobody wants to live there. What happened to all them?
There was a sale last year of a whole street. I don't think it was outside of Liverpool, somewhere between Liverpool and Manchester. It was a whole street of houses owned by the local council that was sold for £1, but on the basis that every single one of the houses would be done up and rented out to social housing. Or you bought it yourself, you did it up, and you had to keep it for 10 years before you could resell. And they had tremendous difficulty getting anyone to take it on.
Yeah.
Because you could move there, but you didn't have any work. But then people started working out, well, actually, if I move here, did this up at that price, I can do it up, and I can get in my car and travel to Liverpool or Manchester and get the work. Boom. So it became a commuter thing, just like it does for London, which is stretched out further and further and further. There's people living in my town in Stroud that travel into London every day for work.
People live in Stroud? Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they call it living.
Yeah, we somehow manage.
Living all right.
We somehow manage.
I mean, but I am in a position where I don't think I will ever own my own home ever again.
But what you don't have, what you should have is you shouldn't have to own your own home. Neither should any of us.
No.
You should have the security of tenure at a rent that's affordable.
Mm-hmm. And even that at the moment is still not assured in this country because until they pass the renters' bill, which gets rid of Section 21, which is what I fell foul of 18 months ago.
Yeah.
None of us people who rent. I mean, I pay more rent a month than a lot of people pay on a mortgage on a similar sized property.
And guess who
But I
makes the
can't
money
get
from
on
that?
the property ladder anymore.
No.
The people that
It
make the
hasn't for the
money
last
from
20
that
years.
are banks and lenders who lend it to people who don't really have the money to buy the houses, so they buy to let it out to suckers like you who can then move it on as soon as the rent goes up and you can't afford it anymore. They rent it out to someone else. Section
Well, I'll tell you
21.
what, the way it's going, I almost will be surprised if it doesn't happen. But I can see one of these governments, I don't know which one it is, but one of them's going to get in or whatever, and they're going to bring the sunshine tax back. I fucking guarantee you it. Because
Sunshine?
Yeah, the window tax. Yeah, the window tax.
Yeah.
In the 1700s. I swear to God, because you look at what you're taxed on now. They're running out of things to tax you with. And yet, the economy's doing badly and we've got to do this, we've got to do that, and we've got to cut winter allowance on people who need the heating.
Tax the fucking rich.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not the rich. No,
But that's
don't
what
be
they
silly.
need to do.
No,
they need to tax the billionaires.
Yeah.
Billionaires shouldn't exist.
You can't do that because most of the billionaires are in the fucking government.
Exactly. Billionaires should not exist.
Isn't that what that ULEZ thing is? There's just more money from you guys for nothing?
Well,
no, the premise of the ULEZ is to reduce emissions.
That's
within,
what they said.
Yeah. But
if it was to reduce emissions, why is the Mustang free?
It's a deterrent. Look, the Mustang's free because how often do you drive it into a ULEZ zone?
Mate, doesn't matter.
No, but how long do you how often do you drive your Mustang into a ULEZ zone?
Well, if I did drive it, I would be
but you
driving
don't.
it all the time.
But that's the
yeah,
thing.
but that's
with people
but
that
if
own
somebody
Mustangs
else had it, they could do it.
No, but they don't. That's the general thing. That's the thing that if Mustang owners
can either afford to pay a mortgage or fill the Mustang up. It's one or the other.
No, I tell you what ULEZ is. Right, it's a pilot scheme, and it's softening the general public up for the penny per mile, or a price per mile. I tell you, I guarantee you that's just around the fucking corner with these cunts. And then they'll go, it's a raging success. Now we're going to do it in Bristol and Leeds and Doncaster and Norwich, and do the penny per mile.
But there's ULEZ zones in all of these places anyway.
Yeah, but it won't be zones. It will be the entire country's infrastructure.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
So tax people instead.
Mark my words, young man.
Add really high rates on anyone with a second home, a holiday home. Do that. Charge them £1 bazillion. Tax anyone that has any wealth that has a net value of over 10 million. Charge them at a much, much, much higher rate, or give them the option that if they put the money, rather than just leaving it sitting in either property or whatever, if they put it into businesses or social investments or community funds, then they don't get taxed that much. They get taxed the same as they do now. That will get money coming back into the economy.
Won't work, because as soon as you implement it, they go, bye.
Yeah, good.
Fine.
Because then they won't have any fucking influence. See you later.
Exactly.
Off you go.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. From that point of view, yeah. But they are taking the wealth out of the country.
Yeah,
in a collective way.
Fine.
Yeah.
We didn't have access to that wealth anyway.
Yeah, but you could do it. But like I say, it's
there are no solutions.
Nobody's trying to kickstart anything, right? I mean, we've got Labour in now, and the most prominent thing they've done is that they're going to cut the winter allowance for the people, that need.
They've been in 2.5 months. Give them a break.
The
budget's coming in October.
The thing with the winter fuel allowance,
and that's the first thing they come up with.
No, the thing with the winter fuel allowance is that
it was horribly.
It was horribly skewed in the first place before Labour got in, because the rule said that if you're a pensioner, you are entitled to the winter fuel allowance. It didn't take into account the fact that a vast number of pensioners in this country are wealthy, and i.e. they don't need £300 over the winter months to pay their fuel bills because they can more than afford it. My mother-in-law was a perfect example. She would say, I don't need this money. I don't want this money. But she would get it. She didn't have to ask for it. She just got it.
Why isn't it means tested like everything
Well, that's
else?
what. No, but
Hang on.
that's exactly what they're doing. That's
But
the whole thing.
You don't actually have to means test this. All you have to do is say, if your pension is taxed at 40%, you don't get it. Everyone else gets it. That immediately cuts off rich pensioners.
Yeah. But the thing is that the whole point of this means testing thing that everyone's up in arms about, the whole point of this whole winter fuel thing is that what Labour have said is we're going to means test it. So if you fall into that bracket where you are on pension credit, which means that your pension isn't quite good enough to give you a decent quality of living, you get it. You'll still get it. Now there is a section of that community, the pensionable community, that sit in the middle, that they don't get pensions credits because they are just on the borderline of that cutoff point. And so they don't get it. And those are the ones that, yes, absolutely, they're probably going to suffer from not getting that pension credit. However, let me just finish this.
Go on.
That small... So whilst the current implementation of what Labour is suggesting is, in principle, right, because it removes us having, it removes the tax burden of paying a huge amount of people money that they don't need to keep warm over the winter months.
Yeah.
The way that they're doing that means testing needs to be adjusted, and that's the thing that they need to do. They've got that bit wrong. They've got the method of means testing wrong. They need to change it, but it still does need to be means tested.
Well, the thing about the means testing thing is it relies upon people understanding that they can claim any of these benefits. That's the first thing. The second thing is they have to actually fill out those forms, and those forms then have to be rubber stamped by the DWP. Those forms, I can tell you from personal experience, I'm representing my son in a court case fighting the DWP, and he has some, I'm not going to go into, he has some disabilities and things. Just filling out the forms, we're appealing against a judgment that was made in 2023, and at the moment, I could show you, probably seeing it in the back. I've got 2,500 pages of submissions and forms that have been filled out, that have been sent to me that I have to review to represent him in a case to fight this, and I think I've got it covered. But I looked at that, and then I thought, well, maybe I could be eligible for some benefits of one sort or another. And I started looking at the forms, and I've just parked them because guess what? I've got work to do. It would take me 2 weeks to fill these things out and still not be certain. I'm not stupid. And I looked at these things and I honestly said, I've got no fucking idea what these things are about. And the average person doing this, certainly pensioners who are likely to be in dire straits that really need this stuff, they won't understand any of it, so they're not going to fill these forms out.
No.
Or if they do, they'll get it wrong and the DWP will say no.
And
just simply say if you're paying 40% tax on your pensions and you're a pensioner, you don't get it. You don't need it.
That's the measure in itself.
Really stupidly simple.
The measure in itself. Yeah.
Stupidly simple.
And also there's the pride thing as well, because a lot of people don't want to admit that they may be. So that's the thing with pension, with the winter fuel payments, is that there's a large number of pensioners that are absolutely eligible for it, but don't want to claim it because it's a pride thing.
Yeah.
They don't want to say that I'm not wealthy enough to afford this, but I don't want to take handouts from the government. And that's the same across the board with many benefits. I mean, I never claimed unemployment benefit for the 7 or 8 months that I was out of work, even though I was entitled to, pretty much for the similar reasons as Andy just said, because the fucking paperwork was atrocious. And B, I was confident enough in myself that I would eventually get a job, and I did have a little bit of money in my savings from my redundancy that I could live on for a little while. but I never claimed, even though I was perfectly entitled to, I never claimed it. It wasn't a pride thing, it was just a practicality thing more than anything else.
It's like it's as though what they've done is say you're entitled to this, but you have to fill out these forms which are written as hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
And we're not going to give you a translator, and we're
You're-
not going to tell you if you've got it right.
You're entitled to this, but you've got to jump through the line enclosure to get it.
It's utterly ridiculous. I seriously looked at, along with all the other things I'm looking at, I seriously looked at whether or not I could set up a project here where we'd provide advice to pensioners and people with disabilities to make claims for the money that the government says is there.
Mm.
And I realised really quickly that I would have to do that as a full-time job, and it would be so difficult to do. I'd have to get tons and tons of volunteers. Essentially, I'd be replacing or trying to do the job of citizens' advice who are struggling with this as well.
God, yeah.
I mean, it's nuts. Why? What happened? We pay national insurance. We have done all of our lives. That's supposed to cover all of this stuff. The same in America. They have their own taxes to cover all the needs that you should have when you're suffering, like medical and pensions and unemployment, all of that stuff. None of these governments make it easy to do, but we've paid for that shit. We've paid for it, and they make it almost impossible to actually access it, because all that money is going into other things like, let's give all my mates lots of money for doing contracts for PPE that will never get delivered, doesn't work, and we'll give them £120 million for doing that. Thank you very much.
Or let's give fucking weapons to a country that's committing mass genocide.
Well, that's also something which goes on. Yeah. I mean, it's But the point being, that money was set up originally to pay for all these things that we're now finding aren't being given to us, and they've made it as difficult as possible to get them.
It's time for the revolution, brothers.
Well, I mean, it is a bit. The stupid thing is, I really believe in the whole capitalist thing, in that if you're an entrepreneur and you want to go and do things, go and do it and make wealth for people, make jobs, make the world a better place, build the economy. I believe in that. But you can't do that without also allowing for the fact there are some people that never want to do that, or can't do that, or are too ill to do that. They can't.
But there's also the fact that those people in a capitalist society who, you might call them entrepreneurs or business people or whatever, and they create something, and it generates an amount of wealth. 99% of those, and I pull that figure out of my arse, but a vast majority of those do not do that on their own. They do that with the help of other people, and those people that help them do it have gained their skills and abilities because the state has paid for a school system and a health service that enables them to get to the point where they are, where they can help these people. And so, if you are a rich entrepreneur, and there are some out there that recognise this, you've become wealthy, even though you were the clever fucker that came up with the idea for whatever it was that you did that made you wealthy. You've only got there because you've had the assistance of people that are not so fortunate as you, and therefore you should pay a little bit more back into society to compensate for those people who aren't making £1 million a day like you are, but they're working for you to enable you to earn £1 million.
And that's called tax, and that's fine.
Yeah. And that's essentially democratic socialism, not capitalism.
That kind of is. However,
you
then there's a whole bunch
socialist.
Of people... No. Then there's a whole bunch of people who use the money that's been inherited across generations and just keep reinvesting it, doing the same things. There's that side of it, which so tax them so that if they reinvest that into businesses and new startups or social projects, they don't get taxed as heavily. That's.
We need to break this culture of the fact that I need more.
Really.
Because the billionaires and the millionaires, they don't want to give this money away, not because they can't afford to, not because if they paid this extra amount in tax, as many people suggest they should, that they would be in any way worse off than they are now. They would still be able to live in the house or houses that they own. They'd still be able to drive the car or cars that they own. They'd still be able to go on holiday in the yacht or the yachts that they own.
Yeah, the trickle-down economics never worked.
Yeah, it's just that they wouldn't have that big number sitting in the bank.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. And they can afford to do it. They just don't want to do it. And because they have a lot of money, they also have a lot of power and influence. And that's why the governments, whether it's Tory or Labour or whatever it might be, don't come down on them.
There was a really good meme on one of the channels recently, which was talking about it happened to be what's his name, Elon Musk, but it could be any one of the billionaires. And what it said was, so you bought Twitter, yeah, with shares. Yeah. I gave them values of the shares in the company. That's how I bought Twitter. Right, okay. So those shares were worth something. Oh, yeah. So I could buy. But when we tried to tax you, yeah, those shares weren't worth anything because they'd not been realised. So they didn't have any value. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So when you wanted to buy something, they did. But when we wanted to tax you, they didn't. Yeah. So when you're taxing me, can I just say the money's in my bank, but I haven't spent it, so you can't tax me yet. You can only tax me when I spend it. Yeah. And it was a really sort of, it's so frustrating.
It's a weird setup right across the board. I mean, it's like, if I...
it's a dream. It's a dream.
If I'm going to do a job, right, I have money in the bank that I've paid tax on. Then I take a lump of that money and I buy spares, and because the government has destroyed our entire infrastructure here, I have to buy it from another country. So I buy it from that country and pay them the tax of that value. Then it's shipped to me, and then I have to pay the government the tax on the value of that thing as well when it gets here. How many times does the government have to tax my pound before they're fucking happy?
So you've used your money, which you've put in your bank account, you've invested it into spares, which you get taxed on, you've invested it into... And then you have to charge someone for doing the work you've done, and at each step you're getting taxed. Well, I don't really mind that if everyone is getting taxed, but they're not. No. The people with the most money, the 5%, aren't paying shit. Yeah.
I have to pay tax twice. I pay tax on my day job, which is all pay as you earn, and then I pay tax on all the Process Network and Fail Muso and on all of that stuff. I pay tax on that as well as what I pay, and I pay a significant amount of tax. I'm not going to lie. I'm in the 40% bracket from my day job. But that doesn't mean I'm well off, because I'm at that low end of the 40% bracket that actually I would be better off.
You can't afford to buy a house, so
exactly.
Of course you're not earning much. Yeah,
I would actually be better off if I earned just under what would put me in the 40% bracket, because I'd be paying less tax and I'd be taking more money home. But because I'm just over that, I now have to pay 40%.
No, well, hang on.
Over that.
That only on the amount
stuff that's over. Yeah. But
so if you pay slightly less, you don't pay as much tax, but you don't earn as much either.
No, I don't earn as much, but I would bring home more.
Why?
Because I'm not in that 40% tax bracket.
But you're getting more money. You're getting. So as soon as you go,
I'm getting more money, yes, but I'm not getting enough money to make that deduction that much worthwhile.
But you'd be getting less money if you earn under.
I would be earning less money, but I'd be paying less tax. I'm earning a bit. But I'm earning.
Because you only pay the tax on the bit that's over.
That goes over. Yeah.
Yeah. So you still get 60% more
But
revenue.
I pay 40% tax on a very small amount of money, but that's still 40%.
Yeah, but you're
Trust me,
getting
I've done the numbers. I know that I would.
I know. It's an interesting observation. Lots of I know what you're saying. Yeah. You go with that.
I would need to earn a little bit more than what I'm on at the moment to be better off. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying. Look, I'm not. I am not. I do okay. Okay, I do okay. And the money that I earn from all of my outside ventures, such as Process Network and Failed Muso and all of that stuff, I don't draw anything. In fact, my book's are being done this month, or next month, should I say, in October. And I have the option to draw down some money from that and put it in my own pocket and get a little bit of a tax break on that money. I won't have to pay so much tax on that as I would if I'd earned it somewhere else. Am I gonna? Probably not, because I want that money to help pay for Process Network and Fail Muso and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not actually, all that money that I earn. I say all that money. The money that I earn from doing all these other things, it's not going into my bank balance to pay for food and clothing and heating and all that.
You see, that should be something. So let's just take PSN, for instance. PSN is clearly a community activity. Now, it's an online community and it reaches across the globe, but there is no real net benefit to you. What there is the ability to raise enough funds to be able to do what you're doing to keep it going. That should get massive tax relief, because in fact it shouldn't be taxed, because it's a community-based project. It is clearly, and people may say otherwise, that you get benefits in kind, or you do these trips and things. You have to do that as part of keeping the community informed, right?
Exactly.
So it's nuts. It's nuts.
Yes. All right.
Taxed.
So Synthfest, I will pay for Synthfest, whatever activity, Super Booth, Bristronica. That comes out of the company accounts. So that's
you're paying Kent and me triple next week.
Absolutely, yeah.
Triple. Don't forget
so
that.
I pay for all of that out of my company's stuff. Everyone's donations that come in every month, either through YouTube or through Patreon, they all go into the bank account, and they pay for the considerable amount of money that we have to pay for this thing, for StreamYard, and for other things as well.
Cameras and equipment,
banners, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It all costs money. T-shirts, all that kind of stuff. It all costs money, and so and I'm super grateful for that. And I was, until fairly recently, much to my accountant's dismay, I was like keeping two separate pots of money, one for Process Network and one for my personal work, where I do my writing and stuff. And he was like, why didn't you just put it all together? And I'm like, no, I want to make sure that, because if I ever get questioned about, where does all the money from Process Network donations go, I can say it's here, and I only pay for that stuff here.
All the money.
All the money. It's not a huge amount, let's be honest, but it's enough, and I'm super grateful.
PSN, yeah.
I'm super grateful, and I'm beyond. I mean, honestly, when I see the figures come in, I'm just like, really? I mean, I'm just still amazed that people just, that I get £1.
Here's the thing, Robbie. There's Kent and I both, we co-host as well, and we do the things we do, and we all put different things.
You're not getting a fucking pay rise.
I want quadruple, but no. The thing is,
let me just say,
business people. Yeah, go.
I'll just work this out. Now, this pub is free. Yeah, for you.
Yeah,
it costs me
468
quid a year.
Yeah.
I didn't realise, and they want to put this up.
Yeah,
they do.
Fuck. Was it about 800 notes or something, isn't it?
Something, but you don't have to go up to that level.
Yeah, I don't think
elsewhere. I'm looking at OBS, because I looked at the one you're looking at, whatever it is, and it's only for Mac, and I'm on PC, so I'm looking at something else.
You know what the answer is, don't you?
What?
Buy a Mac. No,
I've got two M1s. I've got two M1s, so I just can't.
I'm terribly behind in.
No, honestly, James, I wouldn't
moving us
monetize
over.
this. They'd put a gun to my head. It's
Well,
not what it's about.
the thing is, I mean, as we saw just in the last couple of days, certain people actually think that this is affiliated somehow to PSN because generally you and I are on it, and then he comes on as well, and it's just like, oh, well, this is just an extension of PSN. So let me know when your bill comes through, because I think that we should at least help.
I paid the same amount.
No,
I
I'm
paid
fine with it.
but I paid the same amount for a
you.
different channel, which we only use occasionally. But I'm going to be doing some more stuff on it. But I paid the same amount. So each of us, between us at the moment, we're currently paying 1,200 quid to do things, provide services to other people free. They don't pay for this. They don't pay me to do any of this stuff, and nor Ken. We're business people. We know this shit. We know how this does, but we do it because we can't not, because this is a great community. And by the way, we also know this community helps people with mental health and support and all sorts of other things, right? I would pay that every day of the week just to do that, to make sure that it continues. I would.
I think it's not
a massive revenue generator.
If this is really communal, start paying the viewers, mate. we
want your license fee.
We give you a weekly PSN show and what, two or three pubs a week. That's how we pay you. So
now here's the thing. Now, I can also look at this from a very selfish point of view. I can say, this is costing me £486 a year to run this pub, blah, 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 and all the rest of it.
It is now.
However, I look at it like this. I pay 468 quid a year, so I don't have to watch the shit that Fiona watches on television every evening.
And also, if you don't mind me saying, as an agoraphobic who doesn't go out much,
this is my social
I would imagine that this is essentially
no, straight up. Yeah. Straight up, and this is why I wouldn't monetize this for, like I say, if you put a gun to my head. That's not what it was for, and it's not ever what it's going to be for.
If I went to the pub every Friday night, which I used to do many years ago,
I remember those days. Those heady days.
I would be paying 20 quid at least every Friday for drinkies, because you buy your mates. And
nowadays it'd be a lot more than that.
Well, possibly it would, but even if you did that, it's 80 to 100 quid a month. That's so much. We're paying so much less than that to do this and to be in touch with the mates, and we can do that.
But to put it into perspective, I pay probably, if we called it 500 quid, 6 times more than that in dog food a year. So. That's not including toys, treats, vet. Mate.
Kinky gear for Fiona.
In the last 2 months, I think our vet's just bought a new yacht.
A super yacht.
Mate, but he provides a brilliant service. So.
Yeah. Whatever happened to NHS dentistry, where everyone got their teeth? When did that happen? It kind of snuck up on us, but it's
been happening gradually. I mean,
for 25, 30 years, it used to be completely like the rest of it. It's the NHS. Why is everyone having to pay for it? Why can't they get a dentist?
Well, there's been a tiered payment system for NHS dental treatment over the years, and I'm not too worried about it, because looking after your teeth is something that you should be able to do as a grown adult. And so if you don't look after your teeth, then maybe you should pay a little bit. But
I lost mine at the front somewhere.
But if you look at the tiers, there's always like 3 tiers. There was the level 1 tier, which was checkups, which were like a tenner or something at one point. Level 2 was anything up to and including fillings and stuff, which was maybe 40 quid. And then there was that 3rd tier for crowns and stuff, which was about couple of £100.
Yeah.
But what's been happening of late is that those tiers, those tier prices have been going up considerably, but also dentists, the actual, the dentists themselves are not getting the right levels of payment required for their work from the NHS, because the NHS has been horribly underfunded.
Yeah, and
so
they've been pulling out.
Yeah, so my dentist, as it were, like the dentist that I'm with, sent an email out to me the other week saying the dentist that I'm registered with, because you have to be registered with a particular dentist, he's stopping doing NHS work, and he's going to focus exclusively on private work. And the email was like, "Oh, he's going to really be able to deliver an excellent service, but we understand that some of you might not be able to afford this, and so we still will be providing NHS services." And I went in for my checkup about 2 weeks after this email, and normally, so you go into my dentist, there's like 4 or 5 doors in a row, and they've each got a dentist within, behind each one of those doors, and normally you would go into one of the main rooms and be seen by your dentist. Now, all the NHS people are going to the furthest door down the end, and the dentist that you're seeing is basically a novice dentist, or whatever they are. They're the basic level, the most basic level of dentist.
The only place that would take him on.
Exactly. So it's
dentists
just,
there make a shitload of money.
Well, yeah, I mean, look. Dentistry is an incredibly skilled craft, and I've got no problem with the fact that it costs quite a bit of money. But when you live in a country that has a nationalised health service,
the course is as difficult as becoming a doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's almost the same amount of shit you have to learn.
But also, the other thing that I've noticed with dentists in recent years, particularly with dentists that deal with both private and NHS patients, is that, I mean, over the years I've had about 4 molars removed, so I've got gaps, back here and back here, and increasingly over the last few years, the dentists have always been, "Have you considered having implants?"
Oh, yeah, fuck, I get that every time.
I consider it until I see the fucking price of them, and I say, no, thank you. I can't
It'll only be £1,500 or £2,000.
Yeah, and we do finance packages. Yeah, we do finance
Or we can do your whole mouth and replace all of your teeth for £16,000.
I know.
We can do it. We can do it on HP. Why? Just take care of my fucking teeth.
Yeah, it's like every checkup is a sales opportunity.
Yeah,
that's how it is in a dentist now.
Yeah.
And
that's why we allow Manny in the group.
Yeah.
I think
I spent too much money on dentistry. Now I'm depressed, so I'll catch you guys later.
Oh.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah,
Don't you want it?
Manny should do group discounts for us.
Yeah, all we have to do is afford to fly out to him.
Yeah, we got to fly out to LA.
To La.
Yeah.
La.
Yeah. It's,
we had a proper pub tonight so far. Where you are?
I think we covered.
You've only been here for like a third of it.
Well, that's because
you missed the hour and a half jam?
Yeah.
No, I tuned in for that. I was watching it on the telly.
Yeah.
I was watching it on that screen there. Watching it, going, well, that's rather good. And
I think that's the first time I've ever played in D.
You played in D?
It was in D. Oh,
you utter fucker.
Oh, that's better. Better out than in, that's what I say.
I can't wait to get this ribbon
my teeth are screwed also, half god, but they're actually screwed into the roots.
No, mine were destined to be
Me
destroyed.
too, by the way.
Yeah, no, they're destined to be destroyed because I had to go to the dentist at the age of 15 to be put under to have milk teeth removed by force.
Yeah.
And I can remember the dentist with one knee up on my chest going, "For fuck's sake!"
My son had to have some milk teeth removed.
And what happened is, when my second set came through, they were all damaged. They were cracked, chipped, you name it, where they're pushing against the milk teeth. And the bastards wouldn't come out, right? And he goes, oh, you're going to have trouble with these later. Yeah. But when the agoraphobia kicked in, couldn't get to a dentist. And there's something very, very unsettling when you're sort of like having a crab paste sandwich and then go, what the fuck's that? And pull out a complete tooth. Go, oh, that's another one. After a while, you just don't take any notice of it. But then falling over at the front and taking out 3 of the fuckers on a wheel hub of the Mustang, it was like, oh, do you know what? I just give up. I give up. I'll wait until they're all gone and I'll get dentures.
Except you won't, because you won't go to get them done.
No, you can do it online now.
Can you?
Yeah, you can get dentures online, mate.
Online dentistry.
These, online. And for an 1/8 of the cost.
These, broken. Where are we? There we go.
Yeah.
Broken. Look.
Yeah.
I broke that on the same night. I was stuck in car parks in bloody service things. I've got new ones waiting, apparently. I've got to go in and pick them up this week. So.
Okay.
But, God, September was the most expensive month. It was ridiculous, with funerals and hotels and cars and glasses and everything else. Suddenly, I was just looking at the bank balance just went,
Yeah.
I'm still looking down that very deep, dark hole going, where the fuck did all that go?
Yeah.
So, pay me, clients, pay me.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everybody's going to be feeling the pinch, regardless.
They are if they don't pay me.
Regardless of your pay bracket. Other than those, obviously, up at the top, we wouldn't. Everything's good every day, sort of thing. But yeah,
are we left by ourselves, gentlemen?
Yeah, it's a fucking PSN show right here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Scam.
Ah. Yeah.
It's a Raspberry Pi in a melon.
I don't care as long as the melon articulates in a way that I love, then I'll pay for it.
Yeah, it only has one preset.
Yeah.
That's the only sound it can do.
And
yeah.
Yeah. That's watermelon.
Oh, it can go beep because it's full of pips.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's full of pips what? Because I'm going to tell Ty.
Yeah. Go on in.
Yeah, you call it watermelon. What does she call it?
Yeah, need a meme of it. Scam. Masters of the universe.
You know what was a scam? Every single hardware synthesizer ever made, because they were ripping us off, honestly. They were charging us so much money.
They were all of them, every single one. Full of air. Full of air.
Every one of those companies had a huge marketing department that was only there specifically
dedicated
to try and work out how much we'd be prepared to pay, and they charged that. That's what they did. Yeah. That's what happened. That really happened.
Yeah, there are a lot of those DIY teeth adverts, isn't there?
I didn't do that edit today, but I'm going to do it tomorrow because I did another edit today. You know the one I'm talking about.
So little time.
Yes. You know the one I'm talking about, though. So.
Yeah.
Not the Patreon thing.
Yeah, cables are a scam. Yeah.
Cables are a scam.
Yeah.
MIDI's a scam.
I've got loads of cables down there. They haven't made a single noise yet. Mate.
Oh.
I don't know.
Nor do I.
What time is it? Fucking hell.
I
Oh, fucking hell, it's 5 to 3. I thought it was like 11 o'clock.
No, I knew it must have been late because ASO's gone.
Counting hell. Right, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I think I might too.
Yes.
Right.
I might read my new book. Sorry, Andy.
Oh, fuck off. I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
you
but
saw
look,
the message.
you and I didn't get mentioned in the book. He fucking did.
Yeah, I got credited and I still haven't got one.
I just paid for it, and yeah, he did stuff. You should have got a mention, Robbie. I don't care about me. Although it does occur to me, I will have a separate conversation with you gents about a certain website that should be mentioning all of us as
wankers,
in-kind sponsors.
Oh yeah.
Really. Okay. And we'll have that conversation. But right now, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah. This is sort of like PSN after hours, isn't it? Yeah.
It is a bit.
This is like.
Maybe that's what we should do. We should do an exclusive Patreon only PSN after hours.
Well, it's literally play the music, but just don't bother stopping the stream. That's pretty much what it's like after the show, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't even remember what the chords are. No.
Oh god,
no,
it's
not them.
No, it isn't.
No.
I know what they are. They're L.
I wrote the fucking thing.
J.
I know L. Hang on, I know L.
N tormented 49th. Yeah. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Close.
As I said, I wrote it. I have no fucking idea. I just pressed some keys and they sounded okay. Destructo, sorry, by any chance did you get the option with your name in it? What?
Well, we promoted
there was
the
a
shit
thing
out
where
of it.
You donated a bit of money or something. You could have a.
Yeah, if you paid more money, you could get your name in the book.
You get your name in the book.
Oh. No, I don't think I did.
No, you didn't. Which is odd. After about 5 or 6 shows where it was very prominently mentioned, and then you weren't. I was just looking at it going, okay. All right,
in fairness, they were shows when he wasn't here.
I got the exclusive dust jacket.
Oh.
Yeah, because that comes as a separate thing, the exclusive dust jacket for authorised backers.
That's very specific, isn't it?
Yeah. But there was... I'm not mentioned... There is a section...
That's because it's a scam. Clearly, it's a scam.
No, I got my name mentioned in it because I put them in touch with various Mugarati.
Mugarati. Not Mogarati.
Mogarati.
I do beg your pardon. Mugarati.
If I did get mentioned in the book, I have no idea where it is because it's not in the acknowledgements section.
I tell you what I did do. He goes, do you know... I think... Mark said to me, he goes, do you know anything more about that... whatchamacallem? That mini Moog I had. The...
4-voice?
No. The...
4-oscillator?
the Vienna one.
The Vienna one, the Ultravox one.
Oh, the Ultravox one,
the
thank
one
you.
that means nothing to you.
Yeah. Afraid so. And he goes, do you know any more about it? Where it is now? I said, oh yeah. I said, Jason Rebello owns that. Oh, okay. He goes, do you think you could put me in contact with him? I said, yeah. And I gave him his telephone number. And then made a copy, sitting there watching film, stuff like that. And after about an hour, I went, fuck, I think I better tell Jason I've just handed out his phone number. Better tell him. Is it all right if Mike contacts you about a book he's writing with Bjork and all the rest of it? And he went, oh yeah, no, cool. I went, got away with that. Because I might have forgotten completely. And you just get these phone call from Mike
Yeah.
out of the blue.
Yeah, been there, done that. Oh, I meant to tell you, by the way. What?
Yes.
I've been getting these weird phone calls. Oh, right, yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you
sorry
really?
about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
why?
Did they involve heavy breathing?
Yeah.
Oh, it was me. It's fine. It's me.
Yeah, well, something about a book they're publishing. Scam.
Oh! They'll scam every one of us.
Oh, excuse moi.
I was deeply offended on behalf of all of the people we know that come on the show that put time and effort into making hardware and even software. Gits like that deserve to be bloody pilloried. They deserve to be pilloried.
Admittedly, there has been some gear that we've had on the show in the past where I wouldn't piss on it if it accidentally caught fire.
No, but that's just shit gear, and that's fine. They're not trying to scam you. They just came up with a really terrible, like a clothes peg with a MIDI controller. It's kind of, that's never going to sell. And we see them and we go, oh my God, are you sure? But they haven't tried to scam anyone with it. They said, I've got an ashtray that samples. I've got a sampling ashtray. What?
The chances of scamming anybody in that industry it's just so impossible. It's impossible to do.
Even the
it's
one
such a cutthroat business. It's ridiculous.
Even the crowdfunder, which I found out afterwards, I had a figure of 248,000. Yeah, they look like they might be going bankrupt, but actually there was another crowdfunding thing done for it, which was about 350. So it's around about 500,000. But I can see 6 people and then manufacturers and buying spares or whatever. If you promise that much, then you buy that much. You know how many you've got to fulfill, and all of a sudden, all of that goes pear-shaped. It can happen very quickly. That's the thing with Kickstarter or with crowdfunding of any sort.
Yeah.
You're taking a risk.
Yeah.
You're taking a risk.
Mind you, Neil's got a point. We probably should leave the S-spin thing alone, but it's not going to nothing.
No,
to be
fuck
gained
it. Let's
from
roast the cunt until he's
exactly that. Roast the fucker. He said essentially a lot of people we know and love and who are passionate about this shit and have put everything into it are criminal. That's what he said, and he's a cock-wombling cuntbag for saying so. And I'm not going to let him go. No, he can fucking face up to it, twat.
Yeah, but
he's got to own it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the point is he does own it. We all know he said it. It's done. I mean, it would be like trying to convince a devout Trump supporter that the bloke's a fucking fat cunt. He won't have it. He won't have it. If they want to believe what's in that video, they're going to believe it regardless of what anything.
Oh, they are. I don't care about what other people believe about that video. What I care about is the guy that put it out there without doing research and impugning the name and reputation of many a boutique manufacturer and others because he couldn't be asked to look, and because he's got a point of view which is entirely skewed. He didn't do the research and he impugned them. He called them essentially criminals. He said they were scamming us. I'm just no, I'm not going to stop shouting at him for that. I'm not going to. He's a twat. He deserves to be roasted every single time I think about his name. Fuck off. Seriously, he does. If he'd have just said, I don't like them, fine. If he'd have said, I believe plugins are better because they're cheaper than hardware, I'd have been fine with that, because lots of people have done that, but he didn't. He said, people we know who depend on, who risk everything, put a lot of money and effort and time into this, to do these things. He said those people that we know and support are ripping other people off. That's scurrilous shit. It's scurrilous shit. And I'm not going to stop on that. He said it. Fuck him.
Be honest, just let the Synth Mafia deal with him.
Synth Mafia. You're right. Yeah.
I hear you've been saying some.
Are you clucking me? Are you clucking me?
You've been saying something that we're not agreeing with, you know, what they're saying. No, I mean, well, we're supposed to be synth maths here, for fuck's sake. So.
I'm not gonna sink you right up. That's what I mean.
Synth mafia, can you imagine it? Fucking hell.
Yeah, we're obviously making millions from doing this. And
he said, looking at his Behringer System 55. Yeah, very
Yeah, but you bought that. You didn't. That's the mafia get things by menacing. Well, mind you, you have me on the show. I suppose that's menace enough, isn't it? Really?
Well, yeah, up to
penguin of death. Yeah, penguin of death.
It's true.
Maybe they've got a point. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's all like the Scumthorpe mafia.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't pay us no subscriptions, we're gonna get on.
You don't get any sprinkles on your ice cream cone. You motherfucker, you know? Get out.
I'm gonna stop spending all my own money on shit that I don't need and shouldn't have, but I'm still gonna get it. But it's my money. Yeah, that's oh no, it's not mafia, is it? That's incautious spending. That's
I asked for a cannoli. You giving me a canoe? Right, gentlemen.
Fuck off.
At the third stroke, the time sponsored by Accurist will be.
I've got to do what with my wrist? Stroke what?
No, I got it. I can't do it.
All right.
There we go. That was handy.
Right.
Oh, mate.
See you soon.
See you later.
And now bastard Steve shows up.
Look, you're in Europe. You're in Europe at the moment. What the fuck are you doing up at this time?
Yeah.
Well, it's like 4 o'clock in the
What's wrong with
morning.
you, Steve?
Is it shit the bed again?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
That's the one thing that will get me up in the morning. I must admit.
He's in Barcelona. He's not even in Australia. This Steve. Go to bed, mate.
Barcelona.
Oh look.
Ah,
little kitty wumpkins. Little kitty wumpkins. What you doing?
Right.
Why is it there's so many black and white cats have a Hitler moustache though?
This is Hitler. Did you
Oh,
not
that is Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. She good. I'm terribly sorry. That was horribly inappropriate.
Yeah, you go.
You're not, are you? You're not. No, he's not.
Excuse me, how do I get to the
Not
chemist?
Hitler, just Goebbels.
It's Third on the Reich. Oh.
Yeah.
Right,
Right then, darlings.
See you
Look after
later.
yourselves
Good night.
and
Take
well.
care.
Okay.
Yeah, take care.
Bye
Say
bye.
night, Mr. Evans.
Take care, everybody. Good night, Mr. Evans.
Good night.
Oh God, I've got to go and deal with Lily now.
Oh,
Fun.
God.
Lily Marlene.
Lily Marlene.
See you later.
Go away.
Take care.
Go away.
Bye.
Go away.
Bye.